Continues, he drops down to the elimination bracket on his last life.
On his last life, no room for error in his next match, Parham Maghsoodloo for Artemiev. A job well done. Team Spirit will be cheering, will be very happy with his progress there. In the end, it was a very calm first two games, but the Armageddon is where it all came to life. And Artemiev walking over, a nice handshake, nice spirit between these two, nice sportsmanship, two of the nicest guys on the chess circuit.
And as they stand there to discuss the games for Artemiev, he said it in his pre-game interview, he wants an exciting match, he wants to put up his best skills, and that's what he did. He got that one opportunity and he seized it.
Exactly, and here
yeah, he knows his position is not that great, and now he's not even that much ahead on the clock. 5 minutes for Grischuk. It's plenty of time still. And, well, I mean, what does Black want? He just wants to push his pawns forward and start opening up White's king.
Is this the tale of the match, though? I feel like Grischuk has shown the most class throughout the 3 games overall.
It seems like maybe he's played a touch better. Of course, Arvin did dominate the second game up until the time scramble where...
That's true.
Maybe he messed up the strategy. You know, maybe he should have been just trying to win on the board instead of only on the clock, as it ended up happening.
The match, though, I feel like...
But yeah, now Arvin's about to equalize.
Equalize on the time, and Grischuk wins on a draw or a win. He's super happy about this match situation right now.
He's got to be happy here. Yeah, very, very comfortable spot here for Grischuk. Queen to e3, played by Arvin. I think just supporting that third rank. But now Black has a lot of options here. He can bring his bishop out to f5. I think that move looks good. Just developing. The light scored bishop. There we go.
Beautiful. And now this bishop lasers against this white king, targeting this c2 pawn that is covering this white king. Ooh, I love the black pieces here.
Yeah.
Ideal scenario for Grischuk in this must win or draw game.
Right now, it's kind of just one-way traffic. Like, Black is attacking, and White hasn't made any progress on the king side since he pushed h4. He's just been completely shut down. And I think this is Grischuk's edge. You know, I feel like his understanding is just a little bit better than Arvin. Arvin maybe a little bit better on the tactical side. So once the game opens up, though, that's where Arvin, he's going to find his chances.
So far, it's a very dark tunnel with no light at the end of it right now. How does White recuperate this position? And
there
we
have
a trade here. Maybe he's answering my question.
This is a bit of a desperation, but he has to try something. I think he wants to break with g4 here at some point. And now Grischuk takes with the pawn.
Oh my God, we're seeing a huge
bishop e4 doesn't allow
evaluation
rook
change.
e8 with
-4 on the
yeah, Engine's loving this for Black. I think rook e8, you pin this bishop
to the queen and then pawn to f3. And
but what a classy move by Grischuk. Pawn takes on f6. Wow. All of us would just take with the bishop to just keep that diagonal open. He takes with the pawn to keep his king safe. Now he can push f5 at any moment and just open it up.
b3, finally opening up this white king's castle. Wow. How is White supposed to react to such a question? It is such a strong move.
Normally
And he
you
plays pawn to
try
A3.
to push past A3, or you take once and push past, but the lines are opening up here. F5 is coming. He
I
can
love
bring his
this
rook
pawn
to
move
B8.
F5, opening up that dark squared bishop along the long diagonal.
And again, we see bishop versus knight, the classic imbalance. But yeah, looking great for black right now. He's equal on the clock. His position is great. He's attacking. It's like just football, just having the initiative. Grishik is the only one taking shots at the goal. Arvin just completely defending. Was that a good analogy?
It's
You're
a
the
classic
soccer player.
Spain-Argentina final we're seeing right now. Absolutely. And the bishop takes this pawn, and now black is up a full pawn in this position. Even though Engine says it's much more than a pawn up, black is completely crushing.
I mean, the bishop on d4 is super strong. He can advance his c pawn to solidify that bishop in the center of the board. I think that's a move we're definitely going to see soon. Then the rooks come in. Just rook a b8, very simple, very annoying threat, attacking this b pawn that's on an open file. And look at white's play on the king side. No open files. Nothing
I thought white
at
had
all.
a small tactic. Knight takes pawn on g6, pawn takes knight, and then queen c4 check, winning back that piece sacrifice.
Yeah, it's a good point. Maybe knight takes g6. Maybe black had some response there.
Exactly.
But
Rook to a5, just ignoring that sacrifice, and it was completely winning with that double attack.
yeah. Wow. Rook a5 is a nice move.
Yeah, rook a5 is a great idea right now in this position. Speaking of which, the rook, once on a5, can do what we call a rook lift and can perform an attacking motion on the king with a pin threat on the queen and king.
That's so weird. Rook a5 would be such a crazy find. I'm expecting a rook to b8 here, maybe pawn to c5, just like secure the bishop.
Rook f to b8,
rook
there you
f
go.
b8, exactly.
But he's keeping his rook on a8, so
Right.
maybe he has some ideas of rook a5.
Yeah, because now, Arvin showed the triple stack in the last game, so now that might be on his mind. Grishik maybe wants to give Arvin a little taste of his medicine. Rook a5,
Rook a5, rook b5.
And then how do you defend b2? Very, very difficult. Knight will have to drop back. Then the c pawn starts running up the board. Hit rook to d1, c5. There we go.
There.
Cementing the bishop.
The bishop is immortal on d4. Ooh, the knight jumps to d5, centralizing and attacking this queen.
Attacking the queen.
Do not play queen c6, please.
Yeah. Queen c6 would lose our lunch. There it is. Queen b7.
Attacking this knight. Where is this knight going to move? A knight can be centralized, can be strong, but if it's not solidified in its square, it can be flimsy and thus has to move very fast.
And keep in mind, black only needs a draw in this position. He's completely winning on the board.
Let's talk about that. Grishuk is a massive favorite to win this match.
Right now, it's basically been all Grishuk in this game. Queen t7. He could have taken the knight, but he doesn't want to. His bishop is just such a strong piece. And look at this queen, maybe sliding over to f6.
Oh, he takes a second pawn. Yum, yum, yum.
Yummy, yummy. Yeah, lunchtime coming up soon. He's okay. Now he's 2 pawns up. Now he's 2 pawns up. But you know what, Zach? He still has to win the game, right? He can't just keep playing and keep, because Arvin's going to speed it up, and we saw what happened in the last game, right? You don't want to get into a time scramble with Arvin.
That's a fantastic point. Grishuk has incentive to wrap this up right now. Close the game out before time tells the tale of last game.
Rook b3, love this move, bringing the rook down to that outposted b3 square where it's defended by the pawn. Now he allows the second rook to join on the b file. But I actually really like how Arvin has defended this. He got his knight to c4, which is basically the best square for the knight in this position. It's untouchable. None of the black pieces can challenge the knight. He's defending his main weakness on b2. And Engine says black is completely winning, but it's really not that straightforward to break through.
And we're not seeing it either in his body language that he's very angry at himself or he has emotion. No, he's completely locked in despite basically virtually getting crushed in this position.
Yeah, although as you said that, I just noticed he's like a bit of a head shake, a bit of a sigh. Yeah. And look, Arvin now down almost 50 seconds on the clock. He's not happy with the position at all. But still, Grishik is going to have to show some absolute focus here to
how about that bishop
out.
on d4? So strong, pinpointing on that b2 pawn, putting some eternal pressure on the white position, and just can't be told what to do.
Now, what would be interesting? I don't think this is going to happen because I think as chess players, they want to win on the board. But if Grishik just puts his queen on f6, just goes king g7, king g8, king g7. I mean, white can't move. White has no play.
I love the utopia you're drawing up. Why don't we just put all our pieces on the perfect squares? Because black has that time in this position to do so.
Yes, and the draw odds. He doesn't have to win the game. He just needs to not lose. But whenever you play not to lose, that's generally a bad strategy. You know,
If this was a must-win for Grishuk, maybe that would have been more in his interest.
Yeah. So Queen F6. Okay, there. Black's pieces are perfectly placed. Everything is hitting B2. Now maybe he starts to run the H pawn a little bit, start to play on the king side. It's really up to White to show, like, how is he going to do anything here? Arvin's the one that has to win the game.
Black is up 2 pawns, but other than that, there is no clear striking win here. Which, oh, maybe there is now.
There's G4. Okay, there's Arvin lashing out. He realized, like, he just can't sit back and wait. He's the one that's going to flag. But objectively, any drama like this is always good for Black. He can take this pawn. He can push past with F4. He can do a lot of things. You know, he can take on
also
B2.
Trade everything on B2 and just have a winning endgame.
He can take on B2 and win White's queen. And there he goes. Actually, this is very practical from Grishuk.
Very, very nice play.
As the queens come off, Black can just give a perpetual with the queen. Right?
Oh,
Queen
wow.
is going to have so many
Secure
checks.
the victory easily.
No, I think it's actually it's
just game
totally
over.
over.
It's just game over.
I mean, just from a match point of view. I mean, he's winning completely on the board, but just from a match point of view, this is almost resignable for White.
And there you go, queen against 2 rooks, but
And how
Grishuk has a massive 4
up.
pawns.
I mean, basically short of a mouse slip, like we saw in the first game. There's no way for Black to lose this. It truly, I mean, you can't even set up a mate against the king. The king
And Grishuk is doing well on the clock too. It is completely
He's up on the clock,
overlooking.
and yeah, I think he's just going to offer a repetition here because
he can.
because he can. I mean, there's nothing he needs from this position. He doesn't have to win. He can just keep giving checks, and
there we go.
that's it. Oh, he won by checkmate.
He won by wow.
He won by mates, and that's
we got a queen mouse slip. We got a checkmate, and we got a dirty flag.
Oh my God!
What a match!
Look at that set, Grishuk.
Grishuk
coming
making it
back.
to the winners bracket. Congratulations!
We see the
Arvin
handshake
will go
there.
to the lower bracket.
Grishuk advances. Arvin, he's not out yet. He will have another chance in the lower bracket, but if he doesn't win his next match, it is all over for him
Exactly.
at the EWC. Wow, what a match, Zach. What a match. I mean, your thoughts overall?
Oh my God. I am so excited about what just went on here. We are back in the studio, and let me tell you, that match had everything to offer.
Shaking.
I'm
Anna,
seeing you shake.
what were your thoughts on this match?
It has been an absolute roller coaster. I was sitting in the audience watching it live in action, and the fact that we had everything from Mousley blundering a queen, then Grishuk moves away from checkmate, losing on time, tiebreaker is an Armageddon where Grishuk only needs a draw, and yet he's winning and wins with checkmate on the board. It literally could not be a better start for the Esports World Cup main chess event, and oh boy, I cannot wait to hear from our winner of this really important match, Alexander Grishuk. We'll be soon heading over to the stage to talk to the 3-time World Blitz champion, because I would love to hear how he's feeling right now, and is he shaking too, because the heart rates were high.
Yeah, I mean, incredible mental fortitude from Grishuk. We were both thinking the psychological advantage with Arvin going into the Armageddon, given that he won the second game. But Grishuk, I mean, he played one of the best games in the match, actually, in the Armageddon. I mean, he won on the board. He won with checkmate. He didn't have to. He just needed the draw, but he played a beautiful game and just showed his class. He showed that mental resilience that chess players are known for.
Absolute class from Grishuk. I think he played so well, showing resistance in that second game, being so consistent and solid in that first game, and then just absolutely laying brick in that third game. Such class all around from him. Super deserved to go into that winner's bracket. And now he has a little bit of a smoother ride, whereas Arvin, for the next 3 matches, will be facing elimination in each of his matches.
Yeah, basically that's it. He can't lose another match or he's out. I mean, credit to Arvin, though. He lost that first game with one of the worst mouse slips I've ever seen, personally.
In your life.
In such a big stage. Yeah, I mean, mouse slipping you can mouse slip a pawn. You know, you could lose the right to castle because you moved your king 1 square instead of castling, but losing your queen on such a stage, comes back, wins a very nice second game. It was a dirty flag, but he was winning on the board. You know, he's playing very well. He had to play to put pressure on the clock, right, for Grishuk to finally lose. But yeah, he just didn't have enough for the Armageddon. Wasn't able to get that pressure that he was looking for.
That was such a big mistake. We thought the transmission had an error. We couldn't believe it. We didn't know what to say.
Yeah.
It was absolutely crazy, and also the fact that Aravind had to come back from that incredibly painful mouse slip. I think you both saw on him that he spent the first few minutes of the second game just trying to shake it off.
Right.
But how do you shake it off when the next game begins immediately and you're already in the second game, but you somehow just need to pretend it didn't happen? Really difficult, but he did it. He did it. He won on demand, and this tiebreaker in Armageddon, honestly, it could have gone either way. But I agree with both of you that Grishuk showed his class, and now in the upper bracket, he will have 2 chances, while for Aravind in the lower bracket, no second chance. We are going to the stage, heading over to Jan to talk to the winner of this match, Alexander Grishuk.
We're here with the winner, Alexander Grishuk. Alexander, congratulations. So much drama in one match. Talk us through it.
Okay, first of all, I'm very happy to see you here, Jan.
Likewise.
I didn't know you were into esports. I thought you were more into other sports like beer pong or litter ball. I thought.
Whatever pays the bills. You're still playing as an old guy. I have to do other stuff.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
so yeah, very happy to hear you. Yeah, and the match was tense. First game was heading towards the draw, but then some unbelievable mouse slip happened by him. I don't even understand the mechanism because Queen C8 makes no sense after any of my moves. I just don't understand how it happened, but just recently, actually in Title Tuesday against him, I made also very stupid mouse slip and immediately resigned. So okay, everything can happen. And then second game, yeah, I played very poorly, but at the end, of course, any person with decent mouse skills would make perpetual like 5 times, like any player like Bortnik, Nihal Sarin, Andrew Tang. But yeah, I didn't manage to. But then Armageddon, I think, went very smoothly. I immediately got amazing position. He catched me on time. I had attack, everything. My king was safe. I mean, he had no counterplay, so it went extremely smooth.
How do you feel about the time control? Is 10 minutes? It's fast enough for you? Too fast? How do you feel about it?
Yeah, it's actually great time control. I mean, if I would be slightly better with mouse skills, then it would be just perfect.
You're facing Artemiev next game. Any thoughts on your next opponent?
I think they just started playing with Parham Maksudlu, so...
No, he won. He won.
Ah, he won, okay. Okay, so we played already in last chance qualifier. I lost in Armageddon, but the match was, I think, very tense and completely equal. So, okay, I'm looking forward. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Alexander. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, Jan, and congratulations to Alexander Grishuk for making it through to the upper bracket. He will be facing Vladislav Artemiev, and as he said, they already met actually just a few days ago here in Paris at the last chance qualifier. That match didn't go in Grishuk's way. He lost in the Armageddon, but maybe this is his chance for a revenge. And oh boy, those mouse skills. He's saying he's the one with the worst mouse skills, but he did not blunder his queen. Costa, your thoughts on the mouse skills?
No, I gotta say, I love Grishuk's objectivity there. I feel like he called the match perfectly. You know, first game, inexplicable mouse slip, right? Second game, doesn't play that well. Had he had better mouse skills, he would have converted and clinched it in game 2. And then Armageddon did go very, very smoothly for Grishuk. So I think he just had like a perfect sense of the match. To me, he's looking like in great shape. And yeah, it'll be a very exciting match with him and Artemiev coming up. These guys have played many times before.
An experienced player, the most experienced player in this field, will make it to the winner's bracket. I am so excited to see how he will do in that journey, and hopefully he makes it to the play-ins tomorrow, the playoffs.
Exactly, and as for Aravind, he will get a second chance in the lower bracket, but once you are in the lower bracket, it's a double elimination format, so he will have no further chances. If you lose in the lower bracket, you are out of the tournament. Tough one.
Yeah, and looks like it's going to be time for a break. And after this, we will be back with our next match between Laquang Liem and Alexander Bortnik. See you guys soon.
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
I just found out a browser game from 2004 is still running in 2026. It's called Torn. Just a city, your character, and 20 plus years of players. Factions, wars, markets. I started with a tiny crime and got hooked. It's slow, steady, and weirdly relaxing. Try it.
Know what I mean? You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion. We book Esports World Cup up.
World Cup, we have just witnessed a thriller in our match one where Alexander Grishuk prevailed in an Armageddon tiebreaker. And now we are on to the second match already. But before we introduce you, our players, let me introduce you our new analyst in the studio, Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson.
Thank you so much. I'm thrilled. What a match you guys had already. I'm not sure this one can be topped, frankly.
Hopefully it can top it, but you've done a brilliant job with the interview, and I'm glad that Grishuk was surprised to see you.
I'm always happy to see Alexander. To me, he's one of the most entertaining chess players. Like, he has this very dry sense of humor, so thrilled that he's still going strong in the tournament. But what do we have next?
What we have next is another top clash. These two gentlemen actually first tried to qualify from DreamHack Atlanta. Lei Kwanglia managed to make it through the event in Atlanta. He's representing Team Flash. While for Alexander Bortnik, he had to grab one of the final qualification spots here in Paris at the last chance qualifier. How do we see the chances of these two players? I'm gonna throw it to you, Zach, first, especially about this format, the esports format, the 10-minute time control. How do you see them fare against each other?
Both of these players are super strong online players, additional to their prowess over the board. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup. I would put my edge on Bortnik, who is an absolute beast at bullet and blitz. He's a blitz specialist, and I have him as my pick. How about you, Jan?
I have to disagree with you, Zach. My money is on Lei Kwang Lim, former Blitz World Champion. The reason why, Bortnik, he has a very particular set of skills. He plays these openings, which are a little shady, but pose great practical problems in Bullet and Blitz. But you give a guy like Lei Kwang Lim, who's a very classical chess player, a day or two to prepare for such an opponent, and I don't know how Bortnik can survive with his openings. I'm very curious what he's going to choose, but my money is on Lim.
It might come down all the way down to those time skills when they get down to 3 minutes, when they get down to under a minute.
I think that it really will be down the wire in those final minutes, as you both described. I also think that in terms of experience, Lei Kwang Liam here, World Blitz champion from back in the day in 2013. So he has been really good at speeches for a long time, but in terms of the esports format, Bortnik is a specialist. I think the same as you, that the opening repertoire will be a question. I love to see, by the way, that Lei Kwang Liam here representing Team Flash known for mobile esports especially, and now they have the #1 player from Vietnam, Asian board game here at the esports. They are known for their mobile esports competitions, and now they are also competing at chess. Like, how big of a deal is that, you think, Jan, for Team Flash?
I have no idea, frankly, but it seems like a very natural fit to have the best Vietnamese chess player and a guy who's been in the world top for a solid 20 years. He's 35 now, but I remember him when he was 15. He was already a strong grandmaster. He recently, I think, stopped working at this Webster University because he had a full-time job additionally to being a world-class chess player. Now he has some time on his hands. Like, I'm all sold, but Bortnik, of course, is not a slouch at these fast time controls. One of the best one-minute players in the world. It's going to be a very exciting matchup.
Going to be really exciting, and great point that you mentioned about the universities, because both of them had gone down that path where they got scholarships in the United States, studied there, and also improved their chess. Zach, when you think of these two players and they are about to start, we are seeing these images. The keys are in front of them, and those keys will get crushed if a player is eliminated. This match is not yet for elimination, but it does matter who is going to the upper bracket and who will be in the lower bracket. So the stakes are really high in terms of the bracket. What do you think of what you see right now on the players' faces, these final moments before game one, and their confidence, how they feel, their nerves? What can you tell us about their body language?
Zach, you're a body language doctor. You take this one.
Bortnik looks confident, dialed in. He's kind of seeing out the playing hall, seeing out the board. Liam taking a little bit of water, settling in. I think this will be a very interesting matchup.
Liam always calm, but Bortnik looks like he's right home now. I heard he was singing during the qualifier, like jumping around. This feels like his stage.
Tell us a bit about that.
Hopefully there will be more karaoke and some dancing along. I think he, look at that Bortnik. On the right side, ladies and gentlemen, Alexander Bortnik, one of the speed chess specialists of the field. He's got a banger playlist and he's ready for banger moves both on and off the board. I am so curious about the opening repertoire, and I'm so curious about what songs he has on that playlist.
And we have kicked off.
Is that what you do? I thought you're supposed to put pawns in the center. What's he doing there?
He's putting his knight out. The pony is coming to the center of the board. And
what do you call this opening? Is this the English?
Yeah, this is some double fianchetto system by the black pieces.
What's a fianchetto?
Fianchetto, that's when you develop your bishop to between that little pawn structure, and that bishop can eye the entire diagonal. Very, very interesting here.
So black put both his bishops there, but one is blocked out by the white pawns. No, it doesn't have a very clear line of sight. This looks nice for white, occupying the center, and it fits my narrative so far that Lei Kwang will win the opening stage. Then again, we're just starting, and Bortnik has a lot of experience in all his slightly shady sidelines.
We have this low space kind of passive setup by the black pieces, just giving the center and the space to the white pieces, but then attacking it with a move like pawn to e6.
Ah, so it's sort of a slow roll.
Slow roll.
On to a5, grabbing space on that side of the board, stopping white from expanded. Some subtleties here, some small pawn moves, just trying to slightly improve the positions. Typically you want to get the bishop out, then put the other rook to the middle, and black has to figure out, because long term, space does matter in chess, how to neutralize white's space advantage with these pawns.
Absolutely. White is going to use that space to develop his pieces in the best possible squares and bring his pieces to the center, and black is just going to have to find some counterplay and really dial in on some nice squares to pick.
Yeah, you can see the subtleties there. The bishop comes out. That's why he made that little move with the pawn, so the knight can't jump and harass that bishop now. And the engine bar is saying what you would expect. White is a little better, but nothing too dramatic has happened yet.
This is the type of position that a small mishap can change the evaluation's favor and equalize the position. We have a trade of pawns there in the center, and now the knight swoops in, and black looking to have some pressure, but the engine disagrees.
Typically, that's good strategy because black has less space, so he's trying to get rid of pieces because you don't have space for all your pieces behind your formation. But apparently, there was something wrong. However, after takes, now I think the knight can recapture, and I don't see too big a problem. You still pick white because of the space advantage, but it's a good idea. If you're cramped, then you get rid of some pieces.
I like the activity of these black pieces, that long diagonal bishop from that g7 square, and this knight that's newly centralized on e4, and that rook that's developed. I love the black pieces and their activity.
You're easily excited, Zach. There's nothing happening. Look at that stupid bishop on the other side. We can neutralize the one active bishop at any moment by putting our own bishop.
You have a point on that bishop. I'll give you that.
What's on the clock? Both sides playing quickly. Bortnik a little slower, but he can probably afford to be a little slower because he's so good at 1 minute chess.
He's really so fast and such a major favorite when this time gets down to under 2 minutes. So I don't think he's really fazed by this time difference at this stage of the game.
I've played this guy many times in Blitz. Normally, the story goes, I get a good position because his openings are quote-unquote shady. Then it becomes more unclear. Then I either lose on time or he spots some nice tactics. So he's very, very dangerous.
He's a very resourceful player. He'll find any sort of way to get back into the game. You cannot blink an eye on Bortnik.
Brother, also a top-class online player.
Absolutely,
That's
Mikola.
rare in chess, isn't it? Like a pair of brothers being good at chess, both of them.
There aren't many in the chess world. These tandems of siblings that are good. Of course, there's Pragnananda and Vaishali, but it's quite a rare feat.
The fun for race. Two
and the
Grandmaster brothers. The Svanes, I forgot about those guys. There are a few.
Aren't you captaining their team later?
Moving on. Pawn to a4, expanding on the queen side for Bortnik, but his position still suffers from that slightly passive bishop there, which is blocked in by the white pawns. And white can slowly chip away. Maybe you could push your own pawn on the queen side, try to grab some more space there. He's controlling the squares in the center now. As usual, I like what Le Quang Lim is doing. No nonsense, controlling the game.
Absolutely. Usually this pawn thrust on the flank, a5, a4, is very typical with a knight on c5 to prevent the kicking of that knight there. But the engine showed mistake there because of this powerful b4 idea for white.
Yeah, and it doesn't run away. White can always push the pawn, then make black take en passant. I saw you already covered en passant.
We did.
In passing. And white can then slowly try to expand. So it's more of a strategic game. White had to control the black activity, but long term, he should be in the driver's seat.
So king to h2, why would I move my king in the middle of a chess game? Can you explain that for us?
It's one of these moves Garry Kasparov, former world champion, was very famous for. Even during the most vicious of attacks, he would always make a quiet move with the king. So once the position opens up, there would be no counterplay and no shocks, so you can focus on your activity. Here, for example, the king steps to the side. He's hiding behind these two pawns. Well, if it had stayed where it is, it's reasonably safe. But if you imagine white pushing his pawns on the king side, all of a sudden, there are some tricks, like the pawn goes to f4, the rook can take the bishop, and the king might feel uncomfortable on that diagonal. So it's just saying, you know what? Before we do anything dramatic, I will go for all the micro improvements. And
so it's a long-term play, looking to put the king in a safe house, and then he can make some more risky decisions later on in the game while his king is kept safe.
Not even risky. I don't think Lim is much of a gambler. I think he's just playing a very systematic game. He knew Bortnik was slightly vulnerable in the opening. He decided, let's not go too crazy, just grab a little space and then slowly improve. You can see on the clock, he knows what he's doing. He has 8 minutes. Bortnik down to 5, looking for a plan. He's moving his hand saying, there is no plan, what can I do?
It seems that black is low on plans in this position, whereas I'm gonna pitch this one to you. How about this pawn f4 to f5? What do you think about that?
Hate it.
You
weakening
hate it.
Too many squares, weakening the dark squares. So long term, of course, you want to push these pawns, f4, maybe h4. But you have to be very careful not to overextend, because this is what Bortnik does. He sits there, and then once you weaken yourself, all of a sudden, he strikes back.
Sitting there all patient, avoiding all preparation, going queen to d7, coordinating the rooks like a sleeping giant. And here we go,
Comes the
h4.
H-pawn. Harry making an appearance, hinting at moving one square further, chipping away a little at the black's king position, also preparing to move the bishop to the right, hitting the queen.
Oh, so he's making a square for his bishop there.
Small improvements.
Saying to the black pieces, hey, you have not a lot of squares there for your queen. I'm going to chip at that with bishop h3 potentially.
Rook moves, preparing to bring that rook that's chilling in the corner into the game, at least very logical. And let's see where Lim decides to play. He could hit the queen, which looks very normal now with his bishop, or he could still decide to push his pawns on the other side of the board. Can't do everything.
It seems like white is for choice in this position. They have a lot of time on their clock and a lot of time in the position as well to just manufacture any type of play. So it will be interesting to see what decision Laquan Liem chooses here. We saw this like in one of the previous games. At a certain point in the middle game, when it's time to establish some plans, the players like to take a little bit more time on their clock.
Yeah, and he has some time. But this is tricky, because he's better and he can choose on which side to play, but you can't do both. So it's like very complicated in a better position to figure out where you want to play, and there he comes.
Striking that knight there, giving the possibility for en passant the special, the newest rule in chess 400 years ago. It was inaugurated, and here we go. We have a trade of pawns.
Who came up with this en passant? Why? It doesn't make sense.
En passant is a rule that was invented in the 1600s, a little bit after the rule of castling. And I don't know by who it was invented. That's a very good question, but it's
probably some French guy.
It's to punish this very nice, you know, two-square pawn move that you can do from the onset of any pawn move. If the other side has their pawn higher up the board, they can prevent this.
I think the rationale is there has to be contact battle between the pawns. You can't just move 2 squares ahead and avoid confrontation with a rival pawn. But it's a bit confusing. Anyway, here we go.
We have a strong move on the board.
Queen is under attack. Bishop to h3. But that is reasonably easy to spot at this level. The problem for Bortnik is he doesn't have great options. He can step back with the queen, but that's very passive. Or he can move the f-pawn to block it, but that weakens his position further because, as we all know, never touch the f-pawn. He has to stay there to cover your
the f-pawn, and now what does that say about this e6 square on the board that is quite weakened by that f-pawn move?
There are weaknesses. I'm not sure if white had something more radical after that pawn move. I would have thought about sacrificing the knight. I think Lim is also very much into, let's not have complications. We all know Bortnik's strength. He's trying to, you know, keep it calm and collected.
Lim could have a potential knight sacrifice in that position, rendering a knight for 3 pawns and a massive attack on the king. It would have been very interesting to see. But now this knight's attacked. Very interesting question asked, and now
jumps to the center, logical, but now the square you were envisioning has been softened up a little bit.
Yes, we have this knight on this e6 square for the white pieces.
What is this?
Bishop c3.
Double attack. It's attacking the rook, because the bishop is only worth 3 pawns, roughly, and the rook is 5, so it's attacking the rook and the pawn. Question is, how does Lim react? There are some complicated ways. He could try to give that rook by, I don't know, attacking the knight with his pawn. Because if you just move the rook away, then maybe black is back in the game after taking that pawn, no?
Yeah, it looks like some practical way that Bortnik is now in the game. It seems like white pieces are still advantageous, but on the board, we're seeing pawn up for black.
Yeah, you still take white because the black king is so shaky. On this long diagonal, these long, empty, dark squares across the board, white can try to put his bishop in the corner, then put the queen next to it maybe, and give checkmate by invading on that long diagonal.
Yeah, it seems like Bortnik is paying for that pawn by giving back some dark squares. And now we have a sacrifice on e6. Yeah. Bortnik had enough of that dangerous knight on e6.
Too strong a horsey. And if we count, it's not too bad for black, because black picked up 2 pawns and a knight against a rook. So by my math, knight is 3, pawns are 1, still equal.
And let's talk about that bishop that you've been harassing since the beginning of the game. Oh, bishop
to
back.
the corner, trying to set up that battery, as we call it. Computer doesn't like it. Not into batteries.
Yeah, and this queen b2 threat is not really a threat because the bishop can slide in and just completely stop that attack.
Alexander Bortnik thinking. Do you know his online name on chess.com is also Alexander Bortnik?
Alexander_Bortnik, absolutely.
You think he got bored picking a nick?
Picking a nick?
Bortnik. Moving on. Bishop to the corner. You can't do the queen b2 move I was hoping for because the black bishop blocks the attack. So how does Lim break through here?
I think it has to be said that Bortnik is near equalized in this position from basically suffering for the whole first half of the game. He's almost fully recovered being from the depths of this game, and
also much more imbalanced because I thought Lim had the advantage in quote-unquote classical play, but once it gets messy, this is more Bortnik territory.
This is what Bortnik hoped to get from the onset, and finally he has it. Active pieces on the board, compensation for the piece he took and sacrificed.
How do you call it when one side has a rook and the other side has like a knight or a bishop?
That's called being up the exchange.
Such a weird term, no? Why would it be being up the exchange? Makes zero sense.
I'm classically trained in French, actually, in my chess terms. And so I had to learn the exchange and then memorize it because it was such a weird term.
What is it in French?
I forget. It's been so long.
Old
I've been writing
training. What is this move? Pawn forward? I don't like this move at all.
Why not? Tell us.
Blocking that square, which the black pieces could have used for all kinds of things. And now pawn to, what's the square called? F3? The knight is to drop back? I doesn't do it.
The knight was trapped, had to drop back.
And then we take and we put the queen and we're winning. I missed it.
There was a direct win missed.
We're so smart. He put the rook, once again, sticking to systematic stuff. He wants to put the rook on that file where all the other rooks are already and then advances pawn to challenge that knight, which also looks very, very good, actually.
Exactly. So true to his style, playing systematically, whereas Bortnik is playing wild pawn march in front of his king, attacking this pawn structure and this white king.
Can we finally do my battery? Yeah, there comes the battery. The queen steps on that diagonal and it wants to give a check in the other corner of the board, dragging that white king out, that black king out.
Let me say, your foreshadowing is on point. You called this exact thing happening at least 10 moves ago. And now we have pawn takes pawn, letting in this queen infiltrate the black position.
Can take a pawn with check, then another pawn, and it looks like black's position crumbles. No, you take that pawn, then that f5 pawn, and all
that
of a sudden
f5
everything
pawn falls.
is loose.
Yes. And all the remaining white pieces will be putting tons of pressure on this desperate king side.
Black doesn't have enough. He has one check, like taking this. He doesn't do it. What's this? This is too subtle.
Mr. Lim,
take the pawns. Leave the cannoli.
And now it's black's turn to potentially strike. He takes this pawn with check.
It's good. But now we have a rook check. Like the pawn takes back, then the rook gives a check. But that's it. Yeah, the king just sidesteps and white is still crushing.
I think the white pieces did not want this king to recover. Rook takes?
This is too complicated for me. Knight takes, then what do we do? Has he seen some trick?
Oh, he wants to take
the pawn.
Oh, we're going to see some...
I don't get it. Show us, Mr. Lim.
What? He's taking an objectively or practically a tougher route to get to that victory.
He might still be winning, but I don't understand any of these moves. First,
might I say, we are both confused here in the studio.
To the side, and then he gives the rook for the knight when all he had to do was take with the pawn, leave the rook attacking.
Take with the pawn, leave the rook attacking that pawn, and easy pressure. The black king is surrounded and must.
Maybe he thought he was winning on the spot, but I don't see how. Now he takes the pawn, the black king has to drop back. E8, the rook takes, queen takes.
This is a very complicated position.
No direct win, is there?
Bortnik down to 45 seconds to Liam's 2 minutes. So Liam does have some time to think here. Takes his
Has
bishop.
he calculated this all the way? Knight back and now bishop c6 check. Is there some checkmate we don't see? I don't see it.
There's no checkmate.
Oh, he's made this a mess.
He has.
Don't make a mess
Oh,
against
now
Bortnik.
it's equal. And Bortnik has that long-term advantage of material on the board with 2 pawns up.
He doesn't have time, though.
We have a blunder on the board.
Oh, and he's reacting
White has a direct win.
immediately.
White has a direct
Checks.
win.
Queen g8.
Queen e6.
Then the king can't go to the side because there's a checkmate. And the queen has to step in the way. Queen e6. Queen has to step in the way again.
So queen must step
Queen
in the way.
gets another
If
check.
the king moves, it's checkmate in 1. The queen steps
He's
away,
seen it.
check.
Queen
Queen
c8
defends.
check. Queen takes f5 and everything drops.
Oh, it's equal. Another blunder.
Oh, we missed
It's
queen
equal.
g5 check. Does Bortnik have time?
And now we have a completely equal endgame, but black pieces have pawn up.
He has 21 seconds. Let's see those mouse skills. One of the best 1-minute players in the world.
Bortnik has
Can he
his
live up
back
to it?
against the wall here, trying to defend this time. Desperation. He has 19 seconds on the clock.
Look how he's waking up once he can switch to bullet mode. Not thinking at all. All the moves are coming instantly.
The monster is awake in Bortnik. Pre-moves galore. Hasn't given not 3 seconds on his clock since the last 5 moves.
Gotta checkmate him earlier. You can't rely on winning on time against this guy.
But might I say, Liam has a full minute on the clock.
Doesn't matter. He can queen these pawns with 14 seconds.
Bortnik has that advantage on that board. And Liam, although he has more time on the clock, must defend this really eerie position. Uncomfortable to
back out now,
defend.
bring the king back, but he's trying to avoid draws. He doesn't want to give one of his bishops for the knight. He needs to keep some material on the board. He's
Liam
taking
having to
risks.
defend this is really difficult, though. The knight swoops in, attacks the bishop, forces the bishop away.
Also, look at
Only
the
one
clock,
move
he's catching up.
equalizes.
And he's not as quick as Bortnik. So 29 seconds versus 8. See c2. The tricks keep coming. If you take, then there's a knight fork.
Jumpy, jumpy. And
And he's trying to make sure that white is
6.7
left
seconds.
with no material.
Liam is catching up on the clock, though. 19 seconds left for the black pieces.
What
and now
are
it's
the
a
rules?
total draw.
If black loses on time now, does he lose or is it a draw?
If black loses on time,
Yeah, if black oversteps the time limit, what's the result? Because white only has a bishop.
oh, I see. It's a draw.
Technically,
It's a draw.
you can still construct a checkmate.
No, it's a draw, objectively, I think.
Big pre-move party here.
So they're pre-moving, no pawn moves, and it's a
And
draw by
draw.
insufficient material. Wow.
Because black ran out of time, but white does not have mating material.
Absolutely crazy. What a crazy game. We had Laquam Liam winning for that whole first third of that game, and then suddenly black had some activity. He
And
let him
very
back into the
nicely
game.
showed the style of the players. Laquan getting a good position, building it up slowly. But then, once there was like a mess, he lost control a little bit. Bortnik immediately pounced and then made like 800 moves with 12 seconds.
Insanity. The number of moves he made. 114 move game. He made, what, a quarter of those moves with less than 20 seconds on the clock? Absolutely crazy.
It's too much drama for me, Zach. I need a break.
You're going to have to take a nap after this meeting.
I need a nap.
This is absolutely thrilling. I would have never guessed draw as a result from this game. For the most part of it, it was anything but a draw. But there you have it, insufficient material, and there you go.
Tough spot for Le Quang Lin, because he had the white pieces, which in chess is like a serve, and he got his serve in but didn't convert, and now
And now
with
we
the
have
black
game 2
pieces,
underway.
his advantages, like his preparation, his opening savvy, his class, are a bit nullified, and we'll see if Bortnik can, just get a game where he can use his speed and his tactical prowess.
Bortnik with the white pieces, although Liam plays the delayed Steinitz variation of the Ruy Lopez, known as a little bit more of an aggressive opening against Ruy Lopez.
What's it called?
The deferred Steinitz.
Deferred Steinitz. So you
Yes.
deferred to Steinitz, the first world champion, by playing this?
Steinitz was our first world chess champion.
I'm aware. I was around
And so
1886.
he invented a lot of these openings. A lot of openings are named after him, and this is one of them in the Ruy Lopez, which is one of the oldest openings in the entire game of chess.
So many terms in chess. Rui
I
Lopez, deferred, Steinitz, Norwegian variation. Like, who comes up with this stuff?
Yes, who invented this? A Norwegian person or Norwegian players played this?
I think they all got together and then
They had a group,
decided,
they
let's put
consulted.
the knight on the rim, see what happens. Magnus told them it's a bad idea, but they didn't listen, so it's still
didn't
Norwegian
listen.
variation.
And then he was thrown out of the committee, and then complications happened.
Long story. We should mention that Lee Kwang Lim is playing with the black pieces, because here on our screen it looks like he would have the white pieces, but he's actually black. So let's shuffle them around if we get the chance. Bortnik with the white pieces, and Lee Kwang Lim, there we go, with the black pieces.
So what is the idea of this, of putting this knight on the flank part of the board? Knight.
Generally, bishops are a little better than knights in chess. It can depend on the situation, but as a rule of thumb, I don't know how you count, but maybe bishop is 3.25 pawns, the knight is only 3. So exchanging a knight for the bishop is a good deal. And black goes out of his way here by moving the knight twice into the rim, trying to eliminate that bishop, which is slightly offbeat strategy, because you give up the center. But the strategic point is sound. You want to capture a bishop for the knight, because bishops are better than knights.
And how does black pay by bringing his knight, moving it twice, and putting it on the rim?
Pace in, we call it tempi. Like, you don't have time to develop your pieces. Look at these guys. They are still standing there. The king is nowhere closer to castling, while black moved his pawns on the side and the knight to the rim. So it's a don't try this at home situation, because normally very bad strategy to move pawns on the side and the knight twice.
And we see here on the board, white has 4 pieces developed to black's only 2, and the entire black king side is not developed.
Nah, they're sleeping. You often see this in beginners games, because you get so excited about the action developing on one side of the board, you forget to bring everybody in. But in Grandmaster games, and once again, here's his point, but this is a rare sight. Bishop attacks the queen, nice move, trying to either win another tempo or to provoke that f-pawn to move, which, as we've debated earlier, is typically not what you want, because the f-pawn should stay there. Try to help the king. But I'm very surprised by this from Lim, because he's such a classical, well-educated, well-prepared player. He's doing these crazy experiments after the first game was a draw.
I was just going to ask you if you were surprised, and I just got my answer. That's amazing. Yeah, it's a very surprising choice by him. He's playing something, what would you say, dubious?
I mean, it's more of a surprise weapon. I've seen him play this before, but typically, without getting too much into the weeds, he plays the Berlin defense, like the most solid opening known to man. But here, maybe he feels like, I should have won that last game. Let's push my chances in the next one. And might have overreached a little bit, because now the knight has to go to a strange square.
And let's talk about styles. I feel like this type of position really plays in the hand of Bortnik, who activates his pieces, brings his pieces out. Now he can jump with his knight in the center to d5 and create some threats. And suddenly you give your opponent what they want out of the opening. That can mean trouble.
I don't like giving people what they want. Let's do a little blindfold chess. We could jump with our knight into the center of the board. Are you with me?
Yes, I'm with you.
And
I'm
let's
following.
A move, pawn to c5, attacking that queen in the center.
Yes.
Now,
oh, it's
there
happening.
we go.
It's
the
happening.
knight is there. So let's say the queen gets attacked by the black pawn. The queen goes to the f6 square. That'd be cute. Probably bad, but if it gets captured, then the knight takes and it's checkmate.
Checkmate by asphyxiation. Beautiful. But that's all fairy tale at this level.
That won't happen. But what did happen is that black is in trouble because he did not develop his king side. He didn't get his king into safety. So this is an unpleasant spot to be in.
And what is the difference, Jan? Because if I'm looking at this position, you know, I see black playing their knight twice, but we're playing our knight twice with the white pieces. What's the difference here in both knights playing twice before developing and castling?
Yeah, that's a fair question. But first of all, white has the bonus that he starts, so typically he can do stuff in the center first. And what white has done is very classical. Like, he put both his knights towards the center, He hasn't castled yet, but he can castle in one move to either side, so he's actually very flexible. While with black, he still doesn't have that bishop out. It's very difficult to castle. Probably castling queenside is more realistic at this point. But then not only does the queen have to get out of the way, but the king will also be a bit unsafe because we moved these pawns already. So I don't like it. I'm not a fan.
The white starts, and white can play in the center first, and white can castle anytime, so it's not really an issue. All of these factors combine for this knight centralizing on d5, putting some pressure via this bishop hitting the knight and queen. What do we call that in chess?
What? The bishop hitting the knight and queen?
Yeah, in this. In this line.
I feel like I'm supposed to know this. Is it a skewer?
Yeah, it's a pin.
Ah, it's a pin. Okay. Note to self.
Note to self for next time.
But seriously, this is a tough spot for Liam. There are no good choices. And
F6.
You see him taking time, making this ugly move.
Wait.
Asking for white to sacrifice is bad too. You often see it when the player takes a lot of time in a position where there's no obvious good moves. Normally you make a bad move because you rule out the quote-unquote normal looking moves because you don't like the position.
And so what's the way to win here? Total blunder on the board.
Not that smart,
white
but let's
has
say
the weight
bishop
to win.
takes. And if pawn takes, knight takes is checkmate.
Game over. The white pieces would win.
Hard
So
to believe
bishop
he
takes
missed
pawn,
that.
pawn takes bishop, and knight takes pawn is checkmate. What if, after you take,
And he's
I
done
take
it.
your bishop on b3? Oh, this happens.
This is what happened, but we just recapture, and then we have to calculate. Because pawn recaptures, then he will take the bishop on f6, and we have to calculate where the win.
Whoa, knight takes instantly.
Knight g5. Isn't this just winning?
Wow, white
Another
has
check
this
with the other knight?
absolute strike, bringing the second knight into the game with knight to g5 check onto the king.
Yeah, the king can't step into, I don't know what you call this double attack by the knight. Is that a fork?
A fork, yes.
A knight fork? So the king has to advance further.
Yes. If the knight goes to g5 with check, king goes to the side, there is a royal fork there. So the king has to move up, and the king will be hunted suddenly.
Yeah, also the knight can jump into that empty square on e6. This looks terrible. And
so check, the king moves up as we predicted.
look at Bortnik. He can't believe his luck, shaking his head.
He's
In excitement.
completely winning in this position, has the chance to eliminate Liam Lee in this very moment.
How could he do this to me and most importantly to Team Flash? I thought he was a favorite in this matchup, but he's taking so many risks. Maybe slightly tilted from that first game where he was winning, but then he complicated his life a little. Having said that,
It is not extremely
over yet.
clear how to win here with white. There is no direct win. Is that clear?
but looks like any move is sort of a slowish win, right? Like knight to e6 strikes me as the most natural move, but also pushing the pawn to f4, threatening f5 check eventually. The king is just so exposed.
Basically, you have to get this black king moving. The more moves you get this king moving, the easier you can put this king in a checkmate position, also known as a mating net.
Learning so much. Typically in chess, yeah, you want to keep your king back and the other pieces should do the attacking, because if you lose the king, you lose the game. So you want your king somewhere tucked away nicely.
And we have this pawn
here
move to
it's the most
h4.
forward piece.
And this pawn supported by this rook on h1. The rook that hasn't moved all game is now supporting a pawn that's going to try to support the white pieces in conducting a checkmating
Threatening
attack.
Another check, dragging the king out further. And Bortnik also has time while he's enjoying... What do you think he's listening to? Is that classical music?
I think he's got some Bach in his ears.
He's having fun, that's for sure. Pawn to h5 is looming. Also, the f pawn could join the party. f4, f5. You don't want your king that far out that early in the game, even if black is technically a piece up for only 2 pawns.
It's just such a
Completely
winning
outweighed.
position. And with such a long-term promise, this king is weak for the rest of the game. The only way out for the black pieces would be reasonably to trade queens, which is very far from the current scope of the position.
I'm just shocked. This is chess. You can't just Leroy Jenkins this with your king and expect everything to go well. And now Liam is sitting there regretting his choices. Goes pawn to h5, trying to block that check. But there's another pawn that could join the action. You go f4, And now the h-pawn has done its job protecting that knight, meaning the other pawn can move to harassing the king. f4, f5, then the knight comes to e6.
No, this is completely over
done.
after f4, f5, smashing that king to the side of the board and threatening all kinds of forks against this king and queen. We might see checkmate on the board.
Doubt that. Normally, at this level, you only allow checkmate if you want to congratulate your opponent on his brilliance, but typically people resign before that. And yeah, pawn to f4 played. There comes the pawn.
What's super surprising about this moment is that both the players' heart rates are stable. They're actually quite low compared to
What's going
previous
on with these guys?
games.
82 and 85?
Yeah.
I'd have a...
They're like walking in the park right now.
It'd be at 140 with the king on g6, but they've seen worse.
Yeah, you would need a hospital bed for me too.
I don't even see a way for black to fight. Like, you have to try to return the piece and free the way for your king, but everything looks so sad. He's going queen c8, saying, if you give that check, I will capture with the knight and then with the queen. But it's such a desperate situation.
It is so hard to defend a completely losing position in chess. That's got to be one of the hardest things in this game.
How do you wrap it up, though? Like, do you give that check?
Well, the computer is suggesting this very, very rare looking move. Knight to e8. So the knight swoops to the back of the rank with a discovered attack on that undefended rook in the back rank.
That's
on h8.
too smart.
Too smart. Very fancy. And you're threatening checkmate as well. So you have to reply with something. It's a very forcing
So the knight
move.
jumps into black's camp, then the queen can capture it, but we take the rook in the corner and the attack keeps looming. We still have our pawn.
With checkmating threats galore.
You know what move I like?
What move do you
I
like, Jan?
Pawn to g4. We already played h4 and f4. Let's put another pawn there.
4 pawns attack.
And it even makes sense, I think, because you're threatening to open the position further with g takes h5. If it gets captured, we can give the check with our h-pawn.
Knight
But
e8 is
he's
played!
done it. Wow.
Oh my goodness! Discovered attack on the rook in the corner, and now white is threatening checkmate in 1.
Bortnik, the founder of the Bortnik Chess School, showing us what he's teaching.
We told you about this style coming into this match, and we are proud to see this delivered from Alexander Bortnik.
Queen takes,
and now is
white
checkmate
wins
looming?
a bit of material, but more importantly, he keeps the king in the center of the board, threatening queen to h7, f5 eventually, g4 is still there. It looks so
With
bad.
h7 check. Oh, pawn to e5 played instantly.
He's cashing in, he's winning the bishop. He's saying, I don't have to checkmate, I can also
Do we
take
have
all your pieces and then
Long
checkmate.
castles check. Long castles check. Insanity on the
Living dream.
board.
This is resignable. The king has to move again. White is winning on all fronts. He's trying to put the knight in
Knight
between.
blocks.
But anything wins. Just
And
rook.
now we bring in the final piece into the game, into the attack. The king is completely naked near the center of the board.
Bortnik knows it is over. He's nodding.
And Liam is not happy with the outcome of this game. This was... Oh, we have checkmate on the board.
There is checkmate on
as
the
I-
board. You were right. He did allow it.
Checkmate,
Congratulations
and Alexander
to-
Bortnik takes the victory, moves on to the winner's bracket. Congratulations to him. He looks super surprised. Look at that.
Yeah, what an characteristic showing by Le Quang Lim, playing so aggressively, such a strange sideline with the black pieces. He's paying the price, but kudos to Bortnik, who punished him flawlessly. And it's easy to yell it's winning, but if you're sitting there, piece down to find all these combinations, knight to e8, very, very impressive.
Absolute show by Alexander Bortnik. Well played. Everything is earned.
Nothing is given.
Nothing's given.
Anna is back. Anna, did you watch that action?
Has been such an incredible battle. I'm still catching my breath because the game ended so quickly. I had to run back to join you guys, but I am here and I'm catching up with what has just happened. When it comes to these two games, Bortnik surviving the first game, coming back from the jaws of death, he was losing in the position, he was losing on the clock. he survived. And then he wins game 2. Zach, your first thoughts on this overall match, and what do you think of Bortnik's chances now?
Bortnik is a survivalist. Do not give him any resource, and he showed that today with this performance. Unbelievable save in that first game. He was virtually worse for 20-25 moves and then recovered, and then it was a crazy drama at the end and a draw by insufficient material. And then the second game, completely different story. We have 114 moves on the first game. On the second game, 20-something moves. What a contrast in game type. You just give Bortnik what he wants, and suddenly it's game over.
Suddenly it's game over. Jan, from the Grandmaster perspective, what do you think was the turning point and why game 2 went so poorly for Lei Kwang Lim?
I'm wondering if Lei Kwang Lim had planned this all along, or if he was a little tilted after not winning that first game from a winning position, because he played a very, very risky opening, like putting that knight on the rim, not developing his pieces. If you give Bortnik so much to play with, he will or can punish you while Lei Kwang Lim can be super solid, play the Berlin defense. He's a great theoretician. And I think he decided, nah, I want to win this now. Let's not go to Armageddon. Let's make it messy. And he paid the price.
He paid the price. He risked perhaps too much. And Bortnik had the banger moves on the board and off the board. He's here with an amazing playlist. We saw the singing. He's checkmating his opponent and singing along. Like, you love to see how much he's enjoying his time here at the Esports World Cup. He wanted it so badly to qualify, and now he's through. He doesn't even know yet, but his opponent is confirmed for the next match, and he's gonna be playing the next match in just a few minutes. So great that he won, because at least he's got that bumper from winning the match.
He has that momentum going for him, and he has the tactics going for him too. Bortnik looks like a clear favorite going up against anyone in this field. He has those mouse skills. He showed us he has those tactics. He can checkmate a king if need be. He is here to stay.
Just for future betting, let's get this on record. Bortnik is a clear favorite against anybody in this field, according to Zach.
In this field today, I said.
Okay, even today. I will,
All right,
I will
let's
book
hear
your
it
action.
from Alexander Bortnik. Kostya is with the winner of this match, and we want to hear more about that banger playlist too.
Thanks, guys. Here with the winner of the first match, Alexander Bortnik. Sasha, your thoughts after this first match?
So, hi everyone. I'm so happy I won a match. The first game was just crazy. I was dead lost, and I see the checkmate he could provide it to me. But hopefully he missed that part. So happy I won second one as well. So let's see how it will go in after.
Yeah, I have to ask you about this first game because it looked like you were dead on the board. You were way down on the clock. But at a certain point, you were in the game again. You got this end game, and then you locked in. You're way down on time, but you almost flagged him at the end. How do you manage to switch so quickly?
So I seen the checkmate and coming, so I was like already give up. But then he took a pawn on a5, and I seen that I could trade the queens. So I thought, oh wait, I'm actually up of pawn, which I missed at all. So maybe I can survive there. I was not thinking about win until I just grabbed the last pawn. Then I recognized that, yeah, maybe I will just try to flag him. But he had just a lot of time, so, but close, let's close.
Yeah, I want to ask you about your ambitions for the event. You got in via the last chance qualifier. Are you happy to be here, or you're looking to win the whole thing?
I'm so happy to be here and already so happy by my result. I qualified, so, you know, I don't have a team, so no pressure, you know, nothing that. I'm just chilling, enjoying the Paris, enjoying this beautiful event, organization, all of that. So just enjoying the event.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's no pressure on you. I believe your next opponent will be Wei Yi, who won his match. Your thoughts on this opponent? Have you played him before?
I played against him in the last chance qualification. I lost in 20 moves, by the way. So we'll see how it will go. And now I hope no more 20 loses than 20 moves, you know. Yeah, that's very strong opponent, top in the world, right? So we'll just try to enjoy and let's see what's going on.
Well, we'll let you rest. Wish you the best of luck, and I'll throw it back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Kostya, and congratulations to Alexander Bortnik, who made it through, and he will be in the upper bracket facing someone he lost to in the last chance qualifier, Wei Yi. I'm sure that Bortnik is looking for revenge, and it was great to see his reactions as he figures out who his next opponent will be. I still want to know about his playlist, the songs that he's listening to, but we're going to keep it for the next interview, I believe. Zach, Jan, when it comes to this next matchup, Bortnik against Wei Yi, both of them made it through from the last chance qualifier. They were actually in the same group, in Group A. Wei Yi won that group to make it through to the knockout stage later. Bortnik was second. So the top two players of their group, then they face each other. Wei Yi wins in that match. What do you think of these two players and the fact that they only have a few minutes between the matches to get started and get ready? Zach,
it's
first.
unbelievable what you have to do to survive in this competition. Wei Yi, a top 10 player in the world, facing Bortnik, who's kind of like an underdog in these classical...
What? He's an underdog?
He's an underdog. On paper, he's an underdog.
What did you say 30 seconds ago?
Zach, rewind.
Roll the clip.
I would say on paper, Bortnik is an underdog, but he has shown great class, defeating world number 25, world number 30 in Lequan Liem, and he is full of surprises. I'm excited to see what he can do against an established top flight player.
All right, we'll use the break to book some betting action, but of course, Bortnik cannot be underestimated. Anytime control that ends with a 0, 10-0. You've seen the mouse skills. Wei Yi is world-class and he's the favorite. But I'm not sure if anything can happen, because I don't think it will happen, but maybe Bortnik keeps surprising us.
We'll take a short break, but when we are back, this is the match that we have been waiting for in the upper bracket. Wei Yi for Team Nemesis facing Alexander Bortnik, who has just come back from the dead in his match against Lei Quangliam. Do not go anywhere. The action continues right after this break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast. This is the Esports World Cup for 5 days. Chess is taking the main stage here at the EWC Club Championship. Points are at stake. $1.5 million is at stake. And now we are on to our next match. This time, the upper bracket. So in terms of our format, it's a double elimination system. The players in the upper bracket get a second chance. So good news in terms of that. No elimination on the line here, but we do have two very strong grandmasters facing each other. Vladislav Artemiev against Alexander Grishuk. Grishuk already mentioned in his interview to you, Jan, that he lost to Artemiev earlier in the last chance qualifier.
He did, and I checked the record. Artemiev has had his number. I think it's 5-1 even before that last chance qualifier in Artemiev's favor in speed chess. Artemiev a big specialist, so Artemiev has to be the favorite, but Grishuk maybe catching some momentum. He struggled to qualify, then struggled in his first match, but he's still here.
He's still here and the game has just started, so I leave it over to you guys to discuss the opening and these pawn pushes opening up the diagonal for the bishops. Kostya, take it over.
Yeah, thanks, Anna. Good to be back. Very excited for this match between Artemiev and Grishuk. Artemiev, I know he loves these double fianchetto setups. And yeah, for me, this is going to be a tough match for both of these players. I think they're obviously tired from their first match. Grishuk had a very tense first round. And yeah, now he has to go up against his compatriot here, his younger foe. And yeah, I got to say, Jan, I feel like Artemiev, he's just one of the fastest bullet players in the world.
I don't even know he's world-class at all. Faster time formats, but the funny thing is he doesn't play aggressive. Like, he's not a Bortnik-type player who excels in complications, but he's playing very, quote-unquote, dry chess. We can see it here. Bringing the pieces out, going for this double fianchetto, avoiding enemy confrontation. That's how he plays. And then very technical style, but he's so fast, his pattern recognition is so good that particularly with speedier time controls like here, he's one of the best in the world.
Yeah, meanwhile, Grishuk plays the King's Indian setup, which I know he's played for many years, so he must be very familiar. But this last move by Artemiev, this pawn push to d5, clearly has thrown Grishuk a bit off here. He's trying to figure out what's happening. Is he trying to remember something, Jan? What's this face he's doing?
I don't know. Normally I was told if you look to the upper right, you're trying to remember, and if you look to the upper left, you're trying to make something up. But he's looking down. I don't know what that means.
Yeah. Now he's his hand is off the mouse, so he's really searching for something. But like you said, I think Artemiev, he doesn't really try to kill you from the opening. He's perfectly comfortable just playing an equal position, and then once it gets down to the end game, he just looks for that little micro chance to take the win.
Yeah. But there is no screen where Grishuk was looking, so he's trying to access his memory bank. It felt like, yeah, he's clearly a bit surprised by this pawn to d5, which is not the typical way to play here. Normally you put either the pawn on c4, or you bring the knight out, or even you can move the rook to prepare putting the other pawn on the center. But this push, we've seen it in the Lei Kwang Lim game, but there was a black bishop already on b7 fianchetto, which was blocked out, while here, sort of non-standard, but Artemiev has a direct idea.
Yeah, and Grishuk spent a full minute there, ends up playing c6. Now the c-pawn is hanging. This must be some kind of opening preparation that he's kind of remembered, because he played this bishop b7 move very quickly. It seems totally fine. And why can't white take on c6 with the knight? What are we thinking here?
I am a bit surprised. First of all, it's a typical Grishuk thing to do, even in classical chess, like chess with 2 hours. What he likes to do is spend like 90 minutes of his 2 hours in a position he knows and has analyzed before, either because he's bored or because he's trying to work out some small detail. So just because he's thinking a bit doesn't mean that he's out of book. This guy has excessive chess knowledge. But we have to figure out what happens if knight takes pawn. There's nothing direct, but you just move the queen to, I don't know, c7, b6 to the side, and you win so much time, or what's going on?
Yeah, it just looks like a pure pawn sacrifice to me. I don't see how he wins the pawn back, and I'm actually very surprised that this is working for black. Like, white's position is still very solid.
And he doesn't take it.
Yeah, I believes him. And just goes c4. But now I feel like black has good chances here. He's got extra pawns in the center, and now just start developing, eventually play c5, and life should be okay.
Yeah, the sequence Artemiev did with like taking the pawn on c6 and then putting his knight in the center was clearly with the idea of winning a pawn, because strategically it's wrong. You give up a central pawn for a non-central pawn. And now that he got called on his quote-unquote bluff and didn't take the pawn, Black should be very comfortable.
Yeah. But I guess White is still okay here. He can just start developing. Yeah, Knight comes out to c3. And I think both sides here should be happy from this opening. Artemiev, again, doesn't really need an advantage. He just needs a playable position. And yeah, I feel like he's looking pretty comfortable. Their heart rates exactly 109 each. I don't know how they coordinated that, but they're on equal terms here.
Still much higher than our last match, where both guys were at like 85 in a crazy position.
Yeah, that was wild. How are those guys so calm?
Don't get it.
There's knight c5, rook to b1. So both sides here basically just completing their development. This rook, very sneaky rook move, yeah, lining up against that queen in some distant future, defending the bishop on b2.
Yeah, nothing direct, but what do they call this? A prophylactic move, just covering the bishop, making sure the bishop can go to the corner. It's always nice to have a rook and a queen on the same file, just in case it opens later. The rook is a little weaker, so to have it staring down the queen is nice. And I'm not sure I like how Grisho played this. His queen there, and then the pawn push looks like it gave Artemiev a bit of time to stabilize.
Right, now he goes a5, and there's bishop a1, just like opening up that rook a little bit. Now there can be ideas to push like a3, b4 on the queen side, expanding. And yeah, Black's position is solid, but he has to kind of come up with a plan. Like, is he... I don't think he wants to push that e-pawn too fast, although this is possible. That seems kind of weakening for the structure. So see what kind of direction Grischuk takes here.
Thing is, White's moves are easier, like queen to d2, rook to d1, h3, e3. Well, Grischuk has to make decisions. Do you go pawn to e5, pawn to d5? Do you start tension in the center? Do you go h5? Like, do you move your queen out of the way? There are many routes you could go, but not an obvious one.
And again, Grischuk takes his hand off the mouse. He's just in full thought here. He's already a minute down on the clock. We saw in his first match that he is capable of getting flagged if he gets too low on time. So he needs to, at some point, start speeding it up.
Also, I think one of the weaknesses he has is he's too interested in, quote-unquote, the truth on the chessboard. So if there's a problem he finds exciting that he can figure out, he will spend a lot of time, even if it doesn't help his sporting chances.
Yeah, whereas Artemiev, to me, he feels like a very practical player. Like, he'll obviously try to find the best moves, but he doesn't want to burn too much clock in order to do so.
No, he will sit there behind a solid position and punish you if you make a mistake, and if not, he's happy exchanging pieces, using his great technique, his endgame skills. Rook 8 to d8.
I'm expecting your idea here, just queen d2. Okay, there's a3.
No, he's going for direct tension. Pawn. Preparing to play pawn to b4 to open that b file where the queen and the rook are sitting.
Yeah, we should remind the viewers, these two did face off against each other in the last chance qualifier. Artemiev won that match in Armageddon, but it was very, very close. Most Armageddons are. But yeah, he's got to have, I would think, a bit of a psychological edge going into this one, just that he's won in this format before.
I have an important question. Is it Armageddons? Armageddon? Is there only one Armageddon? Because then it's all over anyway. I don't think that word is built for plural. No?
You know, my instinct is that it's just Armageddon, singular and plural. There's a lot of Armageddon matches in today's and the rest of the tournament. There's Grischuk. He seems...
Doesn't seem happy, because he was drifting a little bit. Pawn to a5, then you move the rook to the center. I think this queen is slightly misplaced, but to move it again is admitting you did it wrong.
And again, it looks like he's trying to remember something. Zero chance he's still in
his... There's no memory bank here anymore.
But, oh man, he's really going into the tank.
He was hiding his face there. He's saying, Vladislav, baby, don't hurt me.
Yeah, but I feel like his position's not that bad, but he senses that the tide is turning and that he, one wrong move, and there we go. There's that
Here
big
we
decision,
go.
E5.
E5, B4, not moving the attacked knight, but counter-attacking.
Wow. And quick.
There's not counter-strike.
So he was anticipating that move. He saw E5 coming, he read Grischuk, and he had his response ready. And now if Black takes the knight on D4, White will also take the knight on C5, and then there's the question of the bishop on B7, hanging behind everything else.
Artemiev has finally moved his eyes. His facial expression hasn't changed much, but I could see his eyes moving. He looked to the left, which I guess is the queen side. He's looking at the black queen.
Now Grischuk, he's calculating with his eyes closed. Sometimes people do this, but he's 3 minutes down, Jan. I'm not loving this clock usage.
No, and this is 10-0. We have to explain very often in chess, in quote-unquote modern online chess. You play something like 10 plus 5, meaning you get 5 seconds for every move you made. And the players are sort of conditioned. I can spend some time, I'll get 5 seconds per move. But this is different. There's no extra time. And using too much here, like Grischuk is doing, you're not getting that time back.
Yeah, no, this is, I think, a very, very risky play by Grischuk just to use this much time, because the position is not simplifying here just yet. Like, it's still very complicated, but maybe we will see some trades, and then it does get easier for black to play.
Takes, and the queen has to sidestep, because the queen could not capture the pawn. The bishop on b7 was loose, and the knight could jump to the side, attacking it. So he goes all the way back, but this looks slightly shady, does it not? How do we punish this?
Yeah, it's not clear to me offhand. Like, White could take this pawn at the queen. He does
take.
A very risky move, just lining up against the bishop on g7.
I think it's fine. I don't see any trickery.
Yeah, neither does Artemiev. And yeah, we'll see if Grischuk finds something. Another head shake there. Perhaps he thought he had something.
I was wondering if the knight jumps to the middle of the board, knight to e4, if there's something dramatic like a queen sacrifice, like knight e4, queen takes g7, bishop, king takes, then we take either the knight or we go knight b5 check, attacking the black queen, winning the queen back.
There's knight b5, yeah.
Yeah, I think you might have missed something there, and yeah, there he goes, knight d5, but the same trick still works. Take on g7, go knight b5.
He's just a piece up?
No, queen takes a1, rook takes, but you're losing in the end. I think you're just losing.
Okay, knight d5. And now Artemiev going to pause. Now he knows it's like time to calculate. He's got 6 minutes on the clock, and looks like he has, a forced win at his hands.
I think he has two options. He can take the bishop and then give this check, or he can jump with the knight directly, leaving his queen on prise. And then how does this work? Black has to take the white queen because there's a checkmate threat.
Yeah.
Then the white knight, sorry if you can't follow, I don't get this either. White knight takes the black queen, and it looks like all black's pieces are attacked. No, the bishop, and there it comes.
Oh, and he finds it. Oh, it's such a nice move. For sure, Grischuk had queen takes g7 kind of ready what he was going to do there, but this one he might have underestimated. And now, yeah, black takes queen, white takes queen, and then the knight on d5 is still hanging. The bishop on b7 is hanging. The bishop on d4 is hanging. I think black is basically losing a piece
pieces under attack. There's one more move. The queen can take the bishop.
Queen takes a1.
I don't know if that helps, but that stops the mating threat, and the white queen is still under attack.
Looks like the best try to me. Grischuk is going under 2 minutes.
Yeah, there he comes.
Yeah. Queen takes, bishop
Artemiev is ready.
Now knight takes d6, that's the point.
That's the clincher. The knight takes the pawn, attacks the bishop, the rook.
knows
everything is hanging.
He's just dead lost here. I mean, he can see it. He's just saying, how did I miss this?
Yeah.
And this game, I think, basically just over. Just looks like a piece up.
You look at the black pieces. Both bishops are attacked by a rook. The knight is attacked by a pawn, and the rook is attacked by a knight. And you can only move one away at a time, so it's just too many.
Now, white is currently down 1 piece, but he's winning back at least 1. And if black has 4 pieces hanging, you can move 1, you take 1, you're still going to have 2 pieces hanging at the end.
Now you take on a1 or b7, and you're still attacking.
Yeah.
Pretty much everything.
Yeah, it looks like a number of nice moves here for white. Okay, takes a pawn with check, but yeah, it's just not going to be enough here for Grischuk.
Now the smoke clears, the bishop is attacked, and the rook on e8 is attacked, so you can resign here, basically.
Yeah.
You might.
Yeah, I think we might. Especially with the time situation, you're just not coming back from if the times were reversed, I would still think Artemiev has the better chances. I think he's just thinking about whether to resign. I feel like that's what's going through his mind right now.
That's the 5 stages of grief. There was a speed, depta, depression.
There it is. Artemiev
anger.
Takes the first game with white. Very clean win for his standards. And now, of course, Grischuk will have a chance to strike back in the second game. And he'll have to if he wants to stay in the winner's bracket.
Good news for the players is they are not out. Even if they lose this match, they are playing double elimination, so you have to lose 2 to be eliminated. But that was a dominant display by Vladislav Artemiev, not giving Grishuk any chance, calculating very cleanly. He looks strong.
Yeah. Well, now, a nice thing for Grishuk is he does get white in the next round, and he knows exactly what he needs to do. A draw will not cut it. He knows he needs to win, so his work is very much cut out for him. He has bounced back from a loss before. He lost this very difficult game to Arvin, where he ended up just flagging in a winning position at that point. But now, yeah, he's going to have to return the favor and take down Vladislav.
The one good thing for him is Artemiev is not, how do you call this, a lockdown theoretician. He will let you play. He's solid, but he will just try to build a position, even if it's slightly worse, and play it. While against some other guys that are very booked up, they could just try to kill the game, not giving you a chance to win. That's not going to happen with Artemiev, so Grishuk will have a shot.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what kind of opening we'll get. Artemiev, he likes to play these like somewhat offbeat systems that he just knows very, very well. And but yeah, they'll definitely get a game, and we'll see if Grishuk can bounce back and
what do you predict
to
Armageddon? What opening?
I think, okay, I feel like we're gonna see, I think we'll see E4, given that Artemiev is not this like classic kill the game Berlin Petrov type of player. So I think maybe with E4 we can get more of a fight. I feel like Grishuk is also kind of a classic E4 player. That seems to be his bread and butter. But yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, I think I agree. My money's on the Italian. I don't think you want to play the Rui Lopez risk the Berlin, so the infamous Italian, keeping some pieces on the board. Grishuk is also going through his options now, because usually players are used to preparing for the games, but here it's so fast-paced and they don't know will I be in the winner's bracket, the loser's bracket, so I don't think he has a strategy for the white game, especially having lost.
Yeah.
Here we are.
There we are.
I was wrong as usual. It is a Berlin.
It was a Berlin. Artemiev playing one of the most solid openings in chess, but we see an early exchange on c6. White's light-scored bishop is off the board. It traded for the knight, and it definitely feels like a position where a lot can go wrong. You know, if I remember, Grishuk won a very nice game against Andrew Tang from a similar structure in the LCQ. So he's got some good experience in this position. I think actually, from his point of view, not a bad opening in terms of the match situation.
Problem is, it's a sort of dry structure that Artemiev with the black pieces also knows very well. Here normally black has these double pawns, but he has the 2 bishops. So what white does is you go after that bishop, try to exchange it, and then argue I'm a little bit better because you have these 2 pawns on the c-file that are standing in each other's way. But it's very, very little, and Artemiev is very used to this structure. So even though white is a little better, I'm not sure Grishuk should be very happy here.
Yeah, it's going to be a small edge here for white, but yeah, such a solid position. And he played the knight to g5. Artemiev responded, bringing his knight back, so he can take this bishop on e6. I think he's more or less committed once he's played knight to g5, but he's thinking about his next move. How is he going to follow up after that?
Yeah, normally you play bishop e3, and you have a tiny, tiny advantage. But I'm not sure if it's enough for Grishuk here.
Yeah, it seems like it just kind of plays into Artemiev's strengths. Like he very comfortable playing a slightly worse position, but very solid. And yeah, Grishuk is going to have to really dig deep and come up with something if he wants to win this game.
Yeah, Artemiev is so good technically. You can't like outplay him. You have to make it messy. You can maybe sometimes hit him in the opening or in very sharp tactics. But here, I don't like Grishuk's chances.
Yeah, it's not looking so great. He's already spending a little bit of time. So yeah, I mean, if it's similar to the last game where he just starts spending lots of time in the opening and in the middle game, then he's just got no chances against someone as solid as Vladislav.
Yeah, he does take, and he goes for castles. Probably doesn't want to exchange bishops as well. Normally you would bring your bishop out to challenge that black bishop, which is nicely placed, but the more pieces disappear, the harder it is to win the game, which Grishuk has to do because he lost the first one.
Yeah. But okay, I mean, the match is clear. He has to win. So he's got to try something. Maybe king to h1 now, just getting the king off this diagonal. Maybe looking to play f4. What about bishop versus knight? If we play f4, we trade bishop versus knight. Is there any... If there's any hope there for imbalance?
Yeah, he needs some imbalances. He chooses to maneuver that knight is headed for a better square. Very grandmasterly move, because normally you should bring your bishop out first and not block it in by moving the knight again. But he's arguing the position is so close I can improve that knight and keep the structure, but it's a don't try this at home situation.
Yeah, it's one of the things I like about chess. You know, a move is only as good as the intention behind it. So when Grischuk plays a move like knight d2, I'm like, oh, that's deep. That's a nice move. If my student played knight d2, I'd be like, what are you doing? Your knight's developed.
Get your pieces out, you idiot.
Yeah, exactly. But an experienced hand such as Grischuk, then it makes a lot of sense. Okay, there's a4, looking for a little push on the queen side.
He's trying us to get black to play the same move, pawn to a5, and that will soften that bishop, because then it only has one pawn defending it, and once the white knight jumps there, the bishop can be a target. Artemiev does not bite, goes pawn to f6.
Yeah.
Now Grischuk can grab some more space, maybe push his pawn further.
Yeah, he's allowing a5. I feel like once you say a4, you should say a5. Black will just reposition the bishop to c5, maybe back to d6, but okay, starts with the knight, knight to c4.
Giving him one more chance to stop it, but Artemiev now has a different setup in mind. He moves the bishop. But now Grischuk at least has a little something to work with. If you can get your pawn to b4 as well, you put the other rook on the queen side, and then either a5 or b5, you can create some tension.
At least you can start pushing. Also, once this bishop leaves this diagonal, the knight can jump back to e3, maybe visit f5 in some distant future. And white also always has this plan of like king h1 and then start playing on the king side as well. So at least he can play on both sides of the board. Like it's equal objectively, but at least it's a game.
Yeah, too many squares. The problem is if it's a... Oh, and just as I was going to say, if it's a maneuvering game, I'm worried Grischuk will spend too much time maneuvering. But now Artemiev is saying, no, I also want to do stuff, and I don't like this move. This is weakening the black structure.
Yeah.
And I don't know where the knight goes. Maybe we keep jumping around to what's called a5 and then back to pronounce his weaknesses. I don't like this.
I agree. Yeah, I feel like this is kind of playing into what white wants. Maybe it's okay for the computer, but practically it feels like black's position starts to become a bit more difficult. And he just drops back knight e3.
Yeah, also makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Now black takes on e3. Are we taking with the pawn, you think? Dominate that knight?
I'm not sure, but I'd be comfortable even taking with the bishop, because when this pawn move, black made left so many holes on the queen side, so as long as this knight is not dominating, and it wouldn't be, I think white is just better. Knight d4 looks nice, but the queen just drops back, and we can always attack that knight with our pawn if we feel the need.
Yeah, I mean c2 is defended, so maybe we even see just queen h5, but queen d1 also covers the b3 square, so I could see queen d1.
Yeah, I'd just go back and keep an eye on both sides of the board. See if Grischuk is feeling more aggressive.
Yeah, and then maybe b4 as well, c3, and just getting a lot of space. And there we go, queen to d1.
Alexander Grischuk, the 3-time Blitz world champion. Blitz means 5-minute chess, so used to be 5+0. Then I think he won his first title maybe still with 5+0. Then they changed it to a different format, 3 minutes plus 2 seconds per move. But yeah, just because he's down to 5 minutes doesn't mean he's in trouble yet.
Yeah, no, we're about to see basically 5 minutes for each player in this kind of classic Blitz time control. There's h3 making luft for the king. So he never gets back rank mated. And yeah, I'd say slightly more pleasant for white still.
Yeah, a lot of subtleties to talk about here, which I'm not sure what rating our audience has, but h3 I don't like that much. I would rather put the other pawn, go g3, king g2, because then you keep f4 in reserve, while h3, it's going to be a little harder to mobilize that.
But they're okay.
King side.
I guess we see the idea. Yeah, so queen g4, and then
that's his point.
If trades, he I think takes with the h pawn, and then he starts to maybe press a bit more on the king side. I could see Artemiev going for this endgame, even though personally I'd feel a little bit uncomfortable there as black, because white just gets this like free play on both sides of the board, and still still tons of pieces left to try and win. Just because it's an endgame doesn't mean there's no winning chances.
Here's my big theory about flank pawns, because there's H and A pawns on the side. They're flank pawns. They're only like half pawns, because they only cover one square. You can see there, he put his queen there, saying, please take, and I will take back with the pawn. Because then, even though white has double pawns, the H pawn becomes a G pawn. All of a sudden, it covers 2 squares. So even though you get double pawns, it's actually an improvement, because your pawn gets an upgrade. And Artemiev is saying, no, thank you, sir.
Hey. E4, B3, now that C4 square, beautiful for white's knight, can just live there forever. He has to defend the C pawn, so maybe a rook goes to A2, maybe to C1, and then eventually see knight C4, bishop E3, and white starts to bring the pieces out.
Artemiev is saying no queen exchange, which must have been tough for him, because he loves the end games, but he understood, no, this is an unpleasant one, let's leave everything on the board. Yeah, this looks passive, but he has to cover that pawn so his horse he can jump.
Yeah. Well, it's still a slow maneuvering game, but black doesn't really have a lot of play, not a lot of pawn breaks, and yeah, white can afford to take the time. Maybe rook over to E1 just to cover any checks on the E2 square from the knights, and yeah, I mean, credit to Grischuk, he's managed to at least squeeze a bit of a plus here in this must-win game.
So far, Alexander Grischuk has outmaneuvered Artemiev here, at the very least slightly, and Artemiev is offering him the same trait. Once again, my flank pawn theory comes into play. He's saying, let me have the double pawn and upgrade my pawn. Grischuk once again says, no, thank you. You take.
Yeah, it's a classic standoff here between the two queens. How many moves do you think these queens will stay on G4 and G6? Because neither player wants to take.
I don't know. It could be a while. Like,
okay, not that long.
wasn't that long. Artemiev has something in mind, but what is it? He attacks the rook, but the rook obviously will go away. Does he just want to go back and wait, or what's his point?
I don't love it. I mean, Engine is already giving white pretty sizable plus here. It's gone up a full square on the eval bar, so that usually means big plus for white, who's not up material. It's just a strategic advantage.
I think what he wants to do is, let's say the rook sidesteps, then he probably wants to take the knight with his bishop and then go back. And that's what he's doing.
Well
saying,
called.
I'm a little worse, but we're simplifying. There's only rooks left on the board. I can probably hold this, since he needs only a draw to win the match.
Yeah.
But it won't be easy.
Wow. And we do get the rook endgame now. It's been said for 100 years now, all rook endgames are drawn. But yeah, we're still liking white's chances. Maybe king G2 now, start opening up on the H file, bringing the rooks over. There we go.
Yeah, white is seriously better, which is a bit hard to explain. But black has these double pawns that can't advance, like this C4 square, where the pawns would arrive. It's controlled by 2 white pawns, so you always take it. While the white double pawns are contributing. White will go pawn to F4, then if you take it, you undouble your pawns. And if not, white has 3 options. Pawn to G5, take on E5, or even push F5, less likely. But white controls like what happens with that tension. So this is very unpleasant to play for black.
Yeah, I feel like given the match situation, it's probably one of the best situations Grischuk could have hoped for in this game. He also, you mentioned F4, he also has this G5 break that can come into the picture to undermine the pawns.
Yeah, there comes F4. He put his rook there first so he can double the rooks, and then he has a lot of stuff to work with, like he can put his other rook on the H file. And Artemiev is understanding he can't sit passively, so he sacrifices one of his pawns. And his point is, if white takes with his B pawn, then black wants to go B3, open the position, give up a pawn, by saying, if I wait passively, I'll just get slowly outplayed, so I have to make something happen.
I think this is very practical, because there's a lot of rook end games where you're down a pawn, but you can still sometimes hold very easily. So if a lot of pawns trade off and black's rook is active, the king gets in, then yeah, can easily simplify down into a drawn endgame. There's the B3 idea, undermining white's structure.
I agree it's his best chance, but it still looks really bad. Like, just take, rook takes, and then let's say rook to F3.
Rook F3 at the end, yeah.
Rook D2. I don't know. I think it's a good practical decision, but it's still not like securing a draw or anything.
No, but we should say Grischuk now, he's getting a little bit lower on the clock. He's almost a minute behind.
What's he thinking about? You take the pawn. There's no other move.
Yeah, I'm not seeing another move here for white. Okay.
does that because he wants to figure stuff out, but he's how can you not have that practical gear? I only have one move, so I'll make it and then think.
Yeah, you know, a lot of players, for them, the visualization is not a problem, so they want to have their next move in mind. Yeah, and okay,
Yeah.
there we can see where he was thinking about. He had this FE in store.
Yeah. And his point is, I think, if the black pawn recaptures, he doesn't want to be passive either. He wants rook to f5 to activate his rook.
Right.
Attacking the pawn on e5. Black will take some pawns, but white also takes some. And I'm not sure black can survive this, frankly.
Yeah, it's starting to look very nice for Grischuk. So that time was well spent. And there's rook takes b3.
Takes the other pawn, but you keep eating. And normally one pawn down you can survive, but two is typically too much.
It is a lot, yeah. And okay, white's pawns are weak, but so are black's pawns on a7 and c7. So once white's rook gets in on the 6th rank, he'll have targets. Artemiev.
White also has a lot more pawns. And rook b4, what is this? Can we go f7, e5? Can we keep all our pawns now?
Wow, f7, e5.
Ah, he goes e5 directly. I was going to go f7 first, but maybe it's
I feel
the
like
same.
he has another chance, yeah. Go f7. But okay, black will get the rook behind the e pawn.
Yeah, maybe it's not winning yet. King to the side, e6, rook e4, and there's no direct way through. But it looks like there has to be a win.
Really feels
Pawn
like
to
there's a win. Can we start with rook f4? Is that a thing?
Check.
Sure.
Maybe there's nothing direct, but also just g5 to support that f6 pawn, and then rook to e4. No, this has to be winning.
Yeah.
But that's the problem. Sometimes you feel it's winning, and I'm sure Grischuk also feels it. But you have 1 minute 20, and you have to work out the details here.
Yeah, maybe g5, rook e4, and then rook to c1, just kind of switching to the 7th rank. But if a lot of pawns get traded off, then it could easily liquidate into a draw. So key moment here for Grischuk. He
Rook
has to
d1.
find something.
Apparently that's not it. No,
That
the
was not
bar
it.
is not in agreement. Now too many pawns are disappearing.
Yeah, and the king can deal with this f pawn, and just like I think he missed his chance. Artemiev
He
should be
will
saving
give a
now.
check, but rook takes h7. There's rook a6, and now the
A6.
moment is gone. You don't keep your pawns. This is a draw.
I think Grischuk is realizing that he's blown it.
Yeah. No, he's missed the moment, and he knows he was winning, but it was so hard to calculate the one key moment.
That was his chance. I mean, he played a great game to bounce back, but yeah, he's never winning this, even with more time. Black doesn't even have to defend accurately here. This is where the so-called passive defense works. You can put your rook on the back rank, and you're all good. Artemiev goes for the slightly more aggressive Philidor defense, but yeah.
Yeah, we should explain in
No
chess
reason
if you have a rook and a pawn, and the enemy king is in front of the pawn more often than not.
And
It's
Grischuk
just a
there,
draw.
yeah,
They
he's
were
giving
playing
up.
it out.
Gets to draw by stalemate, and yeah, disappointed Grischuk there. He knows he was winning. He's thinking about that position right now, and congrats to Artemiev. I mean, not the smoothest game in game 2, but he does manage to get it done and wins 1.5-half.
Also, he read it correctly. He understood he's in trouble, so he went for activity, challenging Grischuk to punish him in calculation, and Grischuk didn't quite have the time. Looks disappointed. He will look it up now. Anna is back. Anna, did you follow the game? There must have been some win for Grischuk. We couldn't see it, but it was so close. There we see the handshake. Grischuk is saying, come on, I was winning.
I was just winning. There it is. Yeah. Artemie's like, yeah, sorry. What could I
Your
do?
problem, sir.
What a match that has been, and we were just like trying to discuss it also amongst us. Was there a win? There had to be a win. The engine was showing that Grischuk's rook hand game was a winning position, but neither player could figure it out. Neither you guys nor us with the computer, so it wasn't actually that clear cut, and that's why I think Grischuk spent so much time. He thought there must be a way, there must be a clear line. He couldn't find it. He spends way too long, goes really low on time, and also that disappointment, the frustration that you don't find the win. You feel that you're winning, but you can't spot it. You know that feeling yourself, Jan, how frustrating that is.
I know that feeling very well, especially as you get older in chess. Your evaluation skills don't change. You still understand I'm winning here, but you have 1 minute and you have to calculate a lot of lines and find that win. And then if you can't find it, you have to make a move. And the frustration if it was the wrong move, I can Yeah, I can feel it. I feel for Grishuk, but kudos to Artemiev. He challenged him, and Grishuk could not deliver.
Grishuk could not deliver. He had his chances. Kostya, how do you see these two games when you compare what happened in game 1 and then game 2?
Well, it feels like game 1 is very smooth for Artemiev. He wins with 5 minutes left on the clock. And then game 2, I feel like was kind of impressive. We were saying how solid Artemiev is, and Grishuk manages to squeeze water out of a stone and gets this winning rook end game. And this is the last moment, wasn't able to find that precise way to victory. So I'm sure he'll be disappointed, but Artemiev, smooth sailing for him as he moves on to the next round of the bracket.
He does stay in the upper bracket, and as for Alexander Grishuk, he is now down to the lower bracket where there are no second chances. So in the next match of Alexander Grishuk, if he loses, he is going to be eliminated. Keys will get crushed, and this is what the Esports World Cup is about. It's about the club championship points, the team glory, not just the individual prizes. When it comes to the main chess event, we cannot emphasize how much it means that it's $1.5 million at stake. The further you make it in the tournament, the higher the prize money. And that, for Artemiev, is great news for now, isn't it, Jan?
I think it's great news for anybody. I think normally when they're playing, they don't think about the money. Chess is so challenging in itself, but of course this event with such a prize fund and such a fast pace is very, very unique. You can see the players are enjoying it too. I think they're enjoying the atmosphere, they're enjoying the pace. Sure, they will enjoy the money, but we can ask Vladislav Artemiev himself.
Yes, let's go over to Zach, who is with the winner of our match that has just taken place, Vladislav Artemiev.
Congratulations, Vladislav, on your beautiful win of this match, your second match win today. Tell me about that first game. What went through your mind when you saw that super deep tactic?
First of all, thank you very much. Yes, it was really a tough match because I played against a strong player Alexander Grishuk. We have a lot of practice before, and of course I have some experience, some ideas. About first game, yeah, it was a brilliant tactic. I was surprised, if honestly, because it was very solid game after the opening, and then position was changing. Probably after knight b5, white should be winning, but my first mind was start with queen g7 check, king g7, and here knight b5, but in this situation it's much better for black, and maybe it's equal. After knight b5 first, looks like white have great possibilities, and yeah, it was a big step in this match. After the first game, I wanted to play very solid, but unfortunately my opening choice was not the best. This pawn structure very tricky, and I feel that I was lucky in the end because rook endgame was very tough and very unpleasant. I discussed with my opponent a little, and Alexander told me that g5 was move and big trouble for black. But okay, sometimes you need some luck because very hard to play every game on high level. So of course I'm happy.
Yeah, this g5 and then rook d1 resource for white was the winning resource. If he finds it, he wins the game. If he doesn't, it's a draw, and you managed to draw it. Congratulations for that too. What went through your mind when you went for this c4, b3 idea, trying to force some practical resources there and kind of dilute into this equal trying endgame?
I think that this idea with c4 and b3 very natural, because if I will start play slow, potentially big risk to be outplayed because my pawn structure not so well, and practically I think it was best chance. It looks like.
And how do you feel overall beating a 3-time World Blitz champion in Alexander Grishuk? It must be a tremendous feeling.
I would like to say that when I was child, I training a lot and watch many games of world champions and top players, and Alexander Grishuk one of them. And of course he is great player, absolutely brilliant, and his statistic on world championships, it's very good. And for me, it's a big honor play against such strong opponents and sometimes win.
Well, congratulations, Vladislav. We'll move on, but it's not the end for you at all today here. Congratulations on keeping it up in the winner's bracket, and best of luck to you in the further rounds.
Thank you very much. All the best.
We'll return back to the desk. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Zach, and congratulations to Vladislav Artemiev. What a humble champion. His kind and respectful words about Grishuk and how he studied the games of Grishuk among many other champions when he was a kid growing up and looking up at these legends. So for him, huge moment that he defeats one of his childhood idols potentially. And Vladislav Artemiev will be in the upper bracket facing the winner in the match between Alexander Bortnik and Wei Yi. That's a match that's still on the way. So the opponent of Artemiev is still unknown, but we do know that his chances are looking great. The player who wins that match, Artemiev versus Wei Yi or Bortnik, is through to the group stage of the main event here at the Esports World Cup. That is what a stake costs you. When you hear those stakes and how close Artemiev is, what do you think?
Well, I feel like he's got to be feeling good. He's won 2 matches, but think about how tough that is. You have to get through 3 very difficult matches just to get to the group stage, where then you're going to be facing Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen. It's just the tournament is only beginning actually once you get there. So he'll be battle tested as he survives through the gauntlet that is today's action.
Jan, when you think of Vladislav Artemiev, how would you see his chances if he makes it through? Of course, he still needs to win 1 more match, but so far looking great for Artemiev. How do you think he fares against the already qualified players for the group stage?
I think he's world class at this format, and I think he's one of the opponents that is really unpleasant for Magnus or Ali Reza or whoever he's facing to face, because you don't want to quote-unquote warm up against Vladislav Artemiev, who's one of the very best blitz players in the world. So I don't think they're too happy to see him advance. And also I feel so bad for Grishuk to have people say, I studied your games as a child and it's such an honor to play with you, and sometimes winning. I think he has a 9-1 score in Blitz Rapid against Grishuk. Like this has to sting, but kudos to Artemiev, so strong and so polite. Impressive.
Very impressive, and Grishuk will have his second chance in the lower bracket, where he will be facing the winner of one of the other matches that is still on the way. So the results are still coming in. We're gonna take a short break, but when we are back, we will be covering the next match from the lower bracket, where elimination is already what's at stake. Keys will be crushed. $1.5 million is on the line. Stay tuned. We'll be back on the other end of this break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast. This is day 1 out of 5 incredible days of chess at the Esports World Cup. $1.5 million is at stake. And today, sadly, some of the players will be eliminated and keys will get crushed. This upcoming match in particular is between two very strong grandmasters who already suffered a defeat earlier today, meaning that now they are in the lower bracket and the loser of this match will be eliminated. When it comes to this matchup, we have Lei Kwang-Liam representing Team Flash and Andrei Yesipenko repping Virtus Pro. Both of them with their esports team, with the support of the crowds, but one of them will move on and the other has to be eliminated. Zach, when it comes to this moment, this is going to be our first key crush, the first one that we ever experienced in our lives, but for one of the players, this is a really sad news. And when it comes to the outcome,
First key crush, first time that we get an elimination today on our first day in covering chess. It's so exciting. I can't wait, personally. How about you, Kostya?
Yeah, it's going to be a brutal match. It's a very interesting matchup as well between Lei Kwang-Liam, Andrei Yesipenko. I mean, these two guys are super GMs, 2700s. They've been playing chess their entire lives, but they're both coming off of a loss, right? So we'll have to see which of these players can bounce back mentally and keep going, right? You can't lose anymore. That's it. You lose, you're out, gone. So you have to just survive. So we'll see who has the better survival instincts.
Who will have the better survival instincts? This is, as you mentioned, the double elimination format where now this is their second and last chance to stay in the tournament, and the stakes could not be higher. $1.5 million, and the more you make it through, the further you advance, of course, the higher that chunk of the huge prize fund. But now the game is about to begin. It's a best of 2. Time control is 10 minutes, no increment. And as we mentioned, one of these players will be eliminated. Will it be Lei Kwang-Liam for Team Flash, who makes it through? Or will it be Andrei Yesipenko representing Virtus Pro, who will advance to the quarterfinals in the lower bracket to face Alexander Grishuk, who is sitting there waiting for his opponent, because that is the second chance Grishuk will be getting. His opponent will be the winner of this match. Kostya, you see the players getting ready, the moments of focus just seconds before the game begins.
Yeah, we see there Lei Kwang-Liam. He's mulling something over, maybe trying to remember what games has he played against Andre in the past, what openings is he going to play. Andre doing the same thing. They've probably played hundreds of times in online chess, dozens of times over the board chess. They're trying to figure out, because they didn't know they were going to play each other for this match, and now they're trying to figure out exactly what to expect from their opponents. See Andre there discussing something with one of the referees. Probably he's requesting, you know, some music. The guy's saying, "Oh, we don't have the rights to that. Can't listen to that. I don't know what's going on there." Lekwang Liam, he's locked in. He's in the zone. He's ready to start playing. Lekwang Liam, by the way, very, very interesting player. You know, he's #1 player coming out of Vietnam, their top player in history. He's representing them in many Olympiads over the years. Now, he's since moved to the States. He's been coaching, but he's still an incredibly gifted player. Esipenko, a bit younger. We saw him recently in the FIDE candidates, right, where he was trying to qualify for the World Championship. So both of these players pretty much at some of the highest level that they've been at. And yeah, there's Liam. He's really in the zone there, Zach. What are you thinking?
Yeah, we both have caught them at the top of their game right now in their careers, and they're so focused. It's usually chess players have all of this time, you know? They have a game the next day, they have this opening preparation, they memorize hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of lines of variations, they memorize, and then they show up to the board, and then they play and they know up until move 20, 25 sometimes. But now, that's not the case.
Yeah.
They come into this match, they didn't know they were going to play each other. It's almost like playing and I don't know what to do. I'm walking in the dark here.
Yeah, the better prepared player, you know, likely have an edge. Someone who's coming in with more fresh opening knowledge, someone who's figured out some of their systems. You know, in Blitz and Rapid, we've talked about how important it is to have a stable opening repertoire, to know what you're doing, be very solid, both with the white pieces, the black pieces, how to put pressure with white, how to hold with black. We'll see which one of these players gets white in the first game, and yeah, they'll be trying to get off to a strong start.
And I'm looking at Lekwang Liam, thinking about his last match. He got punished out of the opening playing this Norwegian variation in Nuri Lopez, which is quite offbeat, quite dubious in this time control, and he got punished big time by Bortnik, who had this crazy attacking game. So maybe he's thinking of mulling things over, as you said, and changing his approach to this match, trying maybe for something more solid, which suits his style.
And the game is on, so I will leave it over to you guys because we have liftoff, and this is a best of 2. The player who wins will be a very happy one to make it through to the next stage. And unfortunately for the loser in this match, their key will be crushed, and the player will have to say goodbye to the event. I'm going to say goodbye to you guys for now, but I will be watching from the first row of the audience. This is an absolute blockbuster.
Thank you, Anna. We'll take it from here as we have the classic Queen's Gambit declined. Lekwang Liam with the white pieces, Andre Esipenko playing the black side in this first game. He's playing one of the most solid setups in chess. Zach, you have much experience with the QGD?
I do not main it as the black pieces. Thank you for asking, though. But I think this is a very solid opening choice. Although he's going for this c5, which might create some isolated pawn structures if white captures that pawn on c5. We will see. That's a whole different ballgame if that happens. But what are your thoughts so far on this opening?
You know, it's an interesting choice from Esipenko. We normally don't see these 2 pawns in the center from black because, like you just said, if white at any moment can trade on c5, take this pawn, black will recapture, and then this pawn on d5, right, is left as a long-term weakness. I think this is actually exactly the kind of positions that Lekwang Liam likes to play. Stylistically, he's a very positional player, very solid, very strategic. He loves playing against a structural weakness that he can put pressure in. We can see both players blitzing their moves out. They both are looking very, very comfortable with the situation.
Yeah, and what is the game strategy for each? I think Esipenko is going for kind of trying to get this like equal-ish double chances for the black pieces to win and or draw.
Yeah, I think you know, both players here are probably pretty solid. And yeah, rook to c8 now. Lekwang Liam is thinking about how to handle here, and then he finally makes this capture on c5. This is typical, Zach. Like when you don't know what to do, you just take on c5. You define the structure. Now a3. Maybe he's going to push up to b4, and and take some more space on the queen side.
Yeah, it should be mentioned now that this pawn captures pawn has happened. It has completely switched up the pawn structure, and now white is playing against what we call an isolated queen's pawn, an IQP.
Yeah, and they're a6 here, and I feel like it's all about the square on d4 as white is going to try to blockade this pawn, but we see a6 not allowing the knight to jump over to b5. And okay, well, small edge for white, but very, very solid. I should say Esipenko as well is an incredibly solid player, very classically trained, doesn't mind playing slightly worse position as long as he knows where to put the pieces, what the plans are. And okay, this match starting off to a slow pace. Let's talk about the heart rate though. Esipenko is sitting there at a cool 87 beats per minute. The Quang Liem though, 110. He's raised a bit here.
The Quang Liem knows that he has to make a dent with the white pieces here. If he doesn't, he's going to have black on the return match, and that's going to be difficult. So the pressure is on for him. This is the final stop for one of these two players. It's the end of the road, and you don't want to be eliminated on the second match of day one.
Yeah, it would be a bit disappointing because these guys are so good. They've won so many chess games in their career. Liam Lay, he's the best player of his country in history, right? He's such a beast. He's won so many games, but if he loses this match, he's one of the first to get eliminated. It's got to be disappointing for someone at such a high level.
And here we have a knight jump in the center, 95, best move on the board.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to play this move. So this really follows white's overall strategy, which is to trade minor pieces. When you're playing against the isolated pawn, you want to trade minor pieces, meaning the knights and the bishops, and leave the heavy pieces on the board. Because if we imagine a situation just magically where all the minor pieces come off, then the heavy pieces can just line up against the d-pawn. We saw the triple stack in earlier matches. You triple stack against this pawn, and it's very difficult to defend it. So he's trying to trade off some pieces here. Esipenko might not be able to avoid a trade or two, but ultimately he's going to want to keep more pieces on the board.
Yeah, and from this position, it looks like white is gaining a little bit of momentum. You just feel it, like a piece is crossing the midway of the board, and suddenly there's a slight infiltration that's happened.
Yeah, we might see bishop to f3 coming in from white here, rook f to d1. White has a lot of easy moves to make. So does black, though. He can put his rook on d8. He can drop back his bishop to a7. That's kind of the move I'm expecting, just getting that bishop out of the way. If white wants to take on c6, black can recapture perhaps with the rook. Now, there is this question of the tension between the knights on e5 as Esipenko here. He's spending time. Maybe he's just going to trade on e5, allow white to take with the bishop, and then play a move like bishop back.
Yeah, this
A7.
question has Esipenko second-guessing himself. He's taking some time. He's down to 6 minutes and a half, a 1 minute difference between both competitors. And look at Le Quang Liem just thinking. Just in that thinking pose there. Very interesting. And here we have Esipenko, who's contemplating his decision here.
Yeah, this is a real tank after 95. He spent a lot of time here.
Yeah, 2 minutes on this move. Incredible. And plays rook fd8, developing the final piece into the battle.
Finally goes rook fd8, very solid move, but I have a feeling that 2 minutes there was quite a lot of time to spend for such a situation. You know,
that might cost him in the later stages of this game.
Exactly. I mean, they're playing without increment as usual, so every second ultimately will count. And there's knight to a4, challenging the bishop on c5. If he moves out of the way, rook can take on c6, and that a pawn might end up hanging at the end of the line. So question here for Andre. I don't think he likes giving up the bishop pair, but he also doesn't like giving up a pawn either, right? So a bit of a tough choice.
Yeah, kind of a slippery position. Black has to choose between two uncomfortable options here. Of course, you don't want to give your bishop, but if you do, you might give a pawn. It's not obvious. And well, Engine Computer is recommending this knight advance move, knight to e4, centralizing the knight and defending this bishop, thus giving the powerful bishop pair and bishop on c5.
94 is a thematic move. It's saying, okay, you can take the bishop, but then I'm going to activate my knight, and he finds it. Yeah, nice move there. Now he's over 2 minutes down on the clock, but objectively his position is still very, very solid. I do expect Lequang Liam to take on c5. I feel like he loves playing with the bishop pair. But he has another option, go b4, right? Just advance his b pawn as well. And then what's going on there? He pushes the b pawn, bishop drops back, takes on c6, takes on a6. Can he win a pawn?
Oh, that looks actually quite interesting. He goes for it, plays b4, attacks the bishop.
He's got the same question I do. He's like, what do you have here?
Bishop d6. Interesting move. So the black pieces are sacrificing a pawn on paper. You can take that pawn on a6. Question is, will white go for it?
Yeah, trades first.
Trades first.
But now after rook d6, if queen takes a6, there'll be pawn push c6, c5,
little
right?
discovered attack on the queen.
Discovered attack. And then I think a lot of stuff gets traded off, and maybe black is able to win back the pawn in the end. That said, he doesn't have to take. He can just kind of keep the pressure here. Rook to c1, knight to c5, queen d4. But black's structure is solid. And the knight on e4 gives black a lot of potential activity here. As soon as you move the rook away from the f-file, there's queen to f6. The queen comes and attacks the f-pawn.
Although I will say for the white pieces, though, a lot of nice squares and weaknesses created on the queen side. This pawn on a6, this pawn on c6, the c5 square looks nice for the white pieces to try to cemento some pieces on some weak squares and try to outplay their opponent.
Yeah, so this could easily end up going south for black if you allow some kind of strategic bind. And now Lequang here going into the tank, trying to think if he can get away with snagging this pawn on a6. Because there's queen takes a6, you attack the queen with c5, but then queen a8 check. So maybe queen takes a6 is playable, but it's going to be quite a tactical skirmish there if he goes in for it.
That would be interesting. I would assume if he's taking more time, then he's probably contemplating the riskier option.
Zach, maybe there's another idea. Queen takes a6, bishop takes h3, opening up the king side.
Oh my goodness.
And then rook slides over to g6. Maybe this is Andrei's idea.
Trying to go about the isolated king on the king side that is completely forgotten about.
Yeah, because white's queen now is very far away from the king side. So this is kind of perfect grounds for black to launch an attack. Will Andrei sacrifice a piece with bishop takes h3?
The queen can jump to h4. The queen can jump to g5. The bishop can sacrifice on h3. All important and interesting prospects to attack and potentially checkmate this weak king. And he goes for it. You king!
Oh, bishop
How
takes
did you call
h3
that?
on the board. Wow, and Lequang Liam, just no reaction here. His hand is off the mouse. Doesn't seem happy about this. Now, does black have a real attack here, or is this just enough for... A lot of times this can end in a perpetual, right? This kind of opening up the king.
I think at best it's a perpetual, but practically, I feel like white has some true attacking chances if Liam Lier slips.
Wow, this is really, really quite interesting. And he does take... Now, rook over to g6. That's the most obvious move. But sometimes you want to start with a queen h4 idea, right? Bringing the queen in first.
You don't want the king to go to a side where it will be better protected. But he goes for rook g6 check, forcing the king to move, unless you want to give back the piece with bishop g4. That would be completely losing on account of a pawn move that would win that piece.
Yeah, I think bishop g4, h5, right, is not what you want to do. Black wins back the piece. King is still wide open. So king h1 or king h2 here, he needs to decide. And then black is going to bring in the queen.
The king on h2 defends that pawn on h3. Is that a more appetizing option for the black pieces? For the white pieces, pardon.
Yeah, king h2 are very difficult moments. Sometimes one of these moves loses and the other one holds. Sometimes they both hold. Sometimes they both lose. And you have to figure out. You don't want to just guess your way to one of these moves. So king h2. And now there's queen to g5, threatening mate on g2. Probably bishop f3 would be white's only move there. Or maybe bishop to g4. Maybe he can cover like this. But what other options does black have? He has a check from e5, but then f4. White can block this way. Where's the attack here? Queen h4?
Meanwhile, the white pieces can bring back their queen in only two very, very fast moves. Queen c8 check, queen f5, pinning that rook. That is a clear threat from the white pieces. And if you let that slip away, white can be all of a sudden not only back in the game, but winning.
Now, the engine says that black is equal here. So the engine is seeing black's way to some kind of forced draw. But honestly, I'm not seeing it. And I'm not sure Andre is either, because he's spending time. And, he's down a piece, Zach. He's down a piece. So
he is down a
if
piece.
he doesn't find the precise way here, he's just lost.
King to h7, an extremely deep prophylactic move, just stopping all checks from this white queen and bringing the king to safety prematurely to then have a greater grasp on an attack.
Wow, king h7. That is not a move I would expect when you're down a piece. Just slide the king over. It's like Jan said when you guys were covering earlier, Kasparov loved these kinds of king moves, right? Just a prophylactic king move, getting the king out of the attack, and now the rest of the pieces can attack with impunity. So there's queen to c8. I think a logical move from white, trying to get the queen back over to the king side. And now Esipenko has to figure out how to continue the attack.
It doesn't seem obvious for the black pieces to conduct a very convincing attack, forcing attack on their opponent. I'm struggling to see a move that really forces a defense here. And that puts white in deep question.
Yeah, again, you can give a check from d6 or e5, but then white goes f4, and then what's the follow-up? But we should say white's extra piece is this knight on a4, which physically just doesn't touch the king side at all. So he does have a little bit of time here.
Knight d6, attacking the queen, but retreating one of your best attacking pieces in this position.
Ah, that's a nice move. So now when he gives queen e5 check, if white pushes f4, queen comes into e3.
He's unveiling the queen on this e file, which we thought was dead closed, but no.
Gotta say, love how Andre's playing this game. Like, he sacrificed a piece, and then usually when you sacrifice, it's like boom, boom, check, check, mate. It's like very easy, right?
Yeah.
But here, he sacrificed a piece, and then there's been like quiet move after quiet move. He's just slowly building up, making sure his pieces are getting to the right play. But according to the computer, he's played this incredibly accurately thus far.
Yeah, and white is down to only one move in order to not lose, which is absolutely crazy. If you take this pawn on c6, it is completely poisoned, and you succumb to that queen e5 check idea that you priorly mentioned.
So queen a6, he finds the only move. Liam, precise as usual. You eliminated all of his other options, and the queen comes back. It covers the bishop on e2, can come back to the d3 square. And now what happens? Queen e5 check, f4, queen takes e3. I mean, white can get mated here very quickly.
Yeah, it's not an obvious position. It's practically, let's just be honest, this is a very difficult position for both to navigate. One has to defend up a piece, and one has to attack down a piece. So no one's comfortable in this position playing this right now.
Oh, yeah. As usual, as the position gets complicated, the players are less and less on time. And now Andre, he's under 2 minutes here. They're basically going into a bullet game. He's locked in. His hand is back on the mouse, and he's ready. He's ready. He's calculating something deep here.
Queen g5, threatening checkmate in one move.
Okay, bishop f3 looks completely forced. There's bishop g4 as well, but then you get hit with h5, f5. That doesn't look comfortable for white. So I think we're going to see bishop to f3.
Bishop to f3, the common defense against this battery along this g file, threatening checkmate.
And then it looks like, okay, bishop f3 blocks the f-pawn, right? So if he wants, then he can start playing queen e5 check. King goes back, queen f5, start playing for
the repetition.
The repetition, yeah.
Which would match his game strategy that I proposed to get a draw with the black pieces.
Yeah, drawing with black for in game 1, you get to play with white. In game 2, I think most players here definitely take that. But knight e4, that's not it. That's not it. The computer says white now can defend if he finds a precise move.
White can now defend and is completely winning if they find the only move in this position. Simply retreating the queen, and now white is winning.
Queen e2. So he's controlling the king side now. Esipenko might have slipped up his attack. Now the engine says white is completely winning. This is what we're talking about. Just one mistake, you could just end up down a full piece. And now where's the counterplay? Queen e5 check, king h1. If you attack the h-pawn, bishop to g2. White can just defend.
This is so crushing here. Esipenko has his back against the wall, lower time on the clock.
He might have just blown it.
He might have just blown it with that small instance of knight to e4.
And he was playing so well. All of his moves were on point, but This is the problem when you have to walk a fine line. You make one slip, and now all of a sudden it's f5. It doesn't really threaten anything. And there we go. Lekwang just brings the knight back in, knight to c5. Please trade me. Now I'll have extra bishop, and black can resign. He's under a minute, and we see Esipenko shaking his head there. He's not happy with this at all, as he shouldn't be.
And now white just plays freely with a piece up and has long-term complete advantage over the black pieces, who are stuck to manufacture some kind of counterplay in a position where there isn't.
Now it's still tough for white. I could easily see this going wrong. I for sure would blunder this in a heartbeat with the white pieces. So easy to forget about some idea or some mate. But
look at this last move by Lim Lei. He declines the trade of knights, instead goes for this nice blockading square on f4. Knight f4 would cover all bases for the white pieces, and defense would be way smoother.
And now Andrei's just throwing the d pawn down. He knows it's desperate times. Desperate times call for desperate measures. And knight f4, Liam ignores it completely, hits the rook. He can take the pawn on h5 if he wants to, but why would you? He's just opening up lines to your king. Rook to g1, taking over the g file. Now black's attack is just completely done. Esipenko knows it's all but gone here. Maybe rook to g2, just defending everything.
Or maybe we start trading. Bishop takes knight, pawn takes bishop. Make that knight up feel like we are a piece up.
Yeah, white's knight went from a4 to f4, where it's just holding down the entire kingside. The only question here is just the clock. Both players are down to a minute. We saw Liam get outplayed by Bortnik in the time scramble in their match, so he definitely is vulnerable on the clock and possibly with the mouse, but I think his position's too good, and he's up 20 seconds.
However, Esipenko is down under 20 seconds in this position and down a piece. It's really difficult to play this.
No, Esipenko looks distraught. He's looking away from the board, maybe trying to lure Liam into a false sense of security. Okay, g5, g4. Last chance, but now black's king is also in trouble.
G4. The king is safe. There are no checks.
Okay, yeah, don't hang the queen. Bishop d5, queen f6. He's just trying to keep it alive, keep it going. Okay, 20 seconds. This could go either way. I mean, you still have to win.
White has some practical chances. The black king is quite weak.
Takes, and now okay, he's calculating. He's looking for the win. Queen g8 check, king f6.
It's all a matter of
queen
technique
f7,
now.
king to g5. Oh, queen d8. Queen g5.
Oh, and he has made in one checkmate on the board.
The mate.
Lim Lei checkmates Andrei Esipenko and wins the first game with the white pieces.
Wins the first game, maybe a bit closer than he would have liked, but he does get the job done. Goes up 1-0 in this elimination match. And now Esipenko will have to strike back in the next game. Luckily for him, though, he gets the white pieces.
Esipenko has a chance to rebuttal with the white pieces. At least he will have white. It's not the total end of it, but look at Esipenko shaking his head there. He's completely crushed by that game. He knew he had a good attack, and he messed it up with this knight e4 move.
Yeah, he knows he was fine there. He knows he had something. He might be going through and checking the game right now with the computer to see what exactly he missed, where it went wrong. And yeah, Liam Lei, I mean, it feels like he didn't do that much in the game, but honestly, he did play well. He put his opponent under pressure. He accepted the piece. He had to find some only moves there to survive, and then once he got a winning position, I think his technique was actually quite clean at the end there.
The key is defense, and Lim Lei sought out to find the best defense, played very solid when pressure was put on him, and here we are, awaiting the second game, which starts imminently. It has already started. Here we go.
And we have another Queen's Gambit decline. What is this? Alekhine Capablanca, 1927. Every game.
Remind us what that means.
Every game in that World Championship match was a QGD. Every game in this match so far has been a QGD. A little bit different version here, but both of these guys are solid classic players. Now, Andrei Esipenko, he loves the queen pawn opening. Kwang Liam loves playing solid defenses with the black pieces. But of course, this is Andrei's bread and butter type of positions. He's played these structures for many, many years. So yeah, it might be solid for now, but he's very capable of striking back and winning on demand.
Lim Lei, who's playing for a 2 result, basically, draw or win, and he moves on, survives, and...
Wait, what is this?
What?
What is this?
What's going on? Is this happening again? What?
What?
It's got to be a transmission error, right?
I don't know. Neither player seemed to have reacted to the fact that the bishop on g5
I am still in shock. Was that
just hanging. No, you know what it is? You know, I think maybe we'll pull up the analysis board and just show this in just a moment. But I think there was a trick there for white. I think it might have been a bluff, and Lekwang Liam just did not want to call it. Did not want to call his bluff. Just takes back on d5 and keeps it solid. Why would you? You're up a point in the match. You don't need to take risk.
Oh, so that reveals his match strategy. The black pieces are playing for a draw and nothing but a draw.
Yeah. So I mean, that's all he needs, right, to advance to the next round. Of course, the loser, once again, getting eliminated, gets their key crushed. And we should mention both these guys are playing for teams here. Esipenko plays for Virtus Pro. So if he loses this game or doesn't win, he's out of the competition. His key gets crushed. And, of course, that's bad news for Team Virtus.
And we have another QGD here. Queen's Gambit declined the name of the opening that was played in this game. Oh, moves are getting played very fast. And Yesipenko already has some spatial advantage and an advantage.
Yeah, I mean, this, I think, is pretty classic. I do like white's setup here. Knight on f3, bishop on f4. But black here is playing a very, very solid approach. Knight f8, there's bishop to d6, trying to trade off a pair of dark-squared bishops. We might see knight to e5 here. There we go, avoiding the trade. And a typical plan here for white is to pull the bishop back, let's say to h2 next to the king, and then advance that f-pawn in front of the rook and really hammer with this knight on e5, the so-called Pillsbury knight. It's a very, very strong piece.
So here we have white with all of this space. Again, that first move crossing that mid-tier line. White is saying, hey, I've got nothing to lose at this point. I'm going all in.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I like white's chances here. I think this is exactly the kind of position Andre likes. It's the exact kind of position he can play for a win. He knows he needs to win, so his work is cut out for him. You know, sometimes in chess you're slightly better and you're wondering, how much risk do I take? You know, do I really want to go all out? Here he knows exactly what he needs to do. He has to go all out. And there's bishop h2. Maybe f4 is next to improve in the center. And yeah, Lekwang Liam to me doesn't look like the happiest customer here, but he plays rook c8, fairly solid move.
Some complications may arise very soon. White may play f4, black may play c5, and then we might have some pawn storms on each side of the board. And it could get a little crazy here.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. With his last move, rook to c8, clearly indicating he wants to go c5, as you just said. And here, I think we're about to see it, f4 and c5, most likely. It's a classic response. When your opponent's attacking on the flank, you strike back in the center. And there we go. And there's king h1, very useful move for white. Now, when black's queen shows up somewhere on b6, the king is already out of the way and not getting caught into any potential checks. The trades on d4. Maybe queen to b6 now for black, and then attacking the pawn on d4, but white will have many ways to defend it.
Engine claims big advantage, but I would say the chances are balanced. White has to resolve this weak pawn on d4 that's not immune to attack, and this pressure along this c file that's accumulating against this knight.
Yeah, he's looking for counterplay. Bishop to b4. I think very sensible approach here from black. And now white could push f5, but you don't always want to do this because sometimes you lose some stability with the knight on e5. You block your bishop and queen. I don't know. There's not really much of a threat to the knight yet, but maybe rook to c1. Maybe queen to b3, just getting out of the pin. A lot of decent options here.
And he goes f5, attacking this bishop, taking up some space in the center, and now kicks the second bishop with queen b3.
Okay. Yeah, I mentioned either of these moves would work. Andre says, why not both? Fair enough. And yeah, pawn on d5, possible target here, but yeah, tactically, of course, black can defend this one. Bishop to c6 comes to mind. He can also, of course, bishop on b4 is hanging, so he needs to do something about this first. Maybe we'll see a trade on c3.
It's not obvious where this bishop goes. If not, oh, you can defend the bishop. I see.
A5. defends, and now threatens to take on c3 twice. Thinking rook to c1 here looks like the obvious move, just defending, and yep, there we go.
And now black has some internal issues to resolve, correct?
Yeah, I feel like black is worse. White has this advantage on the king side. At any point you can take on d7 and win the bishop here. I don't think that's really what he wants to do, but it's always an option. Can double on the c file. He can bring his rook to e1. So a lot of useful moves here for white. Maybe even g4 at some point, just flinging the pawn.
Oh, g4!
Start
What an
pushing
idea!
on
Just
the
going
king
crazy
side.
on the king side.
Absolutely, and then h4, g5, and going full pawn storm.
White seems to have a lot of tension on this black side. This pawn on d5 is heavily attacked. This bishop feels like it weighs heavy for the black pieces to keep on the board. And the bishop on d7 also looks like just a liability. It's well defended, but it's a bad piece. Has no activity.
Not a great piece. Yeah, exactly. Very restricted. And okay, Andre here is going into think mode. Look at his eyes just darting all over the board.
He is
How many
absolutely
moves
locked in
is
right
he
now.
calculating? Look at Stockfish over here. Just like,
Oh my
how
goodness.
many lines is he seeing right now? I mean, just looking all over.
Basically a human calculator at work, you guys. a3 pressuring this bishop, forcing this bishop to decide finally, and a trade happens on c3, solidifying this d4 pawn. And white gets rid of a lot of their little weaknesses, I feel.
Yeah, it's a very nice position here for white. He's got the bishop here. The dark squared bishop especially is a really strong piece. At some point, I think he brings his bishop to f4, brings it back, starts targeting that king side.
We may see a kingside attack for the white pieces based on the accumulated space that he's had with this pawn march, pawn f4 and pawn f5. Queen a4 proposing a queen trade. What do you make of this? He declines, of course. He has the space, he has the time, and black has the weak king.
Yeah, I love this. We're just keeping the queens on the board. And now maybe transferring over to the king side. There's still this g4 plan that I think could easily come into play. And yeah, this knight on e5 is just kind of dominating the board. The computer now giving white basically a decisive strategic advantage because he's not up materially.
And look at this idea. White has a weakness on c3, but why not turn the weakness into a powerful pawn c4 push? And now that's the best move in this position.
c4
pawn
break.
to c4, breaking black structure in order to illuminate this bishop on this nice light square diagonal and puncture the weakness f7.
Opening up, yeah, the bishop here. Why not? I feel like this move is not really in Andre's style to kind of open it up. I feel like he wants to keep solid, keep the strategic advantage. Well, as soon as he plays c4, you know, the d pawn becomes a weakness. So I'd actually be a little bit surprised if he goes for it here. But of course, he's a very strong player, you know, and he obviously understands his options here, and he knows he has to win the game. So
It would be a very interesting rule breaking in this positional struggle to suddenly make it tactical and say, hey, why not I go for activity? I have all the space. You have the weak king. Why don't I position my bishop on your king?
Exactly. And we hear a bit of a fiasco going on in the arena. There's other games happening as all the esports teams are just right in the middle of the competition. You know, it's this esports World Cup. It's a multiple week event.
C4 playing on the board.
There's C4. Andre.
Absolute beautiful idea. Going against every rule in the Soviet chess school. Andre says, scratch that. Let's attack.
Let's attack. Let's open it up. Now, black doesn't have a lot of great options here. I feel like he's probably going to take. He doesn't have to take. This knight is defending the pawn on d5. But if he doesn't take, white can push c5 as well. The c pawn can actually become a strength from very humble beginnings.
This is such a powerful move from the white pieces. You know, you already conquered this king side of the board, and now you're switching to the queen side. And look at that bishop illuminated on that beautiful a2 g8 diagonal. And now white is completely winning. Suddenly.
We do
Where's
see
the tactic?
trades, bishop c4, rook to d8, and Engine is saying white can just take on f7.
Takes twice, and then no.
Rook takes f7, and then maybe queen a2, bishop to
e8.
Yeah, it's not the most obvious combination here.
He takes
it.
it.
He finds it.
Andrei Yesipenko says, I will not go home.
He finds the idea. Very nice shots. But now what's the point? If rook takes f7,
It looks completely losing
It's completely
based
over.
on what I'm looking at with the engine, but I can't find the move after rook takes f7. The king has to move away.
But the Kwang Liam, he trusts them, and but now knight takes
Gives
d8.
a full rook.
Oh, he blundered that. Oh, he didn't see that rook was hanging. No, king h7 was that because now it's just,
he's nodding. He's nodding. He's very.
that's just
very
a full rook.
angry.
Zach, we're going to Armageddon.
We might be going to Armageddon. Holy.
I mean, that's just a full rook. I mean, I think he just purely forgot the rook was hanging on d8. Anything
What
else
was
could have been a
happening on
better
rook
try.
takes f7?
I don't know. Yeah, we'd have to go back and check. But both players saw the win there for white.
And now white is completely winning. It's basically a resignable position.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you just trade it off. You're just up a rook. I mean, it's a very simple endgame here. White's king is beyond safe. I think...
It trades queens.
Oh, trades
it's over.
queens. Liam
Forcing
just
resignation.
basically playing out of frustration here, but no, he can give it up. Andre can win this blindfold in his sleep. Death,
Andre Yesipenko
mute.
with his life on the line says, I need no more lifelines.
Just drops back rook to c1, saying, please resign. I'm not going to blunder any fork. And
Axing the bishop towards the king, and now it's game over any moment now.
yeah, just total cleanup at this point.
Clean up on L5.
Rook f3 gives check.
And the resignation. We are going to
resignation.
Armageddon. What absolute theatrics here. Andre Yesipenko with an absolute cinema.
Wow, very nice game from him, winning on demand. First with nice strategic play, and then just very nice tactics. Knight takes f7. He finds the moment. And now they're going to Armageddon. They will be bidding for who is willing to take on less time. And there's Andre smiling. I think he realizes that he kind of bluffed Liam there in the opening. You know, he left his bishop hanging for a moment, and I think he thought that that was a thing he could do, but he's probably thinking about a different position. Maybe mix something up. And we see the players now. They're going to be bidding. The way this works is the player that bids for less time will take the black pieces and draw odds in the Armageddon. We saw one Armageddon already, Zach, between Alexander Grischuk and Arvind. And that one was won on the black side. Grischuk there took on 7 minutes in that Armageddon and ended up not just holding the game, but actually winning the game with the black pieces. And here we're going to see the Armageddon soon. We'll see which player feels more comfortable with less time.
I have a theory. I think the players love us when we're commentating, and they just want to see more of our commentating, so they force it to Armageddon every time.
Yeah, you know, you might be right on that one. I'm sure the fans are happy with it as well. I think Armageddon is one of the most exciting chess. And there's Yesipenko. He's tanking. You know, this is something that players are not used to, you know, thinking of a bid. Because here's the strategy. You want to bid as much time as possible, but still be under the opponent, right? So you don't want to bid too low. You don't want to bid too high. If you bid too high, you lose the bid. Bid too low, well, then you get to start off with 6 minutes on your clock, and then you get flagged, right? So it's a difficult bit of gamesmanship here to try and figure out how to.
And there are alternative strategies. For example, Alexander Grischuk underbid completely by putting 7 minutes and 15 seconds, and then just assured himself the win of the bid.
Yeah.
If you desperately want the black pieces and you think you can hold, then why not just under.
On the other hand, sometimes a player is so confident with white, they basically just don't bid. They just say 10 minutes, and then they give the opponent whatever they want. They take the white pieces, and they win the game on demand. So far, both players won their white game, right? So it seems like this is a white dominating match thus far. But Armageddon is very different. In general, you know, black has a very solid life when it comes to chess. We've seen 2 Queen Gambit declines so far. We might see a third one here as the players are getting ready. The bids have been submitted, and now they're going to be setting up the game here with the appropriate times on the
Kostya,
clock.
who's your pick coming into this Armageddon? Who do you have making it out? It's all boiling down to this game for elimination. Who do you have?
You know, I feel like Yesipenko has played the better match so far, Zach. Let me know what you think. But that first game, he was holding. He sacrificed the piece, but it was a correct sacrifice. He missed one thing, he ended up losing. But second game, he just dominated. Just won on demand. What do you think?
Right now, Yesipenko has the momentum, has the match within his grasp, but everything is earned, and we'll see if Liam Lei can pull back in this game and find his tempo.
And there we see the bids. Esipenko bid 845. Liam Lay bid 739, which means that Liam Lay will be getting the black pieces. 7 minutes, 39 seconds on his clock. He will have draw odds. Esipenko has to win this game, Zach, or he's going home.
Again. He has to win again.
On demand.
That's insane. Imagine having your back against the wall 2 games in a row for elimination on the line.
But maybe he's not feeling so bad. I mean, he literally just achieved what he wanted to do. Honestly, that last game was pretty smooth. He's smiling, he's chill, and now he just has to figure out, find it in him to do it again.
Wow. I am just so impressed by him choosing the white, basically choosing the white pieces again. That is such a power move.
845. Yeah. We saw Grischuk and Arvin. They both bid under 8 minutes. But that was a match where Black was mostly holding. Black was fine in both games. Here it's been White with the pressure in this matchup.
And the match is starting imminently. Oh my! Oh, we've started.
And there we go. And guess what the opening is? I'll give you one guess.
I don't know. You tell me.
Oh, but look at this nuance. H6 in the opening, not allowing.
Yes, very popular in the FIDE candidates 2026, this H6 move before developing the bishop. But here we have some kind of tire rush structure.
Yeah, this is definitely an offbeat version. It is a Queen's Gambit decline, as we've seen in both games of the match, but a different version, not letting White put the bishop on G5. Trying to get Esipenko out of his comfort zone, maybe throw something at him that he's not so familiar with. But Kwang Liam here, basically down 2.5 minutes out of the start of the game. Of course, he has the draw odds, but that last game didn't go well for him, so he has to do much better in this one if he wants to advance to the next round.
And what would you propose as the better strategy? Trying to just play good chess and little by little, as you gain on the clock, you can put pressure on your opponent, or just go for that crushing win?
I think with the no increment style, the no increment format, I feel like you should keep both strategies in play. You know, generally as chess players, we always want to win on the board, win strategically, but you cannot forget about plan B, which is to just flag the opponent, to go all out and hunt that clock down. But we're very far away from that. So you can't just start out by playing for the flag either, because Kwang Liam, he's too fast, he's too solid. If you don't play good moves, he'll just outplay you, he'll beat you. So Esipenko here has to play the long game.
And once again, Esipenko has the same type of position, a strategical positional advantage, but nothing material or concrete, but exactly what he wants, or seemingly exactly what he wants out of the opening.
Yeah, and we saw this pawn tension in game 1, although this time it's Liam who's putting the pawns on d5 and c5, giving White the option to take on c5 at any moment and leave Black with the isolated queen pawn. And queen to b3 first. Double attack. Double attack, Zach. Zach attack. Zach attack. Double attack.
Double attack, Zach. And how is Black going to answer this question here after queen b3 hitting d5 and b7 pawns? It's a very slippery position.
Yeah, I mean, you can play knight to b6 to cover both pawns, but that's never a move you want to play.
Odd, correct.
It feels like that something has gone wrong for Kwang Liam in this opening, because I'm not seeing like an obvious and solid move for him here.
Yeah, and White has a very nice idea. After queen to b6, knight takes pawn on d5, queen takes queen, knight takes knight, check, with a full pawn up.
You know, in between, okay, cd4, he just recaptures. He could have thought about taking one of the pawns, but he just recaptures and leaves Black to defend against this double attack. And there you go, he plays knight to b6, but knights do not love being on the square. Now White can play a4, a5 to harass this knight. And yeah, it's uncomfortable. For example, a4, Black plays a5, and then queen to b5 check.
Yes,
and there
he goes exactly for that, a4, threatening this a5 power move.
Or it's the classic approach. And there's a5.
Knight slides to c4.
Ah, knight to c4. Oh,
very
I love
nice
this
outlet
by
for the
Liam.
knight. Queen takes pawn, taking a material advantage.
But I feel like Andre has slipped here a bit, because now maybe Black gets activity. He does have knight takes a5 to win the pawn back, but queen drops back. Queen a6, queen to
knight
b5.
takes a5. Rook takes knight.
Oh, it's a blunder. Rook takes knight. Good spot. And then queen takes bishop on e7.
So he plays rook b8, threatening this queen.
Rook to b8, that's the other way.
Sacrificing a second pawn, but
to
not
punish
really a
the
sacrifice.
queen, but no, forcing white to take on a7, and then white's 2 pawns up. 2 pawns up. Black has some activity, but does he have enough for the 2 pawns?
White would be securing a long-term advantage, but in the short term would have to suffer quite a bit here to hold that queen. That's feels very uncomfortable with that queen on a7. Just completely zero scope, it seems.
Yeah, Andre is taking the eat it and try to survive approach. Just grab the material, try to survive with the queen, and if he manages to keep his a pawn on the board, well, then this is a long-term winning approach from white.
All power to him. He's playing for one result, so it's in his best interest to go for that result and that result only.
And Liam here, he's thinking. He's already under 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Again, with no increments. He's not getting any extra time this game. But he senses it's a critical moment. If he doesn't find something clear here, he can end up pawn down, 2 pawns down, and the game will be lost before it ever even started.
These next 10 moves are the most imperative to the end result of this game, I feel, because if you take too much time, if you take the right amount of time, but you play really precisely and you hold, it can change the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, he might escape down to some equal endgame, but then, yeah, if he's way down on the clock, Sipenko is going to go for that flag. There's always that plan B that we talked about. Okay, bishop to b4. I like this. Attacking the pawn, attacking the knight on c3. And what to do? If you push the pawn up to a6, your queen starts to run a little short on squares. Maybe it starts to feel uncomfortable, like it's close to getting trapped.
It's kind of hard for white to find a move in this position. Kind of every move looks kind of uneasy. Hard to play.
Yeah, how is this queen getting out? This queen is just trapped on a7. It's one of those standoffs where a queen is caught, it can't get out, but at the same time, black doesn't have enough pieces to actually win and pick up the queen. But one blunder, and this game could be over, honestly, for either side. Bishop f4, attacking the rook. And now after queen to b7, black will be able to win back the pawn on a5. He can take on b2 possibly, but bishop on b4 will be attacked. Maybe black just goes bishop takes c3 and just fixes that knight on c4. Queen b7, bishop takes c3, then he takes the pawn on a5. No, he just takes on a5 right away.
Whoa, but this gives this really powerful b4 idea where you can't kick the queen anymore, and suddenly the queen is powerful.
b4, and the b pawn is still alive. I think Andre's going to find this one. He looks like he's seeing something. He's kind of bopping back and forth. He's muttering to himself.
This last move by black was a slight mistake, giving white the advantage, but only if you see the precise move in this position. Andrei Yasipenko has a lot of time on his clock to spend for such a critical moment.
Yeah, what's he gonna do here? Now he's thinking about his options. I like this b4.
We're good now.
He has other options as well. But b4 is a nice move. He goes knight a4. Also possible, and brings the knight to c5. And yeah, it's pawn up for white. Now black is solid, but white's a pawn up. He's still ahead on the clock. I think he's got decent chances here.
Black absolutely needs to find this idea of putting the knight on the rim, knight h5, and chase this very powerful dark squared bishop that white has, and he goes for it. He sees the idea that brings him near equality.
Knight h5. Wow, very unpleasant move for white. Attacking the bishop. Andre, bit of a head shake there. It's like, why didn't I play h3 somewhere? My bishop could have dropped back. Now he has to figure out, you don't want to go to c1. You don't really want to go to e3. Maybe bishop e5. Seems like the best bet. Now if black trades, he can bring his knight into the e5 square. f6.
Ooh, isn't that a big weakening move? It feels like
the
light squares are now weak in the black camp.
Absolutely. Now when he goes back bishop to g3, eventually he can start using these squares. Knight h4, knight f5. So, but what is he thinking about? f6, bishop is under attack. What options does white have here?
Bringing the bishop back. Seems like the most natural.
Drops back. And now black should probably take on g3. Otherwise, what's the point of this knight on h5? But maybe he doesn't have to take right away.
I think if he committed to knight h5, pawn to f6, he's gonna take this bishop now. But he had to make a lot of concessions to win this strong, powerful bishop, and he plays rook f7, attacking this queen now.
Rook f7. Compy doesn't like that move. Queen can drop back. Queen to b3. And white is consolidating with his extra pawn. Queen c6 also perfectly reasonable. But this could easily fizzle out. One slip, you lose that b pawn, and then the game is just completely equal. But maybe he can use this kingside weaknesses. Now knight h4 to f5 or to g6.
Ooh. This knight can revive itself if it takes 2 moves to go to the king side. But overall, I feel like white has achieved some long-term advantage, which we weren't quite sure about 5-10 moves ago.
For sure. Now black has just played rook to b8. He's eyeing that b pawn. How does white defend this one? Rook a2, rook to b1. These moves are a bit passive. Not sure that's what Andre wants to do here, but what else? Pawn is under attack, and that's your advantage. You have the extra pawn.
This is a moment where Andrei Yasipenko has to find a resource. He has to find a resource to not play passively, not go into his opponent's game, and find some counterplay in order to not lose this pawn without some things to show for it.
Let's see what he opts for here.
Yasipenko down
thinking,
for
and
4 minutes.
now he's approaching Liam
Look
Lee
at
on
those
the clock.
BPMs.
Yeah, 120. It's very elevated now.
This is a must-do situation for Andrei Yasipenko. He has to find this idea. There are many ideas that are better for white. None of them are defending this pawn. He has to look, and he goes for it. Knight
there's
c5.
Yeah, he senses intuitively he should just give the pawn and play for the initiative.
Wow.
Rook to b6. Now
Brilliant
bishop on
problem
a5 is under attack, so black can take, but rook to b1, there's the idea. He now takes over the b file, and he's going to try to attack either on the back rank or on the 7th.
This looks extremely good for the white pieces as space and piece activity is accumulating on the board, whereas this black queen is stuck on that back rank defending, and this rook is ill-placed on f7, and overall this knight on c4 is achieving nothing. This bishop on b6 is quite limited in its scope.
Can Yasipenko deliver here for the second game in a row and take the win for his team?
If Yasipenko wins, he disqualifies Liam Lee.
Knocks him out of the competition. He'll crush his key as well. A d takes c5.
And this trade is in favor for Yasipenko, who gets a passed pawn on c5 that is more dangerous than its counterpart, the d5
Starting to look nice. Yeah, I love this trade with the pawn takes on c5. The knight can come to d4. Pawn will push to c6. There's
Ooh,
knight
we
e5.
have a mistake on the board.
Oh, he's forcing the trade, but maybe this isn't that great for black. Take, queen e6.
White can play with this pin with queen e6, pinning this king to this rook to the king.
I think it's the pawns that end up hanging. Because after queen e6, you're hitting the e pawn. If black pushes e4, you're going rook to d1, going after that d pawn.
So many threats will arise on the board. Oh,
but he starts with queen e6. He doesn't want to trade.
Interesting.
This was
What's the difference though?
Not quite as good. Queen to d7. Oh, he missed this. Very frustrated Andre right now. He knows that he's doing extremely well.
Now he cannot take that pawn that would be on e5, and now he has to find another way. And suddenly, white's advantage is gone.
Queen a6. Yeah, he's speeding up because I think he realized it might be time for plan B. Time to play against the clock.
So white is going to play against the clock, maybe play with this passed pawn, make it dangerous enough.
Queen f5. I mean, black looks completely fine here now. He's starting to take on f3. If you take on e5, now black definitely takes with the pawn, opening up the rook, hitting the f pawn. You can go knight to d4 here, but then that knight isn't stable. Queen to e4. And white is losing his edge here. He's already lost his edge, and he has to come up with something tricky here to try and win this game.
If you would give me this position, I would still take the white pieces, don't get me wrong, but it's just a little bit harder to play for white.
Now, what's he gonna do? Okay, he's tanking. He's frustrated. He's so frustrated. He's like, come on, come up with something.
He knew he had the advantage. He knew he had the advantage going out of the opening in this during this entire middle game into this end game-ish.
But you can't think about that now. You now have to just win this bullet game. But he's 20 seconds down on the clock.
Queen
okay,
A8.
Queen A8. I like this move, going for the king, putting pressure on Liam, not making it easy for him. But he can take on F3 with check, and maybe just take twice. I mean, the king runs out to G6. Where's the mate? He doesn't see it either.
And now the white
C6, but rook E7. Black plays for mate himself. No.
More than that, Black could surely find a threefold repetition and try to force matters into a draw.
Or just play for a draw. Oh, D4.
Whoa. We have a pawn storm on our hands.
Like that move. Okay, queen comes to E8. Okay, putting the question. Putting the question. Now, rook F8 is a problem. And C7 is a threat as well. Andre with some chances here.
D3, and now it's winning for white.
What's
the
Liam's
tables
idea?
have turned, and now Black loses this rook completely with check.
And look at Andre. He knows he's winning. He's back in the zone.
Queen D5.
Queen D5. Maybe just C7.
Takes Queen E4. He loses a pawn.
Takes Queen E4.
Oh no! And now White has a pass pawn to his own. And this is completely winning. White will be queening a second queen.
Unbelievable. He has a C pawn now, 1 minute on the clock for Andre, but he's winning. He's winning on the board. Queen to C4. Black's only chance is some kind of perpetual.
And now Queen D7. The queen is going to wrap around that black queen and force matters into promoting a second queen on this board. And once that second queen arises, it is completely bust for Black.
Queen to B6 here. Now he can push, but then he just has to make sure he's not running into checks. There's Queen B1 check, King H2. And then the checks run out. White's about to make a second queen.
And once you queen, you threaten that F5 pawn. Oh, last minute resource.
Okay, Queen to B2. I like this try. Liam is still in the game. If King G2, you have Queen B7 check.
Ooh.
And the checks continue. But maybe White just goes King F1, just running out. Okay, starts with Queen E7. And then maybe Queen E3.
Queen C5. Beautiful.
What a move.
Defending and attacking. I call this an everything move and forces resignation. Andre Yesipenko eliminates Laquam Liem. What an absolute chaotic match. He went down 1-0, had his back against the wall 2 consecutive games, and found a way out.
Winning on demand twice with the white pieces. Laquan Liam has to be disappointed here as he is eliminated from the EWC. Wow. Yesipenko here. Man, just really snatching
the
victory
resilience
from the jaws
out of
of defeat.
Yesipenko just now is unbelievable. I cannot believe that.
He was winning this game and then, manages to convert.
Incredible, as you guys described, that he won. Andre Yesipenko wins 2 games on demand. To do it once is already a really difficult challenge, but to do it twice and eliminate Lei Kwang Liam, his key will be the first key to be crushed at the main event here in chess at the Esports World Cup as he faces elimination. He will take home a very nice prize, $23,000. But for Andre Yesipenko, he's advancing to the quarterfinals in the lower bracket, and the further you advance, the higher the prize. And guess what? His opponent in the quarterfinals is the 3-time World Blitz champion Alexander Grishuk, who is in the audience, has been watching the match. He's getting ready against Andre Yesipenko. That match will be beginning in just a couple of minutes, so it's crucial for the players to be also watching the other matches. Just imagine that you don't know yet your opponent. Is it going to be Andre? Is it going to be Lei? You're watching the match just like another chess fan, another spectator. Zach, what are your thoughts on the overall match that you have seen and Sasha here in the audience?
How about that Andre Yesipenko swimming, just trying to not drown, and then finally gets up, finds some land, and disqualifies Liam Lei with his back on the wall 2 games, back against the wall 2 games in a row. I cannot believe what I just witnessed. It's shocking. I'm shocked.
Yeah, no, I mean, very clutch performance from Andrei Sipenko. Loses the first game after, not a bad piece sacrifice. Wins the second game on demand, forces Armageddon, wins Armageddon on demand, both with the white pieces. So that's a lesson to the opponents for Andrei's future. Do not take black against Andrei Sipenko.
And plus, he chose the white pieces for that second game, basically with that time selection. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, gotta love the confidence of that 8-minute, 45-second bid, right? Just knowing that if he needs to, he'll be able to clutch it out.
It's true that he had a psychological edge from game 2, winning it on demand with the white pieces and then going pretty much on purpose for the higher bid in case of getting the same white color. And I just love that. I feel like he's one of those players who's actually listening to music too, because I'm a fan of listening to music by working, and they are here in the office, professional chess players fighting for the highest prizes in chess, and I feel like, was singing along in the better moments. Of course, chess is not always that easy, especially since he lost the first game, but it seems like it has been working well so far for him, both with the openings and the playlist that he's listening to. But again, I would love to know more. I hope that we will get that question in the interview. I'm trying to push you guys to ask the question about the songs as well. I need to know. I need to know.
For sure, we'll ask that in the next interview. What are you listening to?
And we will be heading over to Jan on stage with the winner of this crucial matchup, Andrei Sipenko. Jan, please do ask about the playlist.
We're here with Andrei Sipenko. Andrei, congratulations. 10th match. Talk us through it. What happened?
Thank you. Yeah, it was a very tough match against very solid and strong player. And I lost the first game. I didn't have time to check it, so I feel like I had some attack, but I couldn't find a way. Maybe it wasn't, there was no way to continue it.
Zeros, but complicated.
Yeah, but I thought I'm already trying to win. I couldn't find it, and then his pieces came just in time, and yeah, my position just collapsed. And the second game, I think I didn't play well in the opening. I played CD, but it wasn't.
You gave a piece. Was that on purpose, or it's in some other position where you can do it, no?
Yeah, it's another position when it's already castle there. It's a very famous position, but I was thinking maybe here it also works. But for some reason it's because rook still on h8, so yeah, I don't want to go into details. But after this it was pretty okay. I played well. And the third game, yeah, I just got very nervous at some point when I felt that I'm very close to have a winning position, but I couldn't see exactly the way how to proceed. And then, yeah, I gave him some chances and it was already equal. I knew it. We also had the same amount of time. But then I found this some rook h8, queen e8. And after this, maybe it's not so easy for him to play. So, yeah, it was very crazy.
Yeah, congrats. It was very entertaining. You bid, I think, 845 for the Armageddon, which seems high. Can you talk me through your thinking? You wanted white?
Yeah, I just wanted to play white, so that's why I did it, yeah.
You're a veteran of the EWC. You played well last year already, so you've taken part in all the competitions. How do you like the one in Paris? Are you looking forward to your first key crushing now? What's happening?
Yeah, it's very nice. I wouldn't say my first tournament was great. I won just one match and then lost two and came home. But here it's always nice to play this kind of tournaments against the best players. And I guess I play against Grishuk, right? Yeah, he's a legend of the game, extremely strong player, and yeah, I don't have any expectations. We will just see. I will play, and yeah, I'll try to play good chess.
Thank you so much, Andrei, and best of luck for the rest of the tournament. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Jan, and congratulations to Andrei Yesipenko, who moves on to the quarterfinals of the lower bracket and will be facing the three-time World Blitz champion Alexander Grishuk, who was among the spectators for the entirety of the match, to figure out who he will be preparing against. The players now have a few minutes of break, not much. It's just about to catch your breath, grab a snack if you can, and get back into the ring. So we will be covering the next match shortly, but while we get ready for that next matchup, we're gonna take a very quick break for ourselves as well. Do not go anywhere. When we are back, the next elimination match is coming up in the lower bracket. One player will be extremely happy for advancing to the semifinals, and the other, unfortunately, will have to say goodbye to the tournament, and their keys will get crushed. We'll see you on the other side of this short break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back to the broadcast, everyone. This is chess at the highest level at the Esports World Cup. 5 days of chess for $1.5 million. That's at stake, and a lot of valuable club championship points as well. Keys will get crushed, and that's what the next match is about as well. We are in the playing phase today, and we are about to feature a really important quarterfinal matchup in the lower bracket. Again, this is a double elimination format. The player that will win this match advances to the next, and unfortunately the loser in this match will get eliminated and his key will get crushed. Our next matchup, it could not be more exciting. It's a battle between two generations. We have the 3-time World Blitz champion Alexander Grishuk at the age of 42, and his opponent from the same nation, Andrei Yesipenko, at the age of 24. 18 years is the age gap between these two players. Zach, when it comes to Grishuk, the legend, and Yesipenko, who probably spent his childhood studying the games of Alexander Grishuk, how do you see this matchup?
It's a clear student against master in this matchup. It should be very, very interesting to see. I, for one, I'm in love with the experience that Grishuk brings to the entire playing field. But Yesipenko, with that last match, got me convinced. I'm on train Yesipenko for this one. He has that momentum. He has that angst to just push past his opponents. What do you think, Jan?
I think it's a close one. They're very similar level, different generations, but similar chess style. I think similar education, very classical players, very clean style. Normally try to equalize with black, put pressure with white. So anything can happen. Like Grishuk normally would have a slight edge, calculating maybe, but Andrei, he's played the candidates recently. He has a lot of fresh ideas. He used to work with David Paravian, a top theoretician. So he has a lot of very dangerous things in his arsenal that maybe could be unleashed. I'm really looking forward to this one.
It's going to be an absolute blockbuster. And when it comes to the matches coming one right after the other, Andrei Yesipenko has just finished his game. He literally just had a quick moment to grab a snack, come back onto the stage, while Alexander Grishuk was in the audience watching the match to figure out who his opponent will be. And what did we think of that in terms of like Yesipenko coming off of that really important win, Zach, and now Sasha witnessing how the match went against his opponent?
I think it's greatly in Yesipenko's favor to have that momentum, to keep in that pure adrenaline rush. You're still in that groove to get back into it. I think that's really good for Yesipenko, but maybe Grishuk was laying back, studying, getting a rest, and maybe he's fresh and ready to take on this challenge.
What's special about Grishuk too, he's such a student of the game. Obviously all top players study, but with him it's really like he wants to follow all the action, know every game that's played. He even follows, is there a new book, a new video series that could give me information? So he's really always tried to keep up with everything. Yeah, it's impressive to see that even after so many years at the highest level, he's just a chess fan as well, and he will sit in the audience and watch his colleagues.
It's great for us chess fans to see another chess fan in the audience who is a 3-time World Blitz champion, by the way. And the fact that Grishuk has been around for so long, decades of experience, like Yesipenko, the fresh star recently coming off of that great preparation for the Candidates tournament, as you mentioned, Jan, it's really that clash of the long-term decades of elite chess level. And for Yesipenko, he's the up-and-coming rising star of his country. I would like to ask you your thoughts on this format in particular, starting with you, Jan. 10 minutes, no increment. How do you see them at this time control, and who would you pick?
Historically, Grishuk, as well documented, has been more of a blitz specialist, while Andrei I think of as more of a classical quote-unquote specialist, but of course he's good at everything. He eliminated Vincent Keimer in tie breaks from the World Cup recently, so he's elite at every format, as all these guys are. But when it comes to who prefers shorter time control, I think it's Grishuk.
What about you, Zach? Do you also pick Grishuk in terms of this time control, that it favors him to some extent?
I think when you speak of this time control, you look to Alex Grishuk, who is the most coveted player probably in this entire field. If you take out Magnus Carlsen, 3 world championship titles in Blitz is just insane. And that experience, that knowledge, that knowing when to take time, knowing when to go fast, that will come in key at moments in this game. Should be exciting to see. Yesipenko is on a hot spree now, and he's had a good year overall. So this should be a very exciting matchup just overall.
Yes, and what will also be, of course, very important is those really famous mouse kills. As Alexander Grishuk himself said in his interview, he's not that confident about his mouse kills. So yes, he's a 3-time World Blitz champion, but that was over the board. Chess used to be just played over the board with the physical pieces, and here they are competing, of course, in an esports environment where mouse kills matter. It will be really interesting to see how those mouse kills fare in this matchup. Grishuk against Yesipenko, best of 2. Again, the winner of this matchup will move on to the semifinals of the lower bracket here at the Esports World Cup, and the loser, unfortunately, will get eliminated and their keys will get crushed. We have the players getting ready just a few seconds before the first game begins. Andrei Yesipenko, I believe, listening to his favorite playlist. I would love a confirmation of that, but so far we don't know if that's singing or what he's mumbling exactly, but he might be one of the few players with a banger playlist here to support him, and that's the beautiful key that Alexander Grishuk earned at the last chance qualifier here in Paris. I do think that's an advantage for Grishuk, that he qualified from an event that takes place right here in the same arena. So he qualified last week here in Paris at the Esports World Cup throughout the qualification event, and now he's back in the same arena to play it through in the main event. But for Yesipenko, he made it through at an earlier qualification tournament at DreamHack Atlanta. The focus is on any predictions in terms of openings, Jan, when it comes to this game 1, and I leave it over to you guys, to the experts.
It's always hard to predict. They both slightly prefer 1 e4, but can also play d4. And just as I said it, Yesipenko goes d4. And it looks like we're going towards a King's Indian. Ooh. Zach, that's more your ballpark. Like aggressive, shady openings, that's where you feel right at home.
Yeah, I don't play the King's Indian personally, but I know its sharpness, I know its reputation. It's a very dynamic opening for the black pieces. What Grishuk is potentially signaling to Yesipenko is, look, I want to fight, I want to go into this, and I want to win. I want to tear you apart. And that's a very ambitious thing to tell your opponent right from the first moves.
Then again, he's playing the same thing he already played against Artemiev, where it didn't go well. Maybe just thinking, okay, I had to look at this. This is what I want to do. Yesipenko is also more or less following that game. We see this, what do you call it, the fianchetto for both sides, putting this bishop there in front of the king, so the bishop controls the long diagonal and gives a bit of shelter. But as we mentioned, from the black side, this setup is supposed to be slightly risky, because you're giving white a little more space than he normally deserves in the center.
And what is this idea? A4, and then black comes in with this other pawn move. What does that mean?
It's just modern chess. You know, we have these engines that are stronger than any humans. And there was this revolution. They had this thing called Alpha Zero.
Oh.
Well-publicized match. And then it had its clone Lila Zero, which first included NNUEs and boring stuff I don't understand. But anyway, these very strong engines in a lot of positions, they just started saying A4 is the best move, A5 is the best move, H4 is the best move, H5 is the best move. It took humans a while to adapt, but apparently they're onto something, moving these rook pawns all the time, and you see it more and more in human games. Here it's kind of normal. White is trying to grab more space on that side, and black is stopping him, but you see it in all kinds of positions.
And so what is the scope of this struggle at this point? There's a trade in the center?
The question is, can white consolidate or can black get in either pawn to d5 or put pressure on that white pawn in the center? Because if white stabilizes, like the rook comes, the king goes to the side, pawns come forward, then white is better, but black will try to make something happen while we're waiting for this. And there he comes. Queen is trying to set up some trickery. Maybe the knight can take on e4 and then hit the other knight, or the queen can come to b4. I prefer white because white has more space in the center, but it's not straightforward. But if white stabilizes, bring the other rook, do this h3, king h2, like we've seen Le Quang Liem play, bring the king to safety, I'd always take white.
Yeah, white looks very well developed early on in this game, and black might have a long-term liability on that d6 square, as you said. And it's a question of, can I get rid of this weakness? What can I do with that?
Don't think you can. So you more or less have to sit and wait, put the rook there, maybe drop the bishop back, and then wait for the white expansion. But now I prefer white here. Grishuk winning the opening battle, of course, very familiar with his younger compatriot, and maybe knew what his weaknesses were.
And so what is the overall plan for the white pieces as they approach this middle game, in which planning is super essential?
I don't believe in plans, Zach. Chess is move by move. They played this weird move there, putting the rook there, trying to double the rooks. Now the situation changed because you can't cover. You can't cover your pawn on d6 so easily anymore. So maybe we attack it now. Queen to f4, hitting that pawn. How do you defend it?
Ooh.
The general plan is, yeah, king out of the way and f4, f5, but that is, he's trying to stop by doubling the rooks, hitting that pawn. But maybe you can, adjust to the new situation.
Queen to f4 is played, putting some pressure on that weak pawn we've talked about, and Grishuk shakes his head. Look at that.
He's playing well. He might be shaking his head, but
he does not like his position.
Yeah, maybe queen f4 came a bit unexpectedly.
And now black has to deal with this threat on this pawn.
Yeah, I take it back. He lost the opening battle.
He lost the opening battle just a bit, and now he's trying to figure things out. A lot of body language coming from Grishuk's side right there. Yesipenko with a very confident stance, looking straight at the board, looks in control of this situation.
Yeah, Grishuk is annoyed by that move because
he's looking at us.
His move was directed against the normal white plan, but queen f4 is a very good reaction. Pointing out the drawbacks because now the bishop can't cover and the other rook is not in time to defend the pawn, because once you take, now it hits that rook that just moved there. So no, this is throwing a bit of a spanner in the works. Andre knows it. Look at that stare.
Now, from an objective point of view, this is equal or small advantage for the white pieces, but overall, this is a very uncomfortable position to play for black.
Also, in chess, it matters to stop your opponent from doing what he wanted to do. He wanted to double the rooks and then push the pawn in the center and simplify, but now he's not in time to do that, so he has to find a new idea, which will find extra time, cost extra time. So, sharp play by Yesipenko.
And this means extra restriction on the black pieces. You're not letting your opponent do what they want, and you're restricting their pieces, their counterplay, in an opening where black relies on that counterplay.
Yeah, the problem is the structure with the limited space is inherently a bit worse, so you need to make something quote-unquote dynamic happen, and if you can't, you shall suffer. Like, we all grow up with the great attacking games from the legends like Fischer and Kasparov in the King's Indian, but they don't show you all these slow tortures where black just doesn't have enough space for his pieces.
Slow torture on the position and on the clock. Grishuk is taking a 2-minute plus turn here, really quizzed about what to do here with the black pieces. He's just so unhappy. He's
Where
spiraling.
do you stand on slow torture? You pro or contra?
I would say that's my weakness. When I'm defending kind of some pressure, I just want some counterplay, and sometimes it will mean that I will play more risky. And knight e8 has played a risky move, putting the knight back.
I don't know if it's risky. I think it's born out of necessity. He's covering the pawn, but he doesn't like it because now he can no longer double his rooks, and his whole setup is a little ruined. He decided he had to cling on to that pawn, but he doesn't look happy. Knight drops back, avoiding any trickery there with the bishop taking it, and that knight jumping to e6 with a fork. No, Andre is in control. And when he's playing well, he's such a clean player. You can really see that flow, like good opening preparation pieces go to good squares, and the opponent doesn't even know what he did wrong. So there's a lot to learn from Andre Yesipenko games.
We witnessed some top-class conversion against Limle, and he just knows how to convert positions. His technique is really good.
Yeah.
That's why it's not good to give him maybe an advantage Or
No, now that black can't put his rooks, can't get this d6, d5 push, is stuck with a weak pawn. All he can do is shuffle his pieces around and wait for white to expand. Well, white can think about, do I start pushing my pawns, h4, g4, do I break with e5? E5 very direct, but also looks very tempting, opening the position while the black pieces are back there.
And while all your pieces are in the field, every single white piece is developed in this game. And now,
he's pinning.
Wow.
Pinning the knight. Knight can't move because the rook is right behind it. And if the rook goes out of the way, then the queen can step to the side and renew that pin.
This is a tremendously uncomfortable position for the black pieces.
I don't like it.
How do you even untangle here? It is such...
It's bad. Also, there's no easy way to play it. In a sort of non-standard position, mistakes come much more easily. There you see
there
the
you
computer
go, mistake.
Gives a question mark for that move. He wants to bring the knight to the rim to defend the other knight, but then you're stuck in this perma pin. And white can ask very direct questions, like queen to d4 to the middle, attacks the knight. Knight can't move, the other knight will cover it. But then we drop our bishop back to f1, the bishop in front of the king, hits that knight, and you're threatening to take it, and I'm not sure how black actually untangles from there.
And he misses this idea.
He doesn't do that. I take it all back.
Instead, he goes for
what's that about?
A blockading maneuver with knight to d4?
I thought he was into more concrete stuff already, but looks like, yeah, he's comfortable just reshuffling that knight on c3. Wasn't doing much, so he wants to put it on d4. Doesn't go for direct tactics, but for long-term improvement.
And now this idea he needs to find once again, but
yeah,
don't think it's on with this
radar.
knight maneuver. Yeah, he might just follow up with the knight maneuver, completely missing this queen to d4, bringing the queen to the center, putting some pressure on this weak knight and this weak pin. That would be the best way to continue here by a mile.
Yeah. Although maybe he finds it because he also clears that square where the queen is right now for the horsey to jump into. So you can... How do you young people say you can feed two birds with one scone by like putting the queen there and clearing the knight?
You can hit two birds with one stone.
No, I thought you don't say that anymore. Now you say you feed two birds with one scone.
I've never heard that one, but
well,
I trust
Canadian,
your judgment.
Zach.
What does that mean?
Knight went to d4.
And now his advantage is purely positional. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's still sort of better, but if he doesn't achieve anything direct with this pin, then I think the black structure has improved because he pushed his pawn and allowed black to get rid of this weakness on d6.
It's like
so I don't think it's so bad anymore.
It's like black managed to untangle quite nicely in this position.
Yeah. What's all these drums? We normally don't have drums at chess tournaments.
Is firing up. There are some other events starting
there's other events here? I thought this was all chess.
Chess this week, of course, but there's R6 also in the background.
Didn't know drumming was an esport. Yespenko trying to drum up some pressure here, but the worst seems to be over for Grishuk. Then again, he also paid a toll on the clock, no? Like 3 minutes?
Oh my goodness, I didn't even realize. He's down to 3 minutes.
Yeah, his position has improved now. He got rid of the pin. His pieces are little weird, but not too bad. He didn't lose material.
He did
but
not.
The time.
Oh, Yesipenko has a huge time advantage, which I didn't see. And this might prove very fruitful for the game in the next 5-10 moves.
Could be. It's time to speed up, Mr. 3-time Blitz World Champion. I'm always a bit worried to talk too much trash because they're right there. I don't think they can hear us, but they could potentially.
They could just come up on stage. We would have no idea. We have our backs turned to them.
And they would be in their rights to punch us, or me at the very least. So what should White do? Maybe we need to keep chipping away at that center. No, like go pawn to c4.
Onto c4.
Create some more tension.
The pawn structure.
Because then if we take on d5, if black has to recapture with the pawn, at least he has a weakness. And if not, that knight in the center, the black knight on e4, will look a little shaky.
All the while, black is untangled from the pressure of this dark squared bishop along that very nice diagonal there and has freed himself from all that. But now needs to consolidate probably this e6 square.
C4 plate,
pawn.
excellent move. Rook back, pawn takes, so he's inflicted that micro weakness. But what is next? I don't think anything particularly direct. Many normal moves. He can move the rook there, put it in the open file. Yeah, that's what he does.
And the pawn is so well defended and so under attacked. It's as good as safe on d5, although long term it might be a weakness. This might mean that white favors trades from this position on.
Yeah, we should mention black never wants to capture that white pawn on e5. We are thinking about that. Even if there's no direct trick, you don't want to give that bishop, because that bishop covers the dark squares and the king. So you don't want to go bishop takes e5 and exchange it for a knight, even if you're winning a pawn.
And white has an astounding tactic in this position. Really a positional tactic, but all the same, super beautiful if Yesipenko manages to find it.
Enlighten us, what's the tactic?
You move your knight to this very well-defended square on f5 with a discovery
hitting the queen.
on that queen.
Got it.
And
So we
forcing
exchange
a
queens.
trade. And then you bring your knight back, save
takes.
your knight, and then you attack this weak pawn while that knight on c7, that black knight is hanging. And now
that's
everything
nice.
is hanging in this position.
And it's not that complicated. He will think about it. It's just how he evaluates the resulting position.
It depends on whether he truly doubts his opponent's last move, bishop d7. If it feels uneven to him, he can then look for some crazies.
No, normally these top grandmasters, they have a very good radar for these things. But having said that, he doesn't do it.
The
He goes
commentator's curse.
rook to c2, tries to double, but that gives black time to move his horsey. Yeah, there comes the knight again.
So once again, we're seeing this pattern of Yesipenko, who has a tactical idea but chooses the positional move, and that results in simply a miss. But he's not losing by any means. It's just a completely
No, now
equal
black
position.
is okay. I think this knight that was on a dumb square now is on a very nice square.
Imagine from all the way back from that pin on that diagonal up to this position. The black pieces have done very well for themselves in retrieving some of that play.
Especially that horsey. The night before.
It's a monster knight on b4, covering that bishop entirely. No
What
scope
did
for the
you
bishop.
do the night before?
I hopped home.
I slept. I passed out at like 10:30.
Oh, right.
Grishuk shaking his head, down to 2 minutes, but Andre caught up on the clock, so they're both low on time. They're both sort of like artsy types. They want to find out the truth about the position, play good moves, like, or what's the other word for it? Slow.
Yes, this is a slow play, and who will that favor going into the later stages of this middle game as Grishuk is down to 2 minutes. Yesipenko is caught up on time, is down to 2 minutes as well.
I actually think Grishuk is the better flagger. Like, Andre might be younger, so he should have better mouse skills, but I think Grishuk is a little dirtier. Andre is very... yeah, he's a classical specialist, but hang on, we have so much tactics here. Knight takes, rook takes e5, takes the pawn, hits the queen. So black won a pawn, a little tactic there. Black is now better.
Wow. What a reversal here. And now black has the advantage on account of this one move he needs to find.
Extra pawn.
Extra pawn.
The rook returns. Didn't like it there on g5, but that allows the exchange of these bishops. And I mentioned earlier, you don't want to trade that bishop if you're black, because it's doing a good job covering your king.
And now the king is weakened on g7, taking back that bishop.
And we also win back the pawn. No, the pawn on d5 is dropping.
There's a completely equal position coming into this early endgame. Queen slides to f6.
What's going on? Can I take the queen takes b7? You can take one of my pawns then.
I see.
So he goes back. I take white. Slight targets there on b4 and b7. The black king is a little shakier.
And the
Might
bishop
not be
is
much.
superior. Maybe.
Yeah. Mainly with little time, it's harder to defend these pawns. Computer will find easy ways out, so he says it's equal.
Practically,
but I
this
think this is tough.
Yeah, difficult position. Grishuk still has to defend here.
Good
After
move,
having
though,
to
getting
defend.
rid of some pawns. And now if rook takes pawn, then black can exchange one pair of pawns. Yeah, he doesn't do it. He takes directly. But looks like black is active enough to hold. Rook
Ooh,
comes.
beautiful rook move.
And we have an endgame. Still an extra pawn. But can white untangle?
That is the question.
So you go back, we give check again, and you repeat the moves. And if the rook tries to cover the pawn, then you hit it with your pawn. So he goes for counterattack against the bishop. But you still can't go bishop in the way because of the pin.
Yesipenko has the white pieces, so it's in his incentive to play for an absolute win here, especially from dry positions like this. You gotta find ways to trick your opponent and find resources.
Black wins the pawn back now. I think they will make a draw. These are both like old school guys. There won't be flaggery. I think they will just repeat moves and make a draw
in a few seconds.
See?
And a draw by agreement. Very rare type of draw in this EWC format.
No, this is a generational thing. The new generation, they try to flag if they think they have an advantage. It's
This
considered
was
fair
all
game,
respect, all class, much appreciation for both opponents here.
Yeah. Also, they know each other. Of course, maybe they feel it's not worth ruining their relationship.
Maybe
over
they've
some
worked together.
3-0-3. You never know. You never know. Chess players are very secretive about all this kind of stuff. So drawing game one. That means next game, Grishuk with the white pieces dodged a bit of a bullet there.
Yesipenko a little bit on the back foot here with taking the black pieces in this must win or draw game. He wins, he disqualifies Grishuk. He draws Armageddon. He loses, he's out.
That are the stakes, not just out of this match, but his key is gone.
Yes. His key is at
How do you even go
here.
home without a key?
I don't know. Taking his time. What is your beverage of choice when you play chess?
The problem for me is with this time control, if I drink a lot of water, I very much want to visit the bathroom. If you're down to 2-3 minutes, you feel like, can I go now? Am I going to lose on time? So I try not to drink too much. But of course, water, gotta stay hydrated, right?
I'm a big water guy.
Ah, I see.
I don't have my water before the round. Oh my goodness.
I don't know. I don't trust water. I want something with electrolytes, you know?
Yeah, but I feel like the drinks with electrolytes have quite the sugar these days, and that can create a sugar crash a little bit into your
I watched that movie Idiocracy, and they had electrolytes in their drinking water, and they seem to be doing fine.
Oh, okay.
Canada, food for thought.
And
we see the players getting ready.
We are approaching this game too momentarily.
We should mention neither of us are medical doctors or
medical
even
professionals.
smart.
0% or smart. Speak for yourself.
Sorry.
So here we go.
The player thinking.
Grishuk is
now
like crouched in. Look at that pose.
comfortable-ish situation. White pieces. Both classical players against Andre. If you play d4, he's gonna play his queen's gambit, so you don't run a lot of risks. But if he means business, he might also go e4. Oh no, he's playing a very solid line. Sometimes we miss the first couple moves here, but this was the so-called 4 knights. Not fortnights, but the 4 knights.
Oh,
very solid line.
So
sometimes it's a bit of a memory test even.
Exactly. That's
pawn to a4 sideline, but you don't catch Andre with such sidelines. Sorry, you guys don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just explaining. Grishuk tried to surprise him with a rarely played line, but Andre knew the best reaction, and now the position is equalish.
Yeah, this is an opening that has a strong reputation for equalizing easily with the black pieces, although...
Funnily enough, Yesipenko used that same opening to surprise Jan Nepomniachtchi last year in his debut in the EWC, and I think it worked out well for him. He won a nice game, but means he studied it and he knows how to handle it as well.
And look at Grishuk there, looking quizzically at the board, murmuring to himself. He looks
Why
kind
did
of
I choose
distraught.
this stupid line? I could have played the Rui Lopez, the Italian,
We've
the
seen
Scotch.
this before. He's going to untangle and
Pawn
be
to
fine.
a4. What have I become?
It's very curious how he slightly looks at the camera, almost looks at the camera like once a game.
He's a showman. He's pretending.
I love it.
I was just
Look,
thinking.
he's looking
He knows
at
what
us.
he's doing. He knows what he's doing.
saying hi. He's thinking of us.
E takes D, but he has absolutely nothing here, like just rook takes and C takes D5. And Black is extremely comfortable. So Grishuk's opening gamble has not paid off.
Yeah. Dare we say maybe unambitious even of an opening try?
I mean, he tried to trick the kid picking something he might not know. Kid knew it. It's a gamble you often take in chess. You play a sideline where you know if the opponent knows, it's nothing special.
Grishuk is very unhappy, uncomfortable. He's like, he's shaking his head. He's frowning a little bit. He's like...
Also, this is the position you don't want against Yesipenko. Very classical, good structure. Pieces are active, and Andrei is such a good technician. Like, if you give him a quiet position where he can improve his pieces, he's nasty. Grishuk is not used to this type of structure because he typically doesn't play this.
So how does Black outplay from a position like this? To me, the average player, it would look kind of like a draw position.
You're way above average, Zach. Like, chess-wise, not intelligence-wise. joking. But no, it is sort of equal, but Black has some potential. No, bishop to d6, maybe sometimes pawn to c5, sometimes some rook lifts. But it is true that White is very, very solid. Put the pawn on b3 and sit there. So it's not like anything bad has happened.
So that's an interesting suggestion. Bishop back to d6. You drop back your bishop to make
then you
that
go
square.
c5, and you have that diagonal.
C5. I see.
You can even dream of like bishop to c7, queen to d6. You build
rolling
a
up
good
a
old
battery. Beautiful. Rolling out the red carpet on those dark squares. But here, seems like, okay, both contestants have equal time. Position is super balanced.
Is it anybody's move? Is the clock not running? Did they make it
It's
draw?
anybody's result. That's what I'm saying. It's
now
anybody's
the clock
result.
is moving. All right.
Your heart skipped a beat there, I felt, for a second.
Not Andres, stable at 99 BPM.
Wow, got that crisp 99 there.
When I go to the gym and even standing on this treadmill, I'm already above 100, so I don't know how they stay.
What's your
below
BPM
100.
average at the gym?
Like, I don't know, 130-ish.
130, oh my goodness.
Not when you do cardio, right?
Of course.
What's normal?
I don't know. 130 has not been reached today, so...
Okay, but they're not doing cardio, they're just playing chess.
It's cardio of the mind.
Yeah, it's zone 1 cardio, maximum. Yesipenko, now he just crossed
taking
100.
a big turn.
He got nervous.
Oh, he just crossed 100, yeah. 100 BPMs. Taking a big turn here. You think he's thinking of plans or move by move still?
I don't know. What are you thinking about? Just go bishop d6, c5, then think. See?
He's
there
listening
you go.
to you. He's got you in his ear.
Yeah, but why spend all this time? This is obvious.
So he plays bishop d6, a classic drawing back move from this Scotch opening.
Yeah, saving the pawn. There was attacked by the rook. And now it's more of a decision if you want to push that c-pawn or if you want to keep it solid like he does with c6. But I don't like c6, because if you sit and do nothing, then White can move his own knight and eventually, maybe not right now, play pawn to c4, once again undermine your structure. And it can get a little awkward. That's why I prefer playing more actively.
My question is, where does this light squared bishop go? Because when you play a move like pawn to c6, this light square bishop runs out of squares to develop to.
Not a big fan. Often you have to do it earlier because you had to cover something, but here I don't think he had to. Now, see, he's correcting.
So he wasted a move and he's correcting his mistake. Pawn to c5.
But now he lost a move and White can use it to exchange these bishops, going bishop to f4, trading them off. I wanted to keep them to maybe create some threats. Still nothing big is happening. These are subtleties, but...
And overall, White wants the trades from this position because of the pawn structures.
Yeah. Also because of the king. There's not that many defenders around White's king. So if you exchange some pieces, it's less likely Black gets an attack, and then you can use these micro weaknesses that Black has, like the pawn on a6 that can't be covered by another pawn, and the pawns on d5, c5.
So that strategic thinking to weave a move like bishop f4 to force the trade of bishops is quite interesting. And very relevant to the school of chess that both of these players were brought up on.
It's a bit boring, but they're not giving us fireworks, so we gotta talk about subtleties like that. What do you call these pawns on d5, c5? Are those hanging pawns?
They are.
But why? They're not hanging.
They're not hanging, but they can easily hang.
Ah.
So they can be easily attacked and harmed. And if one of those two pawns moves up, it creates weaknesses on the adjacent squares.
And chess, you don't wanna hang. You don't want to hang things.
You don't want to.
You don't want to hang out with other players. None of those.
That's why me as a chess player, I isolate myself from everyone. I don't want to hang out with people. I don't want to hang.
I heard you're a terrible hang, so that's great for
people
your
say
chess
want to
career.
hang Zach. I say no, thank you. That means I'm vulnerable. You know,
You don't want to show any weakness or compassion.
Exactly.
Knight to g3, threatening to jump. Create a fork, knight to f5, hitting that bishop and that queen, but the other black bishop can drop back and parry that threat. So bishop to c8 covers that square where the horsey wants to jump. It's a bit of a sad move, of course, bishop back, but what to do?
He just moved his bishop to that square, and now Grishuk is saying, just move it back.
Back and forth.
Back and forth, back and forth. We also saw this type of hesitant type of move with Yasipenko's earlier pawn move.
Even if it doesn't do much, it's annoying if your opponent makes you take the move back that you just played.
Yeah, it just requires an extra layer of patience in this game where you desperately want and need a win. Both of these players
Not
kind of
desperate.
You desperately want to win. You want to get this over with. You want to disqualify your opponent immediately.
Also, now we're at the stage where we should mention this stuff is tiresome. They don't have a lot of breaks. This is match number 4 today, and
For me too, it's match number 4.
See, and you're collapsing, and you don't even have to play. Like, I mean, okay.
I can't imagine the players who are playing back-to-back matches.
No, I mean, like,
yeah, for the players too. I feel like this is Grishuk's third match within a span of 2 hours. Incredible.
No, in general, I think like 4 rapid games are more or less the equivalent of 1 tournament game, which is like 5-6 hours. I think so, yeah.
Wow.
And here they easily play 8, 10 a day. So this is very fatiguing for chess players.
Yeah, I would have said less, but yeah, if you're saying like a fully fledged classical game that's like 5 to 6 hours, okay, then I can understand.
Yeah, maybe. Depends on the time control. Maybe with 10-0 you can argue it's more like 6, but no, this is taxing. Chess players were not used to esports schedules, it's like one classical game, 3-4 hours, and done for the day.
I'm going to bounce back a question to you as Grishuk takes time off his clock now. What has been your longest game ever in your career that you can think of?
Once I played a game in the German Bundesliga. I played an English grandmaster called Luke McShane. I had the black pieces.
Okay.
The game started at, I think back then it was 9 a.m., which back then wasn't my favorite time. Game lasted 10 hours. I lost, didn't play an active move the whole game. I was defending passively for 150 moves. And then I had to travel back home by train. It wasn't my favorite
You lost
Sunday.
in 150 moves in 10 hours?
Maybe I'm exaggerating. Maybe it was 9, but it was long. It was long and painful.
9
And I was defending the whole game. I offered a draw after 10 moves, as you do on a Sunday morning. But the guy said, no, let's play.
No.
Then he beat me.
You're killing me. You're killing me, Jan. I feel for you.
Yeah.
I promise everyone watching, this will not be a 9 or 10 hour game.
Nah.
So rook to b4, activating the rook.
Also, I didn't have breakfast.
You didn't have to have breakfast. Activating this rook in this position, attacking the queen.
Queen has to go back. I'm not sure I like this bishop to f5 move, simplifying further. And pawn to c4. The queen doesn't have to go back, but what's going on? Isn't there like some
Takes queen e2. The queen can infiltrate this position after a trade of bishops.
Yeah, but taking the bishop is tough because your mind normally rules out allowing that knight to jump into f5. It's such a big pattern recognition thing because everybody learned knight on f5 powerful, don't allow it there. So I'm not even sure he will think about it. But
Very counterintuitive way for an advantage for the black pieces. We're even doubting if he's going to find this route.
Yeah, I think the mind doesn't go there. Sometimes this pattern recognition is bad because it stops you from considering. Even though it's a natural move, good moves.
This is a human blind spot of a move to find, and he's taking his time here. He knows he's feeling something. He has activity for one of the first times in the game, but he's blanking on this one, and for good reason. You basically have to promote this knight in this game to a really powerful square. Oh,
He does take.
Wow. Absolute class.
I mean, this might look like the most easy move in the position, but this is actually
Incredible.
very tough.
Incredible. This is very, very impressive. White gains this knight around this king, but Black says, look, I infiltrated with my queen, and now you have glaring weaknesses on your queen side.
What's going on? This is trouble for White all of a sudden, yeah? No active moves. And all these pawns are weak. The pawn on b3, the backwards pawn is directly attacked, but Black can also either take on c4 or even go d5, d4. Run with his passer.
This is the exact complication Andrei Yesipenko wanted with the black pieces, forcing his opponent down to 3 minutes with a full minute on the clock and a better position.
Now it's decision time. Do you take something? Do you go d5, d4? What do you do?
Yeah, the chess player in me wants to go d5, d4, but the
queen
engine
e6,
disagrees.
very classy too.
Very classy.
I like
Putting
this.
some
He
extra
forced the
pressure.
rook to a worse square, and now he's controlling that knight, making sure the queen can't team up with the knight, moving to g3, threatening checkmate.
This is some top-class prime Andrei Yesipenko we are witnessing right now.
That's what he's so good at. Like, once all his pieces are functioning like classical, precise chess.
You're talking about technical play. Queen e6 is like a move I wouldn't even look at in a
Bishop
classical
f5,
game. It's
queen
insane.
e2, queen e6
Like,
is,
this is like
six sequences.
insane. This is sickening. Beautiful, beautiful play.
Might not be the fanciest combination we've ever seen, but this is a high-level precision, which is really just as tough. King
So I said the
sidesteps,
chess
and
player
now
in me
the
wants
d-pawn
d4.
runs.
Now it works.
Yeah, now
but
it
what's
comes.
the difference between this and a move ago?
The difference is now the black queen is attacking the knight, so White doesn't have time to go queen to g3 or queen to c7, doing something active, threatening checkmate, because then you drop the knight. So that's why the queen had to keep an eye on it. Now you can go d4. White doesn't have counterplay. White is in trouble.
So Black bringing the queen back was also obfuscating White's counterplay and attacks on the Black king. And now you can just push your advantage. Push that pawn.
Yeah, and I think you will. Now, this could be bad news for Alexander Grishuk. The legend. I remember like Chess Olympiad 2004. There was a young Grishuk at, you know, this...
Pawn d4 is played.
Pawn to d4 played. I was looking for the term for his haircut. He had these rolls, you know. He looked very...
Cornrows?
Yeah.
He had cornrows. He had that
He looked good. He looked good.
Really? I have to look that up after this game. Okay. So d4, and now Black has a long-term advantage. He's completely outplayed the white pieces from what seemed like a dry position. Weren't we complaining that this was a dry position literally 15 moves ago? And now
Still
he's
a bit
completely
dry, but
outplaying.
Andre is putting together a masterclass here. The rook doesn't have the open file. Black has the protected passed pawn. There's his weakness. Pawn on b3, so he got completely outplayed, which is seriously impressive. White knight also doesn't have squares. You have to jump around with the knight, hoping to get it to like d3 or d5. But now this is tough.
We are witnessing vintage Andrei Yesipenko here, outplaying slowly but surely.
Also, how's the endgame? Can Black just offer an exchange of queens here, like queen b6? Because the endgame looks terrible as well with that pawn weakness.
Yeah, that b3 pawn is a long-term weakness, whether you trade queens, whether you don't trade queens. There you go, queen b6, best move on the position.
This is very sad for
basically forcing
the man
a trade of
in
queens.
the white t-shirt.
Wow, takes. B3 is such a tough pawn to try to defend for the white pieces.
And now the
pressure's
horsey
on.
will come. You have to go knight back, and then Black jumps in, knight e4, threatening a fork, supporting the d-pawn.
We are witnessing a positional masterclass. I mean,
these games are so
knight
tough,
e4.
especially against a world-class opponent who just outplay them from such a quiet situation with the black pieces, with natural moves, but based on great calculation.
Oh, I think he's going to win a pawn by force, right?
You could see Grishuk, he's not happy. Rook e1, but that allows d3, knight d2 check. No, he's just lost now. Knight d2, rook e8. No, it's just over. Rook e8 just wins.
What are we
pinning,
witnessing
and you're
here
threatening
today?
d3. Bring the rook to the open file, and you're threatening
Oh,
d3.
the pin is eternal.
And it's
d3
over.
is coming. Alex Grishuk.
What a game by Yesipenko.
Can't
Just
do anything in this
completely
position.
outplaying Grishuk quietly.
It's game over.
Yeah, this is finished. He's losing a piece.
D3, rook takes C2. Goodbye.
He's taking off his headphones.
Headset is off.
That
He has resigned.
is it.
Andrei Yesipenko moves on in the losers bracket. What a win for him. I told you about momentum.
Did you?
Yeah, I told you.
I feel you're using the momentum of whoever won to adjust the story.
He just came back from beating Liam Lay with his back against the wall and now
That
uses
is
that
true. You
momentum
did
to
mention
come back into this game and defeat Alex Grishuk in the final game of the two-game match.
But
Wow.
before we praise Andrei further, let's give his respect to Alexander Grishuk, the three-time Blitz world champion, the oldest participant here who fought valiantly, won a very nice match, and this one could have gone either way. Anna, how do you feel about this?
It's been absolutely crazy, as you said. Could have gone either way. It's unfortunately the end of the story for Alexander Grishuk here at the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup. His key will get crushed. He is now knocked out of the tournament, and Andrei Yesipenko moves on to the semifinals of the lower bracket. He still doesn't know, but his opponent in the semifinals is Parham Maghsoodloo. And these two, they know each other so well. Basically the same generation. They have faced each other already as teenagers. It's gonna be a really exciting semifinals. And again, in the lower bracket, there's no second chances. If you lose, you're out. The prices and the stakes could not be higher. It's a huge prize fund, $1.5 million at stake here at the main chess event at the Esports World Cup in Paris. And oh boy, again, this match, the two games, when we think of what has happened and how it has gone from that first game draw, the second game taken by Yesipenko. Jan, how would you sum up the storyline between these two games and Yesipenko advancing?
I think, yeah, it could have gone either way, but the last game was just a technical masterclass by Yesipenko, outplaying Grishuk with black from this very quiet position. That it's not a fancy combination, but these games are just as hard or even harder as the prettiest combinations, making Grishuk look so helpless from such a quiet position. I'm very, very impressed, so Andrei very much earned that one.
What about you, Zach? How do you see the match and also Yesipenko's chances now against Parham coming up next?
I appreciated Grishuk's resistance in that first game, untangling such a miserable position, being basically lost in the middle game and then just showing up and getting that draw in. But the class in that second game was insane by Andrei Yesipenko, just completely outplaying his position from what seemed like a complete dry attempt at getting an advantage from the opening from Grishuk. Honestly, absolute scenes.
Absolutely, and of course this is great news for Virtus Pro. Andrei Yesipenko moves on to the semifinals, and the club championship points are so important here at the Esports World Cup. So kudos to Yesipenko, and great news for Virtus Pro, but he still needs to make it through two matches in the lower bracket. This is unforgiving. The double elimination format, but in the lower bracket you need to win a lot of matches. So for Yesipenko, he needs to win two more matches. Jan, when you think of how it has been so far, actually, I'm gonna leave this question hanging because I think we're gonna hear from the man himself, Andrei Yesipenko, in just a moment. So let's just stay here for a moment, looking at this beautiful view behind us, because Kostya is getting ready to go over to him for the interview, and Andrei Yesipenko can be very happy about his performance both in this match and in the match before, where he had to win on demand against Lei Kwang-Liam twice. To do it twice and now eliminate Alexander Grishuk. Now that's a man with the momentum, Zach.
That is absolute showmanship right there by Andrei Yesipenko. And yeah, I'm just so impressed.
Yeah, let's head over to Kostya and talk to the man of the hour, Andrei Yesipenko.
Thanks, guys. Here with the winner, Andrei, who just defeated Alexander Grishuk. Andrei, your thoughts overall on the match and your opponent?
Yeah, I think in the first game I got some advantage from the opening, but couldn't find a way to get like a bigger advantage than in the game. And then I gave Alexander some time to improve his position, so he did this, and at some point it was already probably a bit worse for me, and then it was probably logical draw at the end. And yeah, the second game He surprised me with the opening. I didn't know anything basically, and yeah, I made some normal moves, and yeah, it was just probably around equal position. Actually, at some point, there was a moment where he could. My queen was on e7 and my bishop was on d6, and he could take bishop a6. And at first I missed it. I thought I'm losing, but then I found bishop f4, queen f4, rook b4, and maybe I'm already winning after this. I don't know. Turns out it was like a trap. And after this, yeah, he played c4, I played d4, and his structure was already worse. So I need to go to the end game. So I did this, and yeah, somehow I managed to win.
Now, I have to ask you this, the fans are actually very curious. What kind of music are you listening to during the match? Seems like you're having fun, you're moving around.
No, I don't listen anything.
No music?
No music. In the first match I lost against VE, I was listening to some music, but after this I stopped, and I'm just having fun with white noise in my ears, yeah.
I believe your next opponent is going to be Parham, who won this match. Your thoughts on facing him? Have you played him before?
Yes, we played many games. He's very dangerous tactical player, I would say. Very intuitive player. So yeah, very strong. We will see. Yeah.
Great. Well, we'll let you rest up for it, and best of luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, back to you at the desk.
Thank you so much, Kostya, and congratulations to Andrei Yesipenko moving on to the semifinals representing Virtus Pro, and he will be facing Parham Maksudlu in the semifinals. As Andrei himself said, they have faced each other very many times, including at the World Junior Championship that Parham won back in the day, but he lost only one single game, and that was against Andrei Yesipenko. So definitely huge rivalry between these two players and huge stakes. This is the lower bracket. The player that loses that match, the semifinals coming up next, will be eliminated. Their keys will get crushed. Only one player only in every single match in the lower bracket is advancing and making it through to the next stage. $1.5 million is at stake in total for 5 days. This is chess at the Esports World Cup, and for Andrei Yesipenko, so far looking great. No music though. I was so surprised because I felt like he's singing nearly during the games and moving along, but it's just white noise. That's his new favorite playlist.
White noise, black noise. I love all the noise that he's creating on the board, and it just shows that whatever works for you makes the best on the board.
What would you guys choose?
Oh, I'm
You
trying to
listen
go
to music?
Chopin. Classical music, of course.
No,
Wow.
not shopping when you're playing chess. Awesome. What about you, Anna?
I would definitely listen to music if I were a brave competitive player, but I'm not brave nor a competitive player anymore, so I'm sticking to music when I'm working, oftentimes. Lo-fi or some of my favorite
Lo-fi.
bands, yes.
I
Jazz
don't
as
think
well.
I can play
Jazz
chess with
recently.
music. I'll go white noise every day. Andre is a classical guy. You can't listen to music when you're playing chess. It's crazy.
You know what surprised me at the qualification events? Some of the players have been listening to music, including Alexander Bortnik, who unfortunately has just been knocked out by Parham. But Grandmaster Peter Leko was listening to music. I would not have guessed that. He's such a classical player, and he was listening to some of his favorite songs. Didn't work out for Grandmaster Leko, but for now, Yesipenko, he is through. Not listening to music anymore. That didn't work against Wei, but now he is facing Parham Maksudlu in the semifinals. We're going to take a short break, but when we are back, that matchup is coming up next. Two players that have known each other for a long time, same generation, high stakes and high pressure here at the Esports World Cup. See you on the other side of this short break. Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast. This is chess at the highest stakes and highest level at the Esports World Cup for 5 days. Chess is on the main stage here at the Esports World Cup. Precious club championship points are on the line, and so is $1.5 million. That is the prize fund for the main event here. And today, 2 players from our play-in stage will make it to the group stages, where defending champion Magnus Carlsen is waiting, amongst many other top grandmasters. What we have now for the next matchup is a semi-final in the lower bracket where there are no second chances. If you win, you're through to the next stage. If you lose, you are eliminated and your key will get crashed. So one of these players will have to face elimination. It's a best of 2 each match with a time control, 10 minutes. No increment. We already have talked about these 2 players earlier, but let's just remind the viewers what's here as our coming up match in the semifinals. Andrei Yesipenko representing Virtus Pro, facing now Parham Maksudlu, who qualified from the last chance qualifier here in Paris last week, but he qualified via a very peculiar route, and that is actually his health. He had to go under surgery, and it was a medical emergency, but he decided to continue the tournament at his own risk. He qualifies as one of the winners of the last chance qualifier, and now he's here, has had his surgery in Paris, he's back at his great health, and he's gonna be celebrating tomorrow his birthday. So, in better health, ready for his birthday tomorrow, but will he get as a birthday present a qualification to the group stage? Jan, how do you see Parham's chances against Yesipenko?
I don't know. First of all, I'm not sure what he has, and I hope he gets better soon, because the day after surgery, even if he's fine, you can't be at your best, I'm assuming. So even more impressive, he's still in the running. Chess-wise, these guys know each other well. They've clashed. I think Andrei's done well against Parham, beaten him a couple times. But overall, Parham might have the edge in a rapid setting.
In the rapid setting, he might have the edge. Kostya, what are your thoughts on these 2 players when it comes to them coming from the same generation, pretty much? They faced each other as teenagers, and in fact, the 2018 World Junior Championship that Parham won, he dominated that tournament, and he lost 1 game and only 1 game, and that was against Andrei Yesipenko.
Oh, it's very interesting, Anna. Yeah, so for me, this is a very interesting matchup because stylistically it could not be more different. Yesipenko is super technical, very solid, very classical player. Whereas Parham, he's kind of a madman on the board. He loves to take risks, he loves to attack, he loves to sacrifice unbalanced positions. So stylistically, these 2 players could not be any different. Historically, it seems like Yesipenko has had his number, but perhaps luck is on Parham's side in this event. You know, he had to survive the surgery, now he's back, he's been winning his matches, and yeah, he's still in this thing.
He's still on this thing, and very important, of course, that his health is better. While for Yesipenko, he had to face elimination, near elimination, winning on demand against Lei Kwang-Liam twice, and then eliminating Alexander Grishuk in the quarterfinals of the lower bracket. That's also, of course, an incredible performance, and the momentum is certainly on his side in that sense. But so is it the case of Parham Maksudlu, who has just won a really crucial match against Alexander Bortnik. I think this is going to be a 50-50. I would not be able to predict who is going to win, but I do see those 2 keys in front of the PCs, and one of them will get crashed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the semifinals of the lower bracket. 1 player will make it through to the finals of the lower bracket with a chance to qualify to tomorrow's group stage, facing Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Alireza Firouzja, and the rest of the players in the field. And the other player, unfortunately, in this matchup will be knocked out, will get their keys crushed and get eliminated. So huge stakes, best of 2. Who will prevail in this mini match of 2 games and 2 games only, with the time control again is 10 minutes, no increment, mouse skills, flagging skills, they will matter. How do you see these 2 players when it comes to the final minute of the game, if it gets to a time scramble, Jan?
Parham is the high-rated Blitz player. He's very experienced, doing very well in all these online Blitz tournaments. Andrei, I think he was in his flow state. He's old school, you know, he doesn't like to get his hands dirty in a time scramble, pieces flying, flagging. He wants to win cleanly, make a draw cleanly. So in a time scramble, I'm picking Parham, but Andrei's been doing well, and if he's feeling himself, he might not allow Parham to get there.
He might not allow Parham, and the game is on. We have lift up, so I'm gonna leave it to you guys to describe this opening and wish you the best of luck with the coverage.
Thank you, Anna. What's happening, Kostya?
Okay, looks like we had the Rogozin defense played by Parham. Andre sticking to 1d4 in these last several games. And these guys must be tired. They now played essentially 3 matches back to back to back. Very little break in between. They're shooting content in between the matches. They're hanging out with their teams. And here they are. They're off again. Bishop g5 from Andre.
Yeah, there was a little subtlety from Andre with the white pieces, playing this queen to b3, and that's reading Parham well, because after queen b3, the best black move is pawn to c5, but there you need a lot of knowledge in order to equalize, and it's not really Parham's thing to, compare notes and go home. He wants to play, be creative, but Andre forced a concession with his knight to c6, which is not the best move, so he sort of bluffed him by playing queen b3, which is not ideal, because he thought Parham would not know or want to go for the reply. And now, I think white is a bit better. Bishop to g5, you just take on f6, take the knight, then you develop pieces, and the black pieces are a little clumsy. This knight is clumsy, the bishop isn't doing much. I like white.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. It shows like Andre knows his opponent well, perhaps against someone like Grischuk, who's theoretically like really knows his stuff, then he wouldn't have tried.
Don't go queen b3 against Grischuk. Exactly.
And they're g3, so going for like a Catalan type of setup. Definitely like this approach from white. And,
the problem black has, as in many openings, is this bishop on c8 that's stuck there and doesn't have an obvious way out. And especially if you don't move the c-pawn early and you can't fianchetto this bishop, put it on the long diagonal, it's often very hard to develop. This rook remains stuck in the corner. And this type of position is very, very unpleasant for black. He has to try to get the pawn to e5 to open the way for his bishop, but that's not easy to manufacture because white can sometimes take, sometimes go d5. So long story short, Andre, yeah, as you said, they know each other. They played in World Junior Championships, read his opponent correctly, got an advantage.
Nice, he's off to a strong start. I like his posture here. He's just kind of laid back. He's got his leg crossed over. He looks very comfortable, very, very relaxed here. And yeah, his position kind of speaks for itself. It's very, very comfy for white.
In general, once he gets comfortable, he gets nastier, because I feel like sometimes he can get a little bit into his head. He also had some rougher tournaments recently. The candidates didn't go well, and maybe felt a little down on his luck. But if he gets into the flow, his hand is so good, his chess education is so good that he can play with absolutely anybody. So my money's on him here right now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, stylistically, he seems like a very uncomfortable opponent for Parham, because he's not going to fall for any tricks. He's just going to keep a solid edge, and then it's going to be up to Parham here to try and find some counterplay. I feel like Parham only has one speed, yeah, which is just to play for the win at all costs, and so it's going to be tough for him to just try to hold the position and play solidly here against Andre.
Yeah, of course, Parham is a world-class player in his own right, but I agree. He wants to see the board burn, and against these very solid guys that don't really give you any reasons for complications. Sometimes these aggressive players, they can overdo it a little bit. We'll see, though. As for the position, yeah, rook to d8. The question is still, how does black want to untangle? Do you bring the bishop out and put it on the other side of the rook where it's still passive? Do you go for, I don't know, knight to the rim, attack the queen, and then push the c-pawn? Nothing looks particularly pleasant.
Yeah, it's really all about the slice squared bishop. a6, it's a useful move, but
slow. Don't like it.
Yeah, you're not advancing the b pawn while the knight on c6 is hanging there. So
doesn't do anything. I don't get this move.
Yeah, I guess he maybe wants to drop his bishop back to d6. He's worried about the knight jumping to b5, but
should be the least of his worries. No, it feels like Parham has this passive position where he doesn't feel at home. So I don't know. I don't like his chances. And white's position plays itself more or less. Put the rook there on the half-open file. If the bishop goes back, you can still bring the knight to e4, keeping an eye on the bishop. Just gonna be suffering.
Yeah, simple chess. Jan, do you believe in knights over bishops in blitz chess?
Not really. Maybe when you're in bullet chess, when you're down to below a minute, I think knights have an advantage because it's easier to miss like some tricky double attack with the knight. But with little more time, these guys are so good that if the bishop is superior, it will play a role. So I only believe in it in 1 minute chess, not in 10-minute chess.
Gotcha. And ooh, bishop c3, queen c3, and now okay,
Another
black had the
concession.
bishop pair, but
Yeah,
now
it's just sad.
it's just clearly worse for black here.
You might wonder why, because it's equal material, equal pieces, but the black pieces are so passive, and white has more space in the center, which in chess matters greatly, because from the center you can expand to both sides of the board. It's also easier to play with white here. Like you put a pawn on e3, you bring your knight to e1, d3, travel all over the board, and black can't really free himself. So, no, this is just unpleasant.
Yeah, Andre here, just the moves are coming in. I like how he dropped back with the queen that stops black from playing e5 without losing a pawn. And so, yeah, very difficult for black to break out. Rook c8, understandable move. He wants to, at some point, fix this knight. I think he has to. I mean, the knight just can't stay on c6 forever here. But, yeah, there's knight e1, as you mentioned.
I feel maybe it's now or never if you want to change the structure with black, because now you have a moment to push the pawn to e5, because the knight no longer controls that square. Because if you wait for a move, the knight will jump to d3 towards the center of the board and leaving that bishop open, preparing to jump further. No, he goes rook b8, he stays passive.
Yeah.
This is just bad.
That's not a good sign either. Yeah, he just played rook c8, now he changes
shuffling
his
the
mind
rooks, but it just keeps getting worse. Now knight to c5. You have to go knight back to d8 to try to hang on to your pawns. It's a sad, sad situation.
Yeah, no, very frustrating here for Parham. Andre absolutely in his bread and butter type of position, clear positional advantage, knows what to do, no weaknesses. I mean, yeah, this game could not have started off better for Andre Osipchenko.
Also, so far, I think where he gets the credit is a very smart opening choice, but all the moves he made after that come fairly automatic for a strong grandmaster, so he hasn't really been challenged and built up this position. The question is, how does he convert from here? Like, because at some point you have to open it up with pawn to d5 or something, and then Parham, the more open the position is, the trickier he gets, of course.
Yeah, of course, at some point, yeah, it will get tactical, it always does, and then Parham should have some chances to get back in the game, but God, I hate his position, all the pieces on the back rank. I mean, if he goes queen f8 next move, then he completes
Rare
the
picture.
row.
Yeah.
And okay, once
as I say, you can't beat a strong opponent without calculating one line. So at some point you have to decide, do I like open, because you can only improve to a certain point, but he's not going to drop a pawn in one move. And yeah, Andre is saying, okay, give me more space, we'll go for e4, maybe e5, then d5. No, he's playing nicely.
Yeah, I was expecting him to push the b pawn. I thought he might advance this one, but maybe he's saving this for the future. And yeah, I don't see how black is improving his position there. Okay.
Chipo, he's saying, please take my pawn, then have a double attack, but that will be spotted. Yesipenko, he goes d5. He's not fooling around. No, this is
e5.
So far could be in a textbook. He had the perfect pawn center. Now he's using it, his d pawn, to restrict the black pieces, because his knight on d8 can never move when there's a pawn on d5.
Right, and now if black takes, probably white's taking back with the pawn just to keep that knight under control.
Keep that knight dominated, and you open the e-file.
Yeah, and then the rooks can slide over. And
also, bishop h3 is there, hitting the rook on c8.
Oh, bishop to h3.
Quite sad.
It's a very easy move to miss, actually. I think even ED right away, yeah, bishop h3 might be a problem. E5 as well, bishop h3 is just winning the rook on the spot. So
really not fun.
Oh, very difficult for Parham here, and yeah, he really.
I think
needs
he wanted to go b6. That's why he moved his a pawn, so he can advance the b pawn without the knight capturing it. But if you do it now, it feels like there's also tactics, like even knight to a6. See, he has to keep moving the rooks. It's so sad.
Oh yeah.
b6, I was gonna say, then your knight to a6, and there's more tactics coming. So now he's strange to see him like that, because he's such a wizard with the initiative, and if there's anything active to do, but here he's really been relegated to moving pieces back and forth on the back rank, which is rare.
Yeah, I wonder if they're psychologically difficult for Parham to play against Andre. I mean, they both know their score against each other. They have a lot of history, and chess is like that. Some opponents are just uncomfortable for you. It's like you can never get something going. They always see what you want and then have something in mind. Okay, and there Andre
that drops the first pawn.
Snags a pawn.
At least white had to let the black knight out, but that is a very clean pawn as far as I can see.
Yeah, now the a pawn is also hanging, and the knight can take that one and then return to the game.
Yeah,
e5
really
is there
bad.
to open up the bishop.
I would like to go c5 to try to sideline that knight, but that also allows the knight to jump to the middle to this d6 square. So now it's just nothing good. Yeah, c5 played, but that allows knight d6, which is also pretty unpleasant.
Well, so basically just healthy pawn up for Esipenko here. He's feeling very comfortable. He's bopping to his famous white noise soundtrack. He's like, I'm not listening to any music. He learned his lesson. He lost the first match listening to music, and since then he switched it up. Now maybe knight to f5. I feel like such a good square.
f5, e5, everything looks great. Yeah, knight f5 played. As they say in the chess biz, he has a pawn and the compensation.
Right. Queen to c7. But okay,
C7.
still, I think it's still not winnable without some kind of, at some point, tactical
So far,
sequence.
it's been pretty smooth because the knight on f5 also restricts the black knight. It can't jump into d4, which was the only black active idea. He's just improving his pieces. He's having fun. Rook d5, rook d1, e5.
Yeah. You can't go bishop c6 because rook takes c5.
Yeah, that's
mate on
checkmate.
g7. So this knight on e6 is basically tied down to this square. You can't go g6 now because the h pawn hangs. You know, this knight was dominating on c5. Now it's dominating on f5.
White can even improve further. The other rook to the open file, and then the bishop can come f1, c4, and at some point, maybe this is the rare game where the black position just collapses without calculating a single line out and see how black hangs in there.
Yeah, so far it's just been very, very smooth. But they're under 4 minutes now, and so of course as the time ticks down, then it will get harder and harder to just keep playing without giving the opponent any chances whatsoever, as Esipenko has done thus far. And
Especially with this type of play, you want to wrap it up cleanly and quickly as long as you have a chance. Like if time gets low and there's even the slightest doubt, the slightest tactic, Parham can still hurt you.
yeah, absolutely. Okay,
So
king
how do we
h7.
do it? Just bishop? I like regrouping the bishop as well. Bishop f1, bishop c4.
feel like
Then
h4 maybe.
h4 also looks very good. Yeah, preparing bishop h3.
Yeah,
Nah,
it's kind of
just so
spoiled for
sad.
choice.
e5 is also always there. You can only pick one.
Yeah, a lot of good moves here for Andre. And okay, he's starting to lean in. He can't be super relaxed.
h4 plate. Also just a nice move, just improving, stopping that black knight from ever jumping to that g5 square. Bishop h3 becomes even more tempting.
Yeah.
And
Oh, bishop
here comes
f1.
my maneuver. He's doing both our maneuvers, h4
Yeah.
and now bishop f1.
Yeah, bishop comes to c4, which is just fantastic square for that piece. And
Yeah.
black could play g6, but it's a weakening move. It's not what you want to do. And then maybe the knight just goes back to d6. Like you can't really challenge it so easily.
After g6, there might even be tactics. We could take the pawn, and if the king recaptures, there's queen h8.
Oh, that's
so
nice.
there's all kinds of stuff. But yeah,
Yeah.
as you said, you can also keep dominating. Now this, I don't know. I'd like to suggest a good move for Parham, but I don't see one. Like maybe you go knight d4 and give another pawn and simplify, but 2 pawns down is also not fun.
That's one thing about this rapid time control I feel like is so tough for the players. It's like you feel like you have to play fast, but they're only now getting into the 3-minute zone, which is like kind of what they're used to with Blitz. So
Also in 3-0, that's the normal time control
Yeah.
online. People play entire games. It's not like you're...
yeah, exactly. But you start off the game with a winning
Yeah.
position if you're Andre, right? So it's very comfortable. Okay, but now rooks have been traded. Black's queen has entered the position.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he sold his advantage a little short. He didn't want any complications after the bishop c6, exchange everything. Still horrible for black, but looks slightly less horrible than it used to.
Yeah, now it's like there's still a lot of room for white to go wrong, but this f6 move, I feel is just begging for bishop to c4 to be played now.
Yeah, I think then he wants to jump with the knight, and if it gets taken, take with the pawn, and maybe hang in there. But also, I don't think Andre will do it, because so far he's been trying to just dominate without allowing anything, but pawn to e5, opening the position, could also be really bad news. And the king on h7 feels bad, because bishop d3 is there. I don't see how black defends at all.
Okay,
No, but he keeps control, yeah. He
Yeah.
doesn't want to give Parham even slice of activity.
I like this move. Queen d4, just go for the endgame. Your pawn up, your king is closer. A4 pawn is weakness, so
Yeah, I think you don't even take on d4, but you go bishop c4 and tell black to take, and then it should be smooth sailing. Queen a1, but now, yeah, with the queen in the corner.
Yeah, bishop d3 check, queen takes e5. Now, yeah, black's king is just collapsing, and Parham's going to force him to find something tactical here. He's saying, all right, go ahead.
Even I would find this. Bishop d3 check, take on c5.
Let's take on c. There's still the b pawn. But, yeah.
Queen b8. So how do you wrap it up? You can just keep giving checks. No, queen c7. Where does the
Bishop
king go?
c4 maybe, but
Looks
king
like
g6.
checkmate. No, I keep giving checks. Queen c7, king of 8, queen d. Bishop c4 first. Yeah, also looks very good.
But king g6.
This has to be checkmate. h5, queen e5. But h5 takes bishop f7. But yeah, now he has to calculate one line. That's
right.
The moment we talked about. But it looks like it should be a good line.
No, this one feels very doable for
what is
a player
this?
of Andre's
G6,
level.
h5, it takes, bishop f7, g6. Yeah, this is checkmate.
e5. So, yeah, I guess Parham has to go king e7 and just pray for the best.
Yeah.
I mean, he knows he's losing, but big poker face on Parham. Doesn't look like he's as lost as he is, just judging from
queen c7. Where do you even go? King back. It's queen f7 checkmate. So where you go to e8.
Then just queen takes g7. I mean, everything is falling. Okay, there's still the question of the
At least
b-pawn.
there's a check on b2, which
yeah.
I think Andre doesn't want to allow.
Right.
So yeah, he has to calculate. And no, once again he's trying to keep it simple.
Oh, but he lost a huge chunk of his advantage.
Now there's the famous queen and knight attacking tandem.
Right.
Parham's chances to somehow survive just increased a lot.
This is similar to that game between Liam and Bortnik that you covered, where Liam was just completely winning, mating, and then allowed him to get away. But yeah, Esipenko's still very much in control.
But it's getting less and less. No even takes. I'm not
Yeah.
sure you win, because this b2 pawn is always such a liability.
Yeah, his queen endgame is really not that simple. And we kind of see Esipenko's weakness there. Like, he had to have had the win, but...
Parham is saying,
Parham doesn't
I
take.
don't want to give you that. I will challenge you to calculate one line. But...
Oh, that's so risky. I feel like that was his best chance. Especially with low time, it's...
These
move
guys
your
know each
queen
other
around.
well. Maybe he's saying, I don't believe you can calculate your way to checkmate here.
Wow. He's putting the pressure on. Esipenko completely winning.
Yeah, 47 seconds.
Engine is saying mate in 15 moves, but only with queen d8 check. That's
Queen
not
d8
easy.
and then h5. Yeah, queen d8 he spotted, but h5 is a tricky one.
He's got to find this h5 idea. Yeah, luring the king out, then his bishop can join the attack once again.
Yeah, you can't take queen. King goes to f5. He's trying to pose fresh problems. Queen d7, and this is checkmate. Queen f7, are we getting there?
But queen f7, king e5. He could have had this
hang
already.
on. Queen d6 is checkmate next move. Bishop
G4.
e4 is checkmate. Oh, g4, yeah, checkmate.
That is
Whoa.
So Andre wins the first game.
Very
Not the
smooth.
smoothest technique at the end,
although-
but overall, yeah.
No, it looks like, he wanted to win just on class, and he almost allowed Parham back there at one moment, but still well deserved, dominating 99% of the game.
Yeah, that was very close. Now both players checking. Parham might notice that he had a chance there at the end to hold on. But okay, Parham gets white next game. He has to win on demand. We've seen Andre do this multiple times now. Now it'll be Parham's turn to try and to bounce back in this match.
Andre's been on a run, wins match after match, and his play seems to be flowing nicely.
Yeah, since losing that first game to Lekwang Liam, he's basically had a very, very smooth sailing from there.
Absolutely. Parham is such an uncompromising player. I wonder if he understood that taking the bishop was his best chance and maybe make a draw, but he thought, no, if I keep the knight, maybe I'll win. Maybe this guy will overextend.
Yeah, also sometimes, you just don't want to suffer in the queen endgame. But yeah, I don't know if that was the most practical decision.
What
But I
to
guess,
do?
yeah, you live by the sword, you die by the sword sometimes.
Sort of. Now, it's must win for Masulu. He's very sharp, but normally he doesn't play the most direct lines. Normally he plays, I don't know, knight out, fianchetto the bishop, and then try to mix it up later. So His opening repertoire doesn't really match his temper.
Yeah, no, he likes to mix it up very early in the opening, get his opponents out of book. But Andre's a classical player. I think he doesn't mind facing knight f3. I think he's very, very solid there.
No, so Andre knows so much. I mean, he can just go d5, knight f6, e6, bishop e7, play. It's very much no nonsense. Like,
yeah,
good old school. Develop pieces, fight for the center, bring the king to safety. Still works.
Yeah, there's Parham. He's gonna have to. Somehow I'm not feeling the energy from it. You know, it might be. You know, he had his health problem during the last chance qualifier. It might be finally kind of slowing him down a little bit. It's like he's perhaps been running on pure adrenaline, you know, last couple days.
Also. Can't drop off, and I'm not sure what's going on with his health situation. I hope he's all right, but yeah, I agree. He doesn't look great. Then again, I never look great after losing a chess game, even without any surgeries. So
and chess is
hope he's all right.
Difficult sport. It doesn't feel like the most difficult sport physically, but it takes so much out of you mentally that your body often pays the price.
You can only blame yourself. The pure self-hatred is shown on your face. Brutal. And also, it's not like tennis where you miss 1 point and you can always come back at any point. In chess, miss one move in the opening and you suffer for the rest of the game against a strong opponent.
Yeah,
So
or you can
accumulate.
play amazing for 6 hours and then lose it all in the last second.
Yeah. The price of a move is so high.
I think we're going into the game here, and here we go. Actually, we have a repeat of the opening between Lekwang Liem and Esipenko. He played the system before. The Queen's Gambit declined. There he goes with the C pawn.
Parham with the white pieces. Oh, yeah, there we go. Switched around. Andre, yeah, he loves this setup. He played it throughout the candidates. Normally doing okay, making draws against the world's best players. And I think he just stuck with it, because the candidates, to explain, is a classical chess tournament where people fight to qualify for a world championship match. Yes, Penko didn't go well. He finished last, but people do a lot of work for such tournaments. And it looks like this is his setup. He started very deeply. He feels comfortable.
Yeah, when you prep for such an event as a candidate, you often remember this prep for a long time. You can use it in Blitz, and yeah, he must be very familiar with all these structures. It is kind of surprising. We don't see too many players just willingly taking the isolated pawn in the middle just every game, right?
No, I agree. And I was a bit surprised he kept doing this, but I think he also, particularly for that tournament, maybe he thought, okay, I might be outclassed in like sharp dynamic positions against some of these guys, but in a technical position like this, there are a few better players than Esipenko. So he did get away with it, and he knows the details here. Knight e2, and Parham is not such a sharp theoretician, so it looks like Andre is just following his prep here, equalizing reasonably cleanly.
Yeah, he's managed to trade off his weak pawn. Now the structure is completely symmetrical, but white is a tiny bit ahead in development, so still some initiative for white. But if black is given a tempo to get his pieces out, then yeah, it's basically just dead equal.
Yeah, I think the only way to make this a game is actually to take with the bishop, which looks strange because it allows an exchange of queens. But the bishop has to go, yeah, he does it to f3 to keep some pressure on the queen side. If you don't do that, thing is just dead equal. But kudos to Parham, he does that, even though he doesn't want to exchange queens.
Yeah, showing his class. He's not normally known as an endgame guy, but he understands that this is his only chance to play for something. So, yeah, that's the other thing about chess. It doesn't really matter sometimes what you personally want. It's what the board is demanding for.
No, so these are all world-class players. So, of course, we stereotype this guy's an attacker, this guy is whatever technical. But if there's a clear best move, normally they make it. So the level is the level, and I've played Parham so many times. If he gets even a nibble to work with, even in a quiet position, he can be relentlessly precise. No, this guy, they're all just very, very good, of course.
And he's going to have to dig deep here. I mean, his tournament life is on the line. If he doesn't win this game, he is out. His key gets crushed.
There's not that much to work with. Like, he found the only way to keep it going, but Andre is bringing the pieces out. The rook comes to the center, and how do you win?
Yeah, it looks incredibly solid for black. He got his light scored bishop out. Pay rook to e1. Now queen will have to jump out, maybe to a4.
Yeah. Hard to attack anything. Black just plays h6, or no, b6, and says, okay, hurt me.
Yeah. And this is tough. Though if there is one player who can generate drama from a seemingly quiet position, I feel like it's Parham.
Yeah. But the drama might not be good for him. He might find a way to mix it, but Andrei Espenko with all his pieces out and without pawn weaknesses is tough to beat.
Yeah, just ultra solid position. Yeah, just saying, yeah, come and get me. What do you want? Queen e2.
So what do we do next? We could make what do you call this, a Luft, advancing their h-pawn, so your king has some breathing space. Double the rooks on the open file, also always logical, like rook d7, rook d8. Rook to e8 also looks normal, just put another rook on an open file.
I kind of like maybe a6, tuck the bishop away to a7.
Oh, yeah. I just want to exchange it with bishop d6, give him a chance now, but he's with you. He moves it away.
It drops back.
Directly.
This one I thought there was maybe some knight a4 somewhere, but maybe not. You just
Yeah, it feels slightly off. I don't know why, but maybe knight a4 is bishop.
But
Bishop
knight
just
a4.
sidesteps.
Yeah, sidesteps, exactly. So Parham now still has to come up with a way to pose problems. He's down a point. He has to win this game. And it's not easy. Okay, a3. I like a3. Now knight a4. He has his b4. In case of bishop a5.
Yeah. Trying to keep it going.
Okay, h3. Both sides making that luft, improving their
they're
king
making
position.
that little luft. You can see there also bishop backed by bishop b6 by Andrei is not a move I would have considered, but in a way it's also very much in keeping with his classical style. He wants all the pieces defended because there's this acronym LPDO, loose pieces drop off. So if you don't have any loose pieces, everything's covered by a pawn. You can't lose any of your pieces. So no, very calm performance.
There's rook d7. Maybe preparing to drop the bishop back to c7.
What's
Organize
bishop
this trade.
e5? I don't understand this move. Like, just double rooks? What's he trying to do?
Double rooks, yeah, bishop c7.
So now there's also a rook to d2 as a threat, and in order to bury that, looks like you have to offer a rook trade, which you also don't want.
Or go back, bishop f4.
Also, yeah, he does that.
Doesn't.
It's sad. No, it looks like Parham might have been running out of steam here.
Yeah,
Because he's also not playing as well as he usually plays, frankly.
Well, this point is what, fourth match of the day, and yeah, he's had some very difficult opponents thus far. Of course, so has Esipenko, but Esipenko has just been like flying through his last couple of games. So yeah, Andrei is looking in great shape right now. Bishop d4.
Once again, no nonsense. Puts a piece to the center where it's covered by both the rooks. Not giving Parham a lot to work with here.
Okay, Parham, yeah, he's gotta figure something out. Surprisingly, Parham's heart rate is lower than Andrei, so he's pretty calm, you know, despite
Maybe he's too tired to get excited.
Might just be tired.
I can't think of many constructive plans. Like, I would play a move like bishop e3, try to exchange a bishop, but that's not exactly a winning attempt. I don't know what you do. Push the pawn to b4, but does that help? He jumps with the knight, but the bishop drops back.
I remember learning in symmetrical positions, the only real advantage is piece activity, because the structure is the same, no one has any weaknesses, and here, black's pieces are basically no less active than white's, so it's he's just totally fine.
Just not a good spot for a must-win, because black can also happily trade pieces whenever he wants to, like even here, you can go bishop d5, say, okay.
d5, knight
d5. That's hanging a rook, but I mean, you get the idea. Can offer exchanges of pieces whenever you want. Yeah, knight d5 is actually a good move.
Yeah, I like this. Hitting the bishop on f4. White does not want to trade on d5 with his other bishop. Maybe he drops back. Then you go back, knight f6, you know, and just like, okay, what? Show me how you're going to win this.
Poor Parham. He's one of the most exciting players in the world, but 2 games in a row we're standing here saying, yeah, I don't see a move for him. There's nothing to do. He just got himself into 2 very tough situations.
Yeah, just been
on.
totally shut down by Esipenko. Yeah, no, it really feels like, okay, maybe he's just tired, but maybe, yeah, again, it's a stylistic thing where one player just has the other's number.
No, and also Esipenko can do that to people. We've seen even against Grishuk, he just, completely locked him down, especially with the black pieces, outplayed him. Once he's in that flow state, he's just ridiculously good.
Okay, bishop g3. Now
you can go back, but there's also moves like queen to g5 or queen to f6 trying to activate the queen. hinting at some knight jumps, and start preferring black a little bit, which is also typical. You avoid exchanges and you have to make some small concessions. Then you get outplayed a little bit.
A6, yeah, just kicking the knight.
A6 also fine, yeah.
Well, actually, A6 maybe forces a knight trade, because where do you go with this knight?
You have to simplify, take on D5, jump to C7, but it just leads to exchanges at best. So yeah, it's not much to do.
Yeah, very clean effort from Esipenko. Again, that first game, okay, maybe he allowed a chance at the end, but it was just like totally dominating. This one, not under pressure at all. If he can just stay focused for another 10 minutes here, basically he's through. But then he's going to have to win another match to get to the group stage tomorrow. So
brutal.
This is not over. Okay,
also, you have to survive it through this grueling day, winning, I don't know, 4 or 5 matches. Then as a reward, you get to play Magnus Carlsen first thing in the morning tomorrow. So it's pretty tough.
Yeah,
and even if you make it through that, you have to make it to the quarterfinal to earn any points for your team. So it's a long road, especially starting today.
Yeah, and all these guys are just so ridiculously good. Okay,
so
queens
are off.
So Andre's getting closer now.
You can offer more exchanges with pawn to A6, as you mentioned. He goes A5, also fine, I guess. But I thought A6, and the knight can't go to D4 because you take. Anyway, this is also very solid, of course.
Yeah, basically short of just a massive blunder, it's hard for black to go wrong here.
Still, the longer it goes, the bigger chance there is a blunder. So I'm surprised he didn't go A6 and just exchange all the pieces, which looks like that was forcing.
Okay, there's 97, and yeah, that's the thing about rooks is like now white has a difficult choice. Either you keep trading, which you don't want to do, or you have to give up the open file, which you also don't want to do, because then you're just worse. You're not really playing for anything.
I think the best you can hope for here is getting the 2 bishops somehow, and let's say you trade rooks, the rook recaptures, then you move the knight forward, hitting the bishop and the pawn, and maybe if black has to take, then you have something to work with. Like, can't be much, but you started from less than nothing, so I think that's the max.
No, beggars can't be choosers. But there's also this bishop d5 idea for black that looks like you can trade off the light squared bishops at some point. And
yeah, no, I think you go knight to c7. Right here, right now. Looks like the last moment to create any imbalance, at least. He goes knight d6, but that's not accomplishing much.
Oh, it is hitting the pawn on b7.
But hang on, don't I have bishop c7, or am I blundering? Oh, knight takes f7, is that?
Yeah, bishop c7, knight f7.
Don't want that, so let's say b6.
Yeah, b6 looks solid. Then maybe he wants knight c4, going for the bishop pair like this.
Oh, still super solid for black, but at least now you can see where it could go wrong, while earlier could just have exchanged everything.
It's losable. It's blunderable, for sure. Andre has been showing such good form in his last couple of games. Feels like, yeah, his chances here are still very, very good.
Knight
knight c6. He's sacking a pawn.
Giving a pawn in order to get the 2 bishops, which is probably good enough, but it creates an imbalance, which ideally you don't want when just needing a draw.
Okay, well now at least Parham has the pawn, but yeah, black is still very solid here. He just wants to move the bishop out of the way of the rook, and then, okay, if he wins the a-pawn, then white's chances are really just hopeless there to win the game.
Also, normally rooks get traded even with the extra pawn. Black has the 2 bishops against a knight and a bishop. 2 bishops are so good defensively that normally the things are just a draw. So an interesting choice by Andre to prefer to give up a pawn than any other concession.
Yeah, shows big confidence in his defensive skills. He also, I would think, wants to maybe trade his dark squared bishop for the knight, get opposite color bishops, and try to hold some endgame like this.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I think if rooks stay on the board, I actually wouldn't do it. Like, it should still be a draw, of course, but I think I'd rather keep the 2 bishops. Because I've seen people lose this, like opposite color bishops and with an extra pawn, as long as there are rooks, of course.
As long as there are rooks, I think key statement there.
Without rooks, of course, it should be simple.
But bishop f6, I like this, preventing white's rook from being able to push this a-pawn or defend it in any way.
Yeah, he just keeps his bishop and saying, I'll stay here, good luck making progress. Bishop e5.
Yeah, now he can take, but yeah, he might not want to. Like if white's not showing progress, then no reason to really
he will
change it
just
up.
keep the bishops.
Bishop f5, okay.
Annoying white a little bit. No,
E1.
bishop b2 might regain the pawn already.
Yeah, just bishop e6 back here.
Bishop e6, yeah, knight b5, bishop c4. So, okay, Parham keeps it for now.
Key 3. And that's all Parham needs to do here is just hang on to the extra pawn, not go below on the clock. Just keep the pawn on, keep the pieces on the board, and he might be able to create a chance. I mean, it's...
No, Andre has everything under control, and he's playing cleanly, but as long as the game continues, something could happen.
Yeah. I mean, Parham's had no advantage in either of these games, so just has to keep it going here.
Yeah, he does so well. Now he stopped bishop to d4, hitting that pawn.
And
once
that's
again,
smart.
there's no threats, but
yeah, a lot of times you can't really improve your position, but at least you can stop the opponent from doing what they want to do, and then that frustrates them. Maybe they make a mistake.
Yeah.
And yeah, he just needs to not give Andre an easy way to simplify here. But okay, now the rook is behind the pass pawn.
No, black is still very fine. These bishops cover so many squares. There's nothing happening. But as long as it keeps going, G4 grabs some space. Of course, also weakening a little bit. Okay, I had to do something.
H5, sacking another pawn.
Yeah.
But even if white takes, you know, it's just, oh, he's got bishop e2.
Well, then rook e1 could get a little clumsy. No, I would take, because I think if you allow the exchange of more pawns, then just the material disappears. But no, he doesn't take. He allows this. And we're running out of pawns.
Yeah, now it just feels very comfortable. I love f6, just bringing the king in.
Yeah, and Andre is not looking for tactics. He's just saying, you know what, I have the two bishops. As long as I don't blunder anything, I'm active enough to hold this. So he's just trying to keep it together. Which also shows nice understanding, I think.
Okay, there's a threat, but...
Oh, do we blunder a pawn just as I praised him?
He has bishop f7, because there's no knight f4 check. Black is covering that one.
You could also take on d3, but that doesn't regain the pawn. No, that we don't want. Bishop f7, slightly clumsy, but maybe it's still fine.
Yeah, but you can see Andre, he's sat up in his chair a bit. He's not as relaxed as before.
Yeah.
He knows he has to be precise. Also, he's going down on the clock.
Up,
so
clock down.
You know, Parham's a classy guy, but we are playing without increments and we're playing for a lot of money. So
and he decides to take, but now he gave up the two bishop advantage. No, this is not straightforward.
No,
so
finally,
1 minute.
Parham's getting something here.
Yeah. And you see the bar?
The bar's going way up. He's winning now. He's actually winning.
Passively. And he hangs
the rook.
Oh my
Oh no.
goodness. Wow.
That's it. They're going to Armageddon.
And nicely done by Parham. Like we said, just keep it going and something could happen. And he kept it going for so long.
I mean, even without the rook blunder, that endgame was already sliding very quickly for black. Wow. So it wasn't just the blunder. I mean, no, he was putting pressure on him, and wow, in the last moment manages to find a trick and
really looks like he's mobilizing his last resources there. Oof.
Wow, that's got to be so frustrating for Esipenko. I mean, he was so close. He had no problems. I mean, if we look at the eval graph of the game, it was just dead until the very end, where white finally...
I think he will be kicking himself because he had a moment or two earlier where he can just simplify and exchange all the pieces, and then this doesn't happen. The way he played, he was still fine, but he let Parham like this sliver of hope.
And they're going straight to the Armageddon. They're asking the players for their bids. If you haven't been following before, the way Armageddon works is the players bid how much time they're willing to accept to take the black pieces and have draw odds in this final game. Whoever bids lower will get that time on the clock against white's 10 minutes. And yeah, there's Esipenko checking the game. He's very frustrated.
Yeah.
All the chances he missed. Now he has to come up with a number. I mean, the Parham is a huge psychological edge going into this Armageddon, I'd say.
No, looks like he has other problems. But for sure, and if we kept talking about momentum, that momentum was just lost for Esipenko. Wondering what the bids will be. Last time Esipenko bid a very high number, saying, I want the white pieces, I want to play for a win. But it might be different this matchup, I'm not sure.
Yeah, based on how that first game went, you know, I would think he would want white again, but He was also very solid with black.
Yeah.
I noticed Parham wrote down his bid rather quickly, so I wonder if he already kind of had in mind, or if he decided like, I want white, you know, just give me white. Curious what the players are going to go for here.
So maybe people are overthinking this. If we say, I don't know, what if their number is 7.5 minutes? You could just always write that and say, I don't care if I get white or black. I don't want to expend any energy on this bidding. Not sure what they're doing. What do you think? What's the break-even point to white gets 10 minutes to win? What should black say?
You know, I really think it kind of depends on the match. Like, we've seen a couple Armageddons today. Grischuk against Aravind. Grischuk bid 7-15, and he won that game with the black pieces, so he was very comfortable there. But then Andre, you know, he basically bid to have the white pieces in his Armageddon match against Likwang Liam, and he won very comfortably with white. So I feel like it kind of depends on how the match is going, like whether black is doing better or white is doing better. But yeah, I feel like somewhere in the 7.5 minute mark, that's where it seems to be the sweet spot.
We shall see.
Yeah,
my hunch is Andre once again went for a high number. I think he's less comfortable if the clock ticks down. So if he has a little time, he doesn't mind having to win. We'll find out eventually. Then Armageddon, last game of this match. Black has to draw or win. White has to win.
Andre already won 2 games on demand with white. He won his first game against Parham, so he basically has won multiple white games today, and we'll see. We'll see if he continues the strategy and just bids high. Parham might, Parham actually, probably they have no idea what the other player has been bidding. And there we see it. Parham goes for 7.5 minutes, and Andre again, he ups his bid to 8.55.
Please give me white, and Parham, he was listening, saying 7.5 sounds fair. That's a break-even point. Give me that. Of course, you can always do this second level, third level thinking. If you know Andre will bid high, do you bid a little higher? Do you say 8 minutes thinking you might still get black? But here we are, Armageddon, Parham Masudlu with the black pieces, Andrei Yesipenko on the right side with the white pieces.
And another very kind of unusual way of handling the opening. Early queen move out, followed by e3, indicating that he just wants Parham to be thinking right from the get-go.
Yeah, trying to pose fresh problems, and if Parham reacts quote-unquote lazily with g6 or e6, then he could get a little move ordered here. So yeah.
Bishop g4.
This is logical, because he's trying to get his bishop out. It's the idea of the Slav, it's called as d5 c6. You try to keep the center and then bring the bishop out. But there's always, like, of course, potential drawbacks to bringing it out so early as well. But I think it's a very logical move after queen c2, because e6, g6, you get move order into something else. And what else is there?
Yeah, bishop comes out, and if white attacks it, it can drop back, snake its way back to the g6 square, where it lives beautifully. So, knight to c3.
e6, yeah, looks pretty solid for black.
It's also smart because normally the way you punish these early bishop moves is you put your queen on b3, but now it's like an extra tempo for white to achieve this. So
yeah, my hunch is maybe you still had to do it, or play f3, bishop h5, and then queen b3, because this looks like absolutely nothing. Now queen b3, black puts the queen in the way, and yeah, bishop d3. Yeah, this looks harmless. I think Andre's gamble misfired. He wasn't ready for this bishop g4 move. Now Parham got what he wanted. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is still some prep.
Yeah, on the other hand, I mean, I feel like white is about to win the bishop pair, right? He's got f3, and then the knight will come out and maybe go after this bishop. Okay, bishop d6 maybe stops knight f4 ideas. So I'd say, I mean, it's I feel like Yesipenko is going for a bit of an Artemiev approach, kind of very solid opening.
g3, still trying to trap that, quote-unquote, trap that bishop with f3 next. Oh, interesting idea. I've never seen this queen c2 move order. Andre, normally his choices deserve respect. There's always thought behind it. So I'm always trying to learn from his opening treatment.
Yeah, no, it's rare to see a new idea on move 3. I mean, Slav has been around for hundreds of years. Okay, so Parham here now. Well, he's got
the knight
6
went there
minutes
to control the h5 square, and he's trying to attack the bishop and then take it. It's the bishop pair, like two bishops against the bishop and the knight. Small advantage, at least, to start.
Yeah, small, long-term edge. And yeah, of course, if he doesn't manage to win on the board, he's always up on the clock and can play for the long game.
Another advantage of springing a surprise early, you might win a minute or two on the clock, which is nice in an Armageddon.
Yeah, and there we see 3 extra minutes for Andre.
What can black do? You could push your e-pawn to clear that square for the bishop to retreat, but that leads to the infamous isolated pawn after c takes d5, maybe? Too complicated. Yeah, he goes e5, which is principled. Yeah, takes.
And now this is a structure Andre is very familiar with, except on the black side. He's been playing this a lot, but of course he knows how to handle it from the white side as well.
But he has a strange knight on g3, making it sort of atypical. I guess it should be a good version for black. Black just castles, puts a rook on c8. This knight maybe can jump into this f5 square, but feels like the white king is a little abandoned.
Yeah, knight f5 definitely looks like the idea. Again, going after one of the bishops. So yeah, looks like a very comfortable version for black. The rooks have good squares. Queen will come out. White still has to develop the bishop on c1. Knight goes back to e2. That doesn't look like...
Yeah. Andre doesn't like bad pieces because he's such a classical guy. But now he's lost a lot of time just to inflict that isolated pawn. And Parham, it's the first time he has a nice position. He has some activity, something to work with. Queen can come to e7, e5, threatening checkmate. Maybe you can push the h-pawn. Pawn to d4 is there, knight to b4, knight to e5, many ideas. This is much more of a Parham-coded position.
Absolutely. His only issue is the clock, but he's a very fast player, and he still has 2 extra minutes than what he's used to starting with the 3-minute time control.
Now, this has gone wrong, queen b3.
Yeah, I don't love it. I mean, Andre's moving everything except this bishop on c1.
Yeah. Any standard moves here, bishop b8, setting up queen to d6, in this good old battery. This is really bad already for white.
Yeah, no, black's position looks beautiful, and I mean, you get these attacking chances, and no, I think Parham is for sure very, very happy here with this.
Yeah, this might be confusing because normally we've been saying isolated pawn weakness, black has to defend, but piece placement is so important, and here black's pieces are so active, and the white pieces are stuck there on the queen side, and the knights are passive. No one's really defending the king. So this is just a nightmare version for white of this structure.
And white's just not developed.
Nah.
Oh boy. Okay, so RJ, I mean, he needs to use some time here and figure out how to...
Also, he's in a must-win, because maybe objectively the best is to beg for equality with knight d4 or something, trying to survive that. But he's not going to do that because he has to win. Is this a Parham comeback? He looked completely finished. But here he is. Losing the first game, having absolutely nothing in the second game. Somehow managed to win that one, and now he's dominating the Armageddon so far. Pawn to g3 had to be done to stop the mate, but it's a big weakening because there's no bishop to fianchetto to safeguard the king. So even typical stuff like h5, h4, trying to soften it up even further.
Yeah.
Should be pretty unpleasant.
Love h5 here. I feel like this is a move. You can often blitz out. And, okay, g3. I mean, you can slide in with the bishop. Bishop h3.
Parham got tempted by it being an Armageddon and equality being enough. I don't think he plays this if he doesn't have draws.
Yeah, he fixes the structure, but gives up some of his advantage, surprisingly.
Yeah, all of it. Now the bishop gets out. No, there he got...
I feel like that's kind of what Andre wants. I mean, it's equal, but he's still 2 minutes up on the clock. And the position that Parham won in the previous game was a lot more equal than this one.
Yeah. No, this structure, sometimes you can even create something if you manage to attack the pawn. Now bishop g5, rook e1 is coming. No, there Parham, yeah. Oh, he's playing for checkmate. He wants to put the queen there, but Andre spotted it. Now if the queen comes, threatening checkmate, the bishop drops back, covers that square in front of the king. No, this was a bit of a gamble by Mr. Masoudlu.
Yeah, I feel like stuff's hanging in black's position because you have like bishop takes knight on f6 and then the d pawn will hang. Oh.
Yeah, like even if you take that pawn, it's not the end of the game. We would have the infamous opposite color bishops, but clearly white got much more to work with than he could have dreamt of a minute ago.
Takes.
Question is, do you take on d5 now, or do you have some cunning move? I don't know. Bishop e2.
Like knight d5 is risky. It's kind of I was rook to d8 at the end.
Yeah, it takes rook d8. I feel it might not be enough to work with left. I'm not sure. Also rook e3, like keeping that bishop on f3 for now. Maybe that's a good move.
Like
yeah,
rook
rook e3 is nice. Yeah. Now you're preparing not just takes, but bishop e2, getting rid of this guy and leaving black with his weaknesses.
Okay, rook
Can also
e8.
double on the e file first. There's no threat yet.
Yeah, I think you called it right. I think Parham is affected by needing just to draw in this game.
Yeah, for sure. He's trying to provoke some opposite color bishops, drawish thing.
Yeah, but his position was so nice. Okay, there's bishop f1. Now Andre in his elements, just small advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Can play bishop to g2 next if he wants. He can double on the e file.
Ah, yeah, that's even nicer. I want bishop e2 to exchange a bishop, but bishop f1, bishop g2 does that even more cleanly.
Yeah, get your king in.
Then we're hitting all the pawns. These pawns on b7 and d5 on the light squares. They're targets.
Okay, well, Parham's now going to have to figure it out. Still has 3 minutes, but soon it's going to be under 2, under 1, and then very difficult here.
So many plot twists.
Time for h5.
It's like watching the Odyssey. I never knew what was going to happen. e4. Yeah, he's trying to provoke these opposite color bishops by any means, but will Yespenko oblige? He can take the pawn on b7. You can still go bishop g2. You don't have to take that bishop.
Yeah, queen takes b7. Why not?
Yeah, then queen takes pawn. Oh, no, he just covers it.
Eric d1.
Also logical enough. And once again, Parham looks so desperate to exchange now. He's not playing like himself. These drawouts hypnotized him a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to stick to what works best for you. And now,
unless you somehow make a draw, in which case we will take back all our criticism.
Oh yeah,
praise him.
We take it all back. He played practical and solid and did what he had to do.
Exactly. Like the good old German saying, a good horse never jumps higher than it has to. But no, this is unpleasant. Black just has weaknesses. The white weakness, the pawn on d4 is hard to attack, while the pawn on d5 remains a perma target. Now Andre can do all his classy stuff, like centralize the king, then shuffle the knight around, bring the rook to b3, bring the knight back.
Yeah,
this might be suffering.
Just play for 2 results here for white. Yeah. Of course, he needs 1 result. He needs to win the game.
There comes the knight maneuver.
Can't you pin?
Here comes the rook.
Guy? No.
He's doing all his technique stuff. Now the knight will come back. The rook will go to b5.
Oh. Beautiful.
Yeah, there it is. But Parham found an idea. Counterattacking the pawn, and if a3, rook a5. Hanging on to his material.
Okay, 5. Okay, good defense here from Parham.
But there will be more waves. The knight can still go to c3, and then we're back on it. This is so hard to hold with little time. Rook b5, knight c3 yet again. Okay, once knight c3, rook c6, but it's also not the end of the story. Yeah, rook d1 or rook e1. Torture does continue. Hang on, rook e5, then we pick up the pawn finally. Put the rook next to it and take it. Yeah, there he comes.
I feel like this is watching like a master painter at work. Just everything comes into place. He wins the pawn, and okay, now it's Parham's time. Now he's threatening the take on g3 with the bishop.
Sometimes losing a pawn is nice. Then you don't have to worry about covering it anymore, and your pieces get active. That's
Free
still
yourself up.
Andre looks like he's in control. He will put his rook on d7, then the knight to d5, rook to f3, or this way, preparing to swing the rook over, neutralizing the black initiative.
Oh, knight
Looks
b5.
winning.
Where does this bishop go?
Yeah.
You could just have to defend it, because bishop b8, rook d8.
Oh, you even chase it down. But now rook d7, rook f3 looks completely winning.
Yeah. I don't think you want to take on c7 because
no.
Then black gets
don't take any chances.
Rook to c2. But yeah, I like this rook that's coming to f3.
Yeah, the other rook swings over, hitting f7, and the b pawn is also dropping. Now this looks resigned.
Oh, this is falling apart.
Now you take on b7, and you end up 3 pawns up. A lot of pawns.
Just take, and this bishop is so...
Oh no, he traps the bishop, he doesn't even take the pawn.
Traps
Even
it right away.
Smarter.
That's it. That's it. Andrei's winning.
Andrei Yesipenko. Another comeback.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that was a brutal game that he lost in the second game, but no, he comes back. Parham just playing on out of pure desperation here. I mean...
Yeah, nothing to lose, but this is hopeless.
Once he resigns, his tournament is over, but no, there's no chance here.
Is it? And he did this himself. He had a good position. Had he played normally, I don't think he loses this. He just tried to simplify at all costs, and that backfired.
Yeah. No, it's the classic chess drama. When you play for a draw from a good position, you end up losing.
It happened millions of times. It will keep happening millions of times. It's very hard to escape that thought. It draws enough.
The tale's as old as time. And gonna make the queen, and there it is. Parham resigns. He is eliminated from the Esports World Cup, and Yesipenko moves on to the final match of the lower bracket, where he will have another chance to join the group stage. There he is, very relieved. Yesipenko has now won 3 matches in a row.
Still, what a performance by Parham. Masudlu got eliminated, will get his key crushed, but with his health troubles to toughen it out throughout the qualifier and this day getting this far. Hats off to Parham, and of course, most important thing is that he emerges healthy, so I hope everything will be fine.
Yeah.
What a chess player.
Mad respect to him. I hope everything is okay, and I'm sure we'll see him back in future years.
He's looking through the game, laughing at these decisions he took. Hard to believe.
Yeah, he knows he had it.
And
It is a heartbreak for Parham Maghsoodloo, as both of you have already highlighted. What a story, though, his qualification, the fact that he needed surgery here in Paris, and we hope a full recovery for Parham Maghsoodloo. But what an incredible warrior and fighter he is, that he put chess first and then his health recovery second. He nearly did it. This Armageddon, Jan, I think you were describing that moment when he felt that he has the draw odds and started playing a bit too much for a draw, do you think?
Yeah, it was a bit out of character because he's such an aggressive player and he had a great attacking position. I think if he just plays normally, he is not losing that. But sometimes needing the draw and trying to simplify can get into your head. That's how he led Andrei back into the match.
And once Andrei was back in the match, he was back for good. Kostya, how would you describe the final phase of the game and the match overall?
I feel like Andrei just played brilliantly with the white pieces. He wins this first game very nicely. The second game, he was worse out of the opening, but once he got just a small edge there after Parham let it slip, he didn't let Parham off the hook at all. And he really showed his class when it comes to squeezing the opponent.
And he keeps betting really high when it comes to Armageddon time. He wants the white pieces. It seems it has been his strategy, and it has been working out very well for Yesipenko up to now. Do you think that he's going to continue on that path when it comes to Armageddon, Jan?
I think might be opponent specific, but what I like about it is that you don't have other stuff to think about. You play with white, you have to win, and you don't have to think about this move, does it increase my chances of a draw and so on, so you just eliminate something to worry about, and seems to be working nicely for Andrei so far.
It has been working very well for him, for sure. We're going to go over to the stage to Zach to talk to the winner of this crucial match and this crucial Armageddon. Over to you, Zach, and congratulations, Andrei Yesipenko.
Yes, I'm with Andrei Yesipenko, who just won his 3rd match in a row. Andrei, congratulations. How do you feel about these ups and downs within this match?
Oh yeah, it's normal for me. When I try to make a draw, it's very easy to lose. So it's not the first time I win the first game and lose another one. And for everyone, it's a big pressure. Yeah, but I think I played well in the first game, and in the second game I also had a very good position. But then suddenly I found myself in a time trouble and couldn't know what to do, and yeah, somehow I just lost. Yeah, and Armageddon, I got a very bad position, I think, in the opening. I mean, not very bad, but quite unpleasant. But then somehow he played, I think, too fast, and I got some chances, got a little bit better position, and then converted it. Yeah.
And what went through your mind after blundering that rook in that second game? You were at an all-time low in this huge momentum you had from the past two matches. How do you recover in time for that third and final Armageddon match?
Yeah, actually, it was not about blundering the rook, because I think at this point my position already was, I wouldn't say bad, but good chances to lose this game, because I also in the time trouble. He has extra pawn, his king is going to this pawn, so it was already very hard for me to defend. So that's why I didn't pay much attention to this rook blunder.
And you have a final game against a match against Artemiev. What are your thoughts going into this? This is your final match of the day to make it and play Magnus tomorrow potentially. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I just I don't know. I will just play, at least try to play some good chess, and yeah, we will see how it goes. I don't know.
Best of luck to you, and take it back to the studio. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Zach, and huge congratulations to Andrei Yesipenko, winning 3 matches in a row on demand. And now, if he manages to do it one more time, just one more time, he's gonna qualify to the group stage of the main event here at the Esports World Cup in chess. $1.5 million is at stake, and his opponent, if Yesipenko makes it through, will be none other than the defending champion Magnus Carlsen. Yesipenko is one of the few players who has managed to beat Magnus as a teenager. He was only 18 in a classical game. It's one of the peak of his achievements in his early career when it comes to Yesipenko, and he might get now a new chance in an esports setting. But for now, what stays in his way, what stands in the way of Yesipenko at the moment is one final match, and that one, he doesn't know it yet, but it is against his countryman, Vladislav Artemiev. Artemiev against Yesipenko, our final match for the day, the finals of the lower bracket. One player will qualify to tomorrow's group stage. The other player, unfortunately, gets eliminated. Jan, when you hear this matchup, Artemiev against Yesipenko, and that only one remaining spot for the qualification, how do you see the chances here?
Well, Artemiev is the favorite also. He's been, I think, doing even better in this tournament so far, but Andrei, he's on a run, and once he hits his highest level, we've seen how cleanly he can play. But still, Artemiev is the favorite with shorter time controls. He's supposed to be the stronger player.
He's the favorite, but he's coming off of a defeat, which now I'm going to update you guys on, and I'm going to update the viewers, because that was happening on Stream A. Vladislav Artemiev actually has just gone down against Wei in a match where the qualification was already on the line. So he has missed his first chance at qualification. He's now getting a second chance in the lower bracket. Kostya, how do you think that will impact the psychology and Artemiev having to shake off that defeat?
Honestly, Anna, I think that's huge. You know, Artemiev, so far he's only known how to win. He's only been winning his matches. Everything has been smooth sailing. Andrei has been losing games left and right. He's had to win multiple games on demand. He had to win this Armageddon against Parham. He had to win an Armageddon earlier. He's been down in the dumps. You know, he's been surviving in the cave, right? And Artemiev is now entering his territory. So I agree with Jan. On paper, Artemiev is the favorite. You know, in a vacuum, he's the better player, more accomplished, but especially in speed chess. But Yesipenko is on a roll, and if he can just keep this flow going, we don't really know what kind of state Artemiev is after his loss to Wei.
Very good points there, Kostya. And the players are getting a short break. We will also go for a short break. But when we are back, this is the finals of the lower bracket here on day 1 of chess at the Esports World Cup. The stakes could not be higher. The winner of the next match will qualify and play against Magnus Carlsen tomorrow, and the loser, unfortunately, will be eliminated and their keys will get crushed. Stay tuned. We'll be back on the other side of this break for the final matchup of today.
lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of a 5-day event here at the Esports World Cup. Today is day 1, and we are down to our final match. And everything is on the line on this final match. This is the finals of the lower bracket in our play-in stage. We have 2 very strong grandmasters, but only one of them can make it through to the group stage of tomorrow. The opponent looking at them tomorrow will be none other than defending champion Magnus Carlsen. But in order to face Magnus, first you need to win your match. And the loser, unfortunately, will be eliminated, and his key will get crushed together with the other unfortunate players facing elimination. So the stakes could not be higher. It's $1.5 million as a prize fund and very valuable club championship points as well. We have 2 players who are both fighting for their own individual prizes as well as for the glory of their teams. We've got Vladislav Artemyev representing Team Spirit and Andrei Yesipenko representing his team Virtus Pro. For Yesipenko, he's coming off of 3 back-to-back wins on demand, while Artemyev had a qualification chance but lost his match against Wei Yi. The 2 will now face off in this best-of-2 match. Time control still the same, 10 minutes, no increment. When we hear these 2 names, Zach, let me start with you. Artemyev against Yesipenko, one coming from the upper bracket but has just lost, and Yesipenko with the winning streak, but the path is long in the lower bracket. He needs to win one more time. What do you think will be the chances here?
One of these 2 contestants has been amongst royalty this entire time, up in the upper bracket, the winner's bracket, living it up. And then you have Yesipenko, who's been thrown to the dogs, fighting for his life on an elimination, on the brink of elimination for 3 consecutive matches, and now a 4th. Incredible scenes.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a big question for Artemyev. Does he know how to come back from a loss? Here he is adopting the darkness, but Esipenko, he's been living in it, right? So he's now coming on Esipenko's territory. But of course, these guys know each other very, very well. They played each other countless of times. And on paper, it feels like Artemyev is still the stronger player. So will he be able to bring his class out in this final match, dig deep, and qualify to this group stage?
That's the main question, of course, and how he will be dealing with that loss. He had just a couple of minutes to recover from that match against Wei Yi, and now he's down, as you said, into the dark. We are here in the lower bracket. Final chance. In the lower bracket, you lose, you go home. You win, you make it through, but only one of these players can make it to tomorrow's group stage here at the Esports World Cup. The stakes could not be higher. The pressure is on, and we are just moments away from starting this final matchup. As you already highlighted, both of you, they know each other very well. They have faced each other several times, but they have not faced each other in this format. Esports, in person, noise cancelling headphones, live audience, and they are representing their teams as well. Zach, when it comes to the atmosphere here at the Esports World Cup, how do you think they are dealing with it so far? How are they adapting to the esports genre?
I don't think it's that much about the atmosphere that's so indicative for this match, but more about momentum. You have one player who just lost a match for the first time today and now sinks to the lower bracket. And then you have Andrei Yesipenko, who has been on an absolute roll, winning match after match, taking crazy decisions, going into the Armageddon with white 2 times in a row, winning with the black pieces. Andrei Yesipenko has that edge with the momentum that might surprise Artemyev, who now has to get back on his feet and get grounded.
What do you think when it comes to the predictions here, Kostya? Do you think that Yesipenko is the favorite in terms of the momentum, or will it be Artemyev and his speed expertise?
Somehow I feel like the player history is going to matter a lot here. We saw it in the matchup between Parham and Esipenko. Feels like Esipenko just had Parham's number throughout the match. Stylistically, it feels like Artemyev is very similar to Esipenko, but maybe just a tiny bit better at all the things that he's good at. Playing simple positions, playing technically, playing solid, playing quickly, playing against the clock. And so it feels like to me, Artemyev is still a minor favorite, but I would not be surprised at all if Esipenko continues his luck and takes it home.
And what an incredible story that would be for Andrei Yesipenko after having lost his first match when he was listening to music and then switching to white noise. It has worked perfectly so far for Yesipenko. He's going to continue listening to white noise, I'm pretty sure, for this final match that is all the marbles. Everything is at stake here. One of them will make it through and will be facing Magnus Carlsen tomorrow, and the other, unfortunately, will get eliminated, and their keys will get crushed. And the end of the day today that we will also be broadcasting, by the way, because it's a very dramatic moment when the keys will get crushed. For now, the players will be arriving soon to the stage, and until that happens, I do want to pick your brains on how these two, similar in age, 4 years of age gap. So we have 24-year-old Yesipenko facing 28-year-old Artemyev. I would say same generation, they come from the same country, very similar school of chess as well. So what would you highlight as the main differences when it comes to what do you think their strengths could be here in this matchup especially? Zach, starting with you.
Apart from momentum, which we've already touched on, I feel like when we speak about that overall experience, let's say, for example, slow chess, classical chess, I feel like Yesipenko has that edge. He's played the strongest tournament of the year this year. He's played against the strongest chess players in the year, literally all the top 10. And so that maybe has given him such the experience that he would be ready to take on such a challenge like this, and that he fears no mortal. And maybe that's his edge over someone like Artemyev right now.
Good point. I feel like Artemyev's edge might be the bullet skills. I think he's actually just one of the fastest players in the world when it comes to playing accurately under a minute. So if the game goes down to some kind of time scramble, even in a very equal position, I would give Artemyev the edge. I just feel like he's very, very precise. Both of these players, they can miss tactics, they can let it slip, but somehow it just feels like Artemyev is just a bit more accurate when it comes to the faster time controls.
I need to agree with you on that, but I don't know if we'll get to the final seconds or final minute of the game, because Yesipenko has been proving himself so well on this same stage while he'll be competing. This has been his home. We've been covering his games excessively. This has been his home, our stage. He has been in the lower bracket ever since he lost today, his first match of the day. But now he is on a 3-match win streak, and if he makes it to a 4-win streak, he will be facing Magnus Carlsen tomorrow. And Yesipenko is one of the few players in the world who beat Magnus when he was just a teenager. But the match is about to start, and we still have 2 keys in front of those computers. One of them will not stay that intact. It will get crushed depending on how this match goes. A reminder on the format that this is a best of 2. The players will play 1 game with each color, and you need to prevail in those 2 games. In case of a tie after the 2 games, we will have an Armageddon tiebreaker, and we are off. So I'm gonna leave it over to you guys to analyze the action here.
And we're off, and it looks like we have Yesipenko with the white pieces. He sticks to his trademark D4 that he's been playing. Artemyev, though, playing the semi-Tarash defense. This is a very, very trendy line, Zach, at the top level. It's very, very solid, and it's a great way for Black to try and just play for equality right from the get-go. And there
maybe we see some match strategy right there.
Yeah, the players are going for this very theoretical endgame. This has been well known. We've seen hundreds and hundreds of games like this. Elite player Wesley So has made a career out of playing these positions for Black and holding them. Artemyev, of course, very familiar with the structures as well. And but Yesipenko, you know, this is also kind of his bread and butter position. He likes having the small edge. He likes having a bit of a positional advantage, a bit of an endgame grind. So he's probably not too unhappy. Also, let's just say these guys are exhausted. So I'm sure they don't mind playing a bit of a simpler endgame.
Yeah, a little bit of a Soviet chess at its finest right now, as we're seeing kind of a mellow position play out. And really, the player who comes out of this will be the one who outplays the other.
Yeah, and let's see. So right now, White is just castled, and he is down a pawn, but he's going to be winning back that pawn on e4, basically at will. And then the question will be, can he get a small edge in this first game?
Yeah, so far, calm endgame.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a very technical match here. You know, both players, they like these dry positions, these simple positions. And yeah, Yesipenko here is too unhappy with his opening thus far. He kind of went for this endgame willingly. And okay, we'll see if he can pose some problems to his compatriot.
Yeah, what you don't want to do is give Yesipenko that kind of technical edge where he can just grasp your position and suddenly you have no more moves, which we've seen many times today. So it will be I'll be keen to see how Artemiev kind of restricts White's activity in that manner.
The bishop c2, he still hasn't won back this pawn on e4. He will at some point, but I'm a bit puzzled by this this king on e7. Feels like it's kind of blocking his own pieces there.
Yeah, and finally we win back this pawn. We equalize, material speaking, with this kind of forky fork, and some trade will happen here.
Okay, there we see the trade on e4, and probably more trades on e4. The bishop will take, and black has won the bishop pair now, but we'll have to figure out king on e7. Artemiev a bit down on the clock, but so far I feel like he's doing just fine. I mean, in terms of the position itself, seems very, very comfortable. First game, he has the black pieces. Draw is a very healthy result for him. He can try and press next game with white.
Yeah, I'm liking this for Artemiev. 99.8 accuracy so far out of 17 moves played. Absolutely incredible. Worth the 2 minutes down on the clock, in my opinion, because you need to equalize early on in order to give yourself chances or just secure that draw with the black pieces.
Okay, but now he's thinking here. He's already 2 minutes down on the clock. He could take on e4, but then white's bishop recaptures. So what else is he thinking about here? Just moving the rook away? I mean, the rook is under attack. Maybe he thinks there's no problem with just leaving the knight on e4. If white takes on f6, he can recapture with the king, and then the king is pretty safe there.
Yeah, it looks like black has like some short-term issues with this development on the king side. It's still the bishop and the rook that have not moved from their original square, and it means that they can create less pressure in the position and overall less activity for the black pieces.
Yeah, short-term dynamic issues for black, but long-term strategically, he's doing great, especially that dark squared bishop. If that bishop enters the game, black can even take over the advantage and see himself with a better position.
So we're both predicting this dark squared bishop is going to absolutely take over in 5-10 moves time.
This bishop is itching to get out. This is the Erling Haaland, the Harry Kane of the position. Just wants to get out and start attacking white's pawns on the queen side, especially if this bishop can land on the long diagonal somehow. Black gets g6, bishop
Don't
g7.
Even start. Sleeping monster right there.
I can hear you salivating over this bishop. Okay, but Artemiev is now... Okay, hold on. What is he doing? He's down to 5 and... Does he know there's no increment? How many matches has he played? He knows there's no increment, right? Really taking
maybe
here.
up for debate right there, but maybe he's just completely confused as to what to do. Is there an easy move for black in this position? Is there something we are overlooking?
I mean, of course, there's nuance here. And then finally, after a very long think, he does play rook to c7. Andre quickly goes rook a c1. He wants to keep the pressure up on the clock.
Andre clearly aware of the time situation here and absolutely knows that time is of the essence now.
And Artemiev thinking again, okay, there's g6. He's trying to get that bishop out, and bishop to b3, trading off the bishop pair, is Esipenko.
Interesting strategic decision. Of course, there's a concession if black trades first on b3, because then you'd have double isolated pawns on that b file. Now, it's neither here nor there whether these pawns are easy to attack, but it's still a weakness that long-term can affect your position.
And Artemiev now is just 5 minutes, under 5 minutes on the clock, 4.5 minutes down compared to his opponent. I mean, like we mentioned, he's a very, very fast player, but, at a certain point, if pieces stay on the board and keeps complicated, then he's going to be in time trouble. But I guess it is simplifying. Pieces are trading off, and he really believes in his bullet skills. He thinks, as long as it's a solid position, as long as he has some time on the clock, he can still manage and hold.
And how about that time management from Andrei Esipenko? 20 moves played, and he's used 90 seconds? That's unreal, right? We have not seen this much good time management so far today.
Well, so far it's been pretty straightforward for White. I don't think he's had a really big decision out of the opening. I mean, maybe he has, but Esipenko is a very practical player. We've seen it throughout the day. He likes to just get a small edge and then put his pieces on the best squares and press and press and press. He doesn't like tanking if he doesn't have to, especially in a simple position, because he knows later on there will be something to calculate. He might have to find a precise way to get an edge, and then he wants to save his time for that moment. Okay, King G7, what's going on? This B pawn?
It looks like this B pawn is falling. However,
up for grabs?
Artemiev does not look worried about this whatsoever, judging by the camera on his face.
Neither does the computer. Just says equal position, go ahead and take. Black is totally fine. You'll go A5, bishop to B4, bring the rook over to the C file. And actually, we can see this liquidating very, very quickly out of this position, especially after A5, bishop to B4. I don't really see how White really plays for anything there.
That King G7 move is such a classy, top-level player decision right there by Artemiev. Absolute class. I don't need that pawn in order to equalize this position. Have it all you want. You have the double isolated pawn weaknesses. It's not going to make for much in this position.
Okay, bishop to D6 also looks fine. This bishop can come to E5. Again, rook's double on the C file. Black takes on C3. And we just get a very, very drawish rook endgame. So, yeah, Artemiev spent a lot of time, but based on the quality of his position, I would say it's totally worked out for him.
And based on the situation of the game, we're in like the late-ish endgame right now, and he has 4 minutes on the clock. That's plenty of time to finish this game. Maybe Andrei Esipenko wasn't making this challenging enough for his opponent.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of their style. Both of them, really. It's like they're happy to play an equal position. If the opponent plays solid, they're happy to keep it equal. But at a certain point, you know, if you don't try and score with White, you will be having Black the next game. And then Artemiev, of course, is not going to lay you off that easy.
Absolutely. And so
Esipenko here looks like he's spending his time. I think now this is the key moment to try and find something to keep the game going. And rook to B8.
What a move. Absolutely canceling White's powerful rook and counterplay along that 7th rank. Wow, that's a classy move.
It's one of those things that like these GMs, super GMs are just so good at. They just don't care that they're down a pawn. He's down a pawn, he's trading rooks. You're not supposed to trade, Zach, when you're down material.
I know.
You're not supposed to trade.
But at the same time, he's telling Andrei Esipenko, look, how are you going to defend your B3 pawn in 3 moves?
Yeah, rook B6 is coming, and I'm going to talk to your B pawns, and, you know, I'm going to have a lot to say to them.
We're going to have a serious conversation about your B pawns in a move or two.
Yeah. In the meantime, this knight on C3, okay, it's defended, but it's not active. It's not attacking anything. It's just sitting there. Bishop on A7 now, hitting White's rook. Maybe rook to B6 was also possible, but then White is ready to defend with the rook on the 3rd rank.
Some additional pressure on this F2 pawn, which now begs the question, how are you going to defend this?
Yeah, he's inviting knight to E4, defending and counterattacking, but then that knight could get targeted by Black's rook. Instead, we see knight to D1. Now the rook slides over. And Artemiev here just playing very comfortably. He's down a pawn, but it's a doubled pawn for White, so it's not as healthy as if the pawns were undoubled. King to F1. Now maybe rook to C2. Now we did see a similar situation in that second game between Parham Maghsoodloo and Andrei Esipenko, where Parham had no advantage for basically the whole game. Then all of a sudden Esipenko sacrificed the pawn, but was still completely fine. Then Parham had this extra pawn for many moves, but with no progress. But eventually, you know, the game continued, and this extra pawn put a little pressure on Esipenko. All of a sudden he's worse. All of a sudden he blunders his rook, and it's over.
And think of the time dynamics. Just a few moves ago, Andrei Esipenko had 7.5 minutes. Now he's down to 5 minutes. And that time difference is greatly repaired by Vladislav Artemiev.
He is catching up, but he is still up 2 full minutes. And I got to say, like, I think Andrei has used this time well because he's managed to keep it alive. Like, he's kept his extra pawn. Now he's improving his knight. This knight can come to C4. So, like, one false move for Black, and you do end up worse here. Down the pawn, White's king is a little bit closer. So Artemiev objectively is probably okay, but he has to continue to play with extreme accuracy.
Check, the rook infiltrates the white position, now attacks the pawn on B2.
Yeah, I'd expect knight coming over to defend this one, knight to C4. But maybe knight D1, he can kind of trap this rook on B1.
Ooh, this rook would be limited for squares.
And then keep playing. But no, he does go knight to C4.
Ooh.
Bishop takes h2, the Fisher move.
Fisher pawn. This
But
is
after
a poisonous
G3,
pawn in chess. And
both of these guys have seen Fisher Spassky, and they're...
you think?
They're going... I mean, this is exactly what... This is an exact mirror. 1972 World Championship match. Fisher's famous blunder.
Was this game 3?
Getting his bishop trapped. I think that was game 1. It was the first game of the match.
Goodness.
For them, it's also the first game in the match. But here, black does have the g1 square for the bishop. So if you're king to g2, you can take on g3, bishop to g1, and the bishop does escape. Artemiev showing that he is not afraid to take risks here. And okay, g takes h4. White retains the extra pawn, but now all of his pawns are isolated and weak.
Just weakness after weakness, although you are a pawn up.
Yeah, still pawn up for white, but I do like what Artemiev has done in the last couple of moves. Now I think it's very hard to imagine a scenario where white can just win easily. I think black still has to make several mistakes here for that to happen.
Yeah, it's really a matter of whether or not black can easily ooze out of this pawn down material disadvantage and manage to draw this game. But the accuracy, once again, I have to mention this now that we're 35 moves in, Artemiev has 0 mistakes. He's playing a near perfect game. Him and the engine are best friends in this game. 98.8 accuracy so far after 35 moves. He's literally a machine.
What are you saying, Zach? These guys are good at chess?
I'm saying they're subhuman.
Subhuman.
What's the opposite?
Superhuman.
Superhuman.
Okay, f5. Love this move, restricting white's king. I think at some point black can think about moving his king over to the h file to pick up the pawn on the edge of the board. And, you know, I can also see white losing this. Like, if black's rook and bishop can somehow find some coordination, you know, he wins one pawn and wins the second pawn. You know, black can also create some chances here. But Esipenko, I think, very much in control. Still up 1.5 minutes on the clock. And as the time gets down, of course, this time advantage gets more and more relevant.
Yeah, I feel this outs us as chess friends, but didn't you tell me a few days ago that rook and bishop is better than rook and knight in these endgames?
That's the classic thinking. Yeah, rook and bishop is generally a better combo than rook and knight. As you see, rook d3 check, king g2, bishop f4. Black is now 2 pawns down after rook to b6. But objectively, his position is still very much holding.
Wow. How is black going to manage to win back these 2 pawns in this position?
When he goes rook a3, cheeky. He wants to advance b4 and challenge this rook. But rook to d4, preventing white from making any progress because his knight will be hit. Now the bishop wants to move away, and this h-pawn will be a target. So rook a4, maybe rook back to d3. Yep.
We might see a repetition here.
No, I don't think so. I think Esipenko... I think he's looking for a way to play on. Yeah, b4. Yeah, rook gets behind.
And once again, it's hard to start that engine for the white pieces. When is this pawn going to gallop through the board?
And some frustration there from Esipenko. It feels like he missed something, but... Okay, b5. He's giving up this pawn.
Oh, you can't take because of knight a3.
Knight a3, trick of the season.
Beautiful trick.
Very nice.
And now white will have this really nice passed pawn on b6 that's solidified by this knight on z4.
Yeah.
Super strong.
b6, but I guess black takes on b2 and the bishop can swing around to d4. This rook behind the pawn is such a powerful concept. Whenever you get your rook behind the passed pawn, it's just such a nice piece. Not only does it defend against the pawn advancing, but it also still creates problems on the other side of the board.
And Artemiev once again threatening this repetition. Rook a4, bishop c1 again.
Yeah, but notice another nice trick there. You couldn't take that b pawn because of rook to b1 with the pin.
Oh.
So Esipenko, you know, he's taking a book out of Karpov's page, the famous world champion. Karpov was so good at finding these little tricks to justify these maneuvers in the endgame. So, okay, there's rook b4, b3. This was forced in order to defend the knights. He gives back 1 pawn. B pawn is still very much under control by the rook and the bishop. Now maybe rook to b4 to challenge the knight.
One thing greatly helping the black pieces in this defensive mode in this position is that the bishop is taking that promotion square from the b-pawn. So this b-pawn promotion square is constantly surveilled by this rook and bishop.
Rook to c8, securing the knight. But how does white make progress from here? How do you push the b-pawn? There's no rook to c7 anymore. But what does black do? On the other hand, it's not so easy to move for black, other than just kind of maybe moving back and forth. But you got to be careful here. If you move the king, might get into some trouble. Okay, rook to b3. Artemiev starting to feel a little pressure there. Although his heart rate is still at a cool 88 beats per minute.
Compared to 117.
Wow, maybe that's the
Absolute
secret to the
craziness.
bullet madness. You know, his heart rate is low. He just doesn't feel the pressure. His hand is not shaking, but he's down 35 seconds.
That's a tell of experience right there. 1 minute and 6 seconds on the clock, and he has the lowest, one of the lowest heart rates we've seen thus far today.
How does he do it? So rook to d8 now drops back to d4. Esipenko looking for a different setup to try and make progress. Bishop e5. Don't take that because rook takes d4.
And rook d7 check. The king can come and defend that bishop. There you go.
Wow. Everything under control here by both players. Now he takes. He does get the pawn to b7, but now we get this rook endgame. Will be very difficult for white to make progress. That said, though, it's just a 2-result game, so this is a nice chance for Esipenko to try and steal this first win, especially with the time advantage. He can play for a win on the board and on the clock.
48 seconds left for Vladislav Artemiev. He's on the chopping block time-wise.
Absolutely, and you know that's the thing. These guys, a lot of them are used to playing on increment. You know, with +1 seconds, +2 seconds after every move, I think Artemiev holds this very easily. But without that increment, even if you're holding it on the board, you can still lose it, especially if you need some time to find some kind of accurate defense.
Oh my god, heart rate monitor up 124 beats per minute.
But
that's the
Artemiev is
equivalent
only
of a full gym workout.
His heart rate is only decreasing.
It's insane.
It's down. How does he stay this calm? No, this is a superpower. Esipenko, of course, he's very elevated here. He knows that this might be a chance, but he's soon going to be...
Oh, now it's winning for white.
King d2, Artemiev slips. All of a sudden, it's a winning endgame. His king is marching over towards that rook, and then it's going to march up the board to support this b-pawn. Can Esipenko sneak out an endgame win?
Oh, no! This endgame, it must be mentioned, is very complicated rook endgame.
Incredibly hard. I think white had to give a check in order to sideline the king, and now
we have a
Esipenko he's basically switched gears. He's just purely going for the flag
this
at
is
this
flag
point.
nation right now.
Yeah, will he be able to get it done? Rook's going back and forth. It's pre-move city.
And now we have the standard Philidor position in this rook endgame that renders the game pretty much drawish.
Oh, but this is tough. You can hold this, but not on 5 seconds, Zach. I think he's going to do it.
He's in
I think
trouble.
He's flagging him. King to e7.
He has checks too.
F6. Now he might be winning on the board.
He's winning on the board. He had mate in 1. He has mate in 1.
Oh my god. It's mate in 1.
Oh my god.
It's mate.
Oh my
he
goodness.
wins. Oh.
Andrei Esipenko with the tricks.
First game. Wow.
Unbelievable scenes. The
What an
sleeping
endgame.
giant. It was equal with a pawn up this whole time. And that same pawn is used for a checkmate at the very end of the game. How unbelievable was that?
Unbelievable. We see Esipenko basically playing it perfectly in the sense he put just enough pressure, forced Artemiev to spend that time. And remember, Zach, when Artemiev spent that 3-4 minutes in the opening, oh, how he could have used those seconds.
That cost him dearly in the end. We thought it was okay going into that endgame with 4 minutes on the clock, but eventually time runs out. And Esipenko is 1 win or draw away from making it to the playoffs tomorrow and play Magnus Carlsen.
You can see Esipenko there. I feel like he's not super happy with the way he won that game, but hey, that's the increment. That's the sport. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
A win is a win in the EWC. Everything is earned.
And now they're just about to get into game 2 and they're off. Artemiev now in a must-win situation. He was in this situation before, but now he lost that match to Wei Yi. Now this is actually his first kind of must-win game. And he goes for
a Petrov.
A Petrov, which has transposed now into exchange French.
Wow, I'm surprised he went for this. It's a very symmetrical pawn structure, which rumors to have greater chances for drawish outcomes.
Oh yeah, no, it's basically nothing for white, but this is Artemiev's style. He doesn't really look for an advantage out of the opening. He knows against a well-prepared opponent there is no advantage with white, so he just wants to get a game and outplay Andrei slowly but surely. No, this is classic Artemiev. I would say he feels very, very comfortable here, despite not really having any kind of real advantage. You know, he might get a little something if Esipenko's not accurate over these next couple of moves.
That's a very controversial strategy given the match situation that you're standing on a must-win. A draw is not enough, and you're going for this opening which has drawish reputation, still going for it because it matches your style. Absolute craziness.
No, it shows a lot of confidence in his technical skills. I mean, it's as you said, it's an opening that's known for being dry. He's traded queens, and I mean the structure is just completely symmetrical, right? So it's like he's really putting a lot of faith into his skills to outplay his opponent from a virtually equal position. But I gotta say, Esipenko looks great. We were talking about it before the match. Artemiev seems to be a bit stronger player, a bit higher rated in the faster time controls. But Esipenko in these last several matches has shown just such great skill and a lot of nerves under pressure.
His momentum is undisputed. Imagine being on the brink of elimination for 3 matches in a row. You have nothing to lose. He feels that in him, and he propulses that energy from match to match.
King F8, a couple of rooks have gone and traded off. This is typical when there's a position with only one open file. The rooks often get traded off because either you challenge the E file and you trade the rooks, or you give the E file to your opponent, and neither is really what you want here as white looking to win. But Artemiev finally advances with the knight to E5. He's now starting to pose some problems. You can't really take this knight. White will recapture. The pawn on E5 will be very strong. And yeah, Esipenko knows objectively he's got 0 issues here, but he will have to solve some problems, practically speaking.
Yeah, the on paper is not looking good for Artemiev, but if he does manage to create something out of nothing here, that would be incredibly interesting to see Andre with his back against the wall, backpedaling.
Yeah,
but
Esipenko just needs to keep his calm. You know, he has been in this situation before in his previous match against Parham, which we were following. He wins that first game. Second game, equalizes with black, just like this. Very comfortable position. Parham had no advantage throughout the whole game, but at the very end, Andre slipped and lost. So he needs to learn from that experience and keep focused until the very end. So knight b6, he's opening up the way to develop his light square bishop, and then his rook can come to the e file. Bishop e6 here, I think, just very logical move.
what is the way you imagine the white pieces gaining a slight edge in this position, or even an advantage?
That's a great question, Zach. I mean, one idea is I think you have to at some point fix this knight on c3. So I would maneuver this knight over to e2 and f4, e2 and g3. This knight on c3 against that pawn on the c file for black is just kind of dominated, right? It's not really contributing much to white's position at all. But Artemiev just played a3, which indicates that he wants to keep that knight on c3, stopping the bishop from coming in and pinning it. Otherwise, I'm not really sure the idea behind this move. Bishop e7 from Esipenko. He drops back. Not sure about this move. I guess he wants to just avoid the doubling of the f-pawns, but it's a little bit passive pulling it back.
It's a little bit passive. The black pieces have not yet completed their development on the queen side. The bishop and the rook are not out yet. And it begs the question, is this space advantage for the white pieces? Is this minor piece activity advantage going to bring him into favor, or is it just a very temporary advantage that's going to be seldom lost?
Okay, now Artemiev is spending a little bit of time, and I wonder if that last game is weighing on him. I feel like it's so hard as a chess player to just forget about the final game. So he plays h3, improving his position just a little bit further. Still expecting bishop to e6 here from black. I feel like it's time to develop that light squared bishop. Otherwise, you can't just play with your rook in the corner the whole game.
Bishop e6, as you called it, starting to complete development for the black pieces. It's about time, and most probably he can bring the knight back to d7, maybe, and start trades. But overall, it seems like there's no easy way out for the black pieces. Although engine is completely saying zeros, the position is saying zeros, the pawn structure is saying zeros. this fight is very far from over, and Artemiev can drag this fight on for a very long time into his favor.
Okay, bishop e6. Artemiev, he's a minute down, but it's not really about the clock so much, because if he doesn't manage to pose problems on the board, it's just he's not really going to get a chance in this game. And if he doesn't win this game, Zach, he is going home. And that's it. That would be a big disappointment. I mean, he's one of the best blitz players in the world. He really needs to win this game and the match to qualify, but he's got to get through Andrei Yasipenko, who is younger and showing some excellent form thus far.
Yeah, maybe that youth, that 4 years of youth extra that Yasipenko has on Artemiev will be the deciding factor in this, what are we calling this? This 4-hour day of constant, nonstop playing for these players. And maybe that's all that's all one needs.
Yeah,
I mean, endurance.
These guys must be exhausted. They've played so many matches today. They've gone through so many games, Armageddons, and now it's all coming down to this final match in the lower brackets. Okay, bishop drops back to e2. Finally, we see Artemiev starting to maneuver that knight around over to the king side. And I think what he wants is, he wants a long game. Eventually, he'll start to pose some real problems for black. And yeah, he might get a chance here. I mean, still a lot of pieces on the board, despite the queens coming off.
Yeah, and it seems like black should play this equalizing move, knight e4, centralizing this knight, and this knight jumps to a very nice and vital square on e4.
I like knight e4, attacking the bishop on d2. I wonder if white's idea is to go bishop to b4. Maybe finally we see the idea of this pawn push to a3. He sets up bishop to b4, inviting black to take so that he can increase the scope of the a pawn. The a pawn captures on b4 if he goes with the bishop there. And Yasipenko here now taking a little bit of a think, figure out what to do with his position. Maybe some knight to d7, challenge the knight on e5.
Yeah, may I admit, I'm starting to like the white position a little bit more.
He's got some pressure.
Every single turn, I'm liking it a little bit more. This bishop retreat move, I'm liking this. The knight can jump to f4. The bishop can jump to b4. All of these pieces suddenly are going to be colliding together, whereas black has nothing to show for so far in this game other than delayed development and just holding, just solid play.
He's played solid, but we've seen time and time again, if you just play for a draw, especially with black, it's really tough to maintain that precision for the entire match.
Look at Andrei Yasipenko. He's thinking.
He goes knight c4, so he jumps in with this knight. Artemiev immediately snags that with his light squared bishop, so he gives up the bishop pair. He's now managed to create some imbalance. This is exactly what he needs to create some winning chances. But now,
I love this last move by Andrei Yasipenko. Bishop f5, attacking this weak pawn on c2 and preventing ultimately this knight from taking on c4. But if you take, then I take and I create a hole in your pawn structure.
Really interesting here. Yeah, I guess. So yeah, c-pawn is hanging. He doesn't want to go c3 because then that blocks in the dark square bishop. I still feel like white wants to play bishop to b4 here. But how does he deal with the c-pawn? Is he going to go rook to c1? That doesn't feel very active. He doesn't want to take on c4. Then bishop takes c2.
Black just played this dynamic move, knight c4, with this trade. He gains the bishop pair. And how would you evaluate these doubled pawns? We're told often in chess doubled pawns are bad, etc. They can be weak. They're easily attackable. What do you think about these double pawns in this position?
No, to me, it looks fine for black. I mean, I think, he gets slightly worse structure, but his light squared bishop is just such a good piece here that I think it fully compensates. He's also gained the d5 square for the knight. So at some point, we might see knight to d5. And if white trades on d5, he can improve his pawn. And yeah, he's doing, I think Andrei's position is absolutely healthy here. And we can see Artemiev now starting to spend time again. Because again, he has to find a direction. How can he create some imbalance in order to actually play for the win? He can't just keep moving back and forth and not improve his position. He needs to start posing some problems here fast. And, Artemiev now, his heart rate is at 100 beats per minute.
Whoa.
I've never seen him this excited, Zach. And look at that head shake. He's starting to feel the pressure.
Might we say this is the toughest moment in the game so far for the white pieces? So just as well. The heart rate is up. The energy is up. You need to find a resource in this position. Is fight or flight here for Vladislav Artemiev, who has the first hard moment of the game for himself right now and needs to take some time.
2 minutes down on the clock. These are Armageddon numbers. He finally goes to rook to c1. He chooses this concession because I think he just wants to keep this bishop b4 idea alive. But knight e4, bishop b4, c5? Feels like black can get some nice activity here.
A very surprising choice by Artemiev, choosing this passive option to bring the rook out of the open file and play
There he
rook to him.
goes.
And here we go.
Isn't c5 a great move here?
C5 is a great move, undoubling the pawns.
Undoubling the pawns, and you're undermining the knight on e5. I think Artemiev might have totally underestimated this.
Oh, C5 is played. What a strong move.
Esipenko finds it. Oh, he's been in great form. Artemiev not reacting, but what did he miss here? What does he see that he thinks is good? Okay, finally he leans back. He can't really take this pawn. His bishop takes on c5, and black is just incredibly comfortable. Or knight takes on c5.
And suddenly it looks like the white position is uneasy. The rook is not on e1 anymore to support that knight on e5.
Oh, DC, is there bishop g5? With a double attack on the knight. Bishop g5.
Pinning the knight to the rook. And now white's in big trouble.
What does white even do there? Both knights are under attack. c6
C6 check.
King slides over. a5. Also strong. Look at this.
Incredibly strong.
Oh,
overloading the
Esipenko is
bishop
feeling
on
it.
b4. And after bishop takes pawn, the black bishop takes the white pawn, increasing pressure on the weak f2 pawn that is now pinned on the king.
Esipenko is just firing with
This
all
is a
cylinders
beautiful
here.
forcing move.
And wow, just look at that. I mean, we had such a dry position. We're wondering how is white going to create chances, but
Bishop g5.
black is the one winning. Now this a5 move, what a brilliant move. Distracting the bishop from this diagonal. Now there's no check to the king.
Double attack on both pieces, and black is up a piece in this position.
Yeah, Artemiev forced to give up a piece. But you know what? Given the match situation, it's not the worst thing in the world. He has multiple pawns now for the piece. But objectively, black's bishops are just so strong here.
Yes, we're going to see the bishop pair in full action here as black is going to try to finish up the job with this convincing advantage.
Yeah, now main issue for Artemiev, apart from being down a piece, is that he's 2 minutes down on the clock. So even if he can somehow manage to pose some problems, objectively though, his position's not that great. It's down on the clock. It's not the easiest thing to handle. You know, these pawns on the queen side, they start rolling. They can be very oppressive. But I gotta like black's extra piece here. Knight takes c5. You grab this pawn. No, bishop to b4. Okay.
Ooh, you have to be careful not to blunder in a
He's
position
got a
like
trick
this.
there. Yeah, so you can't take on c5 just yet. So bishop drops back. Now he is threatening because he can come back with bishop to e7. But I think we're going to see b4 here from white. Maybe bishop b4.
It seems, once again, it's still a slippery slope. If you make one bad decision as the black pieces let these pawns in, it can mean serious trouble for you.
Yeah, Andre very much in control if he can just keep his cool here. 2 minutes for Artemiev.
Oof, this time situation is very weary for Artemiev right now.
I mean, he does have 3 pawns for the piece, so officially that's enough material. Unofficially, though, black's pieces are just very, very strong, and white's pawns aren't moving. They're not mobilizing at all, right? So they're not making themselves felt, whereas black's extra piece is definitely playing in the position. Okay, knight d7. He can take that and take on c5 if he wants to start simplifying a bit, or he can just sidestep. Just ignore the knight.
Sidestepping with the king is the best option